Oh, wait, DVR. Is DVR on? Do you hear me? Hello? Are we live? Where'd it go? Testing. Come on. Oh, come on. Why can't I see it? Hello? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this, gentlemen, it does not say live at the bottom of the screen. Unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. But good morning, and today was an interesting surprise. We got a couple of things going on. You got China further going red today, so they have a lot more problems there with Evergrande, as well as even their gaming. They're cracking down on a couple of things, and then Europe is up, and then we are kind of right there in the middle. So you saw the bounce off of the 50-day moving average yesterday. We want to see if there's conviction in the market, and then we are getting some surprise data here that is also affecting the tapering, and then tomorrow is already Friday. So we got a lot on our plate. I think today probably should not disappoint. We'll see if it's a little bit slower or not. There is a couple of even hype stocks and events, everything from SpaceX to IronNet, even Lucid. So we will see how all of this plays out. But unfortunately, fortunately, I hope you're ready. So good morning. How are you? Oh, hey. Oh, Don Gabriel. Welcome, my friend. How are you? How are you? Oh, Lori, good morning. Oh, Little John, Carissa, good morning. Oh, get out of neutral, Chad. Tell him, baby. Oh, get out of neutral. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning. Hunter is blessing the Chad. Hunter says, good morning, Chad. Oh, yes. Anthony's like, yo, BBIG, great. And Anthony's ready to go at 6:12. I feel you, bro. Anthony don't even want to say good morning. He said, you know, BBIG. There you go. Good morning. Good morning, BBIG, BABA, anything. I got a couple plays on the list, man. We go. Whew. So, love you. Thank you for waking up. Amen. 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 Good morning. What's up, more love? Binoy, Mr. Chowdhury, good morning. Oh, Isaac, good morning. There you go. Graham. Oh, Graham going to be on the sticks today. He going to be calling out the play. I already know it. Buy the Starbucks dip. We should buy Starbucks, and then we should take our Starbucks and then analyze the dip. I would like a pumpkin spice macchiato thingy with the little foam on top. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? The Microsoft ASAN. Oh, let's go, baby. Good morning. Good morning, Jeffrey. Oh, you got how you feel it? How you feel it? You feel good? You feel good? I hope you feel good. Analyze the dip. Yeah. Hell yeah. Good morning. Good morning. So, I hope you're ready. I hope you're feeling blessed. Again, today is going to be big. I talked about a lot of things on the watch list yesterday, and in a weird way, it's kind of playing out. This is the divergence we're talking about here. So China is coming down, and then you're seeing a little bit of surprise here. Again, our retail sales data was very, very important. Then there's a couple of things going on in Europe. So let's see what we got. It's a great day to be alive. Amen. Amen. So, treasuries fell after retail sales unexpectedly jumped. Futures slipped while equities in Europe rose as investors eyed energy prices. Shares fell in Asia, where the debt crisis at Evergrande and China's latest push to rein in private industries hurt sentiment. Bitcoin was little changed as gold and oil fell. The dollar gained. Retail sales sprang a surprise in August as a pickup in purchases across many categories more than offset weaker demand for vehicles. Sales climbed 0.7 last month after a downward revise of 1.8 in July, excluding auto sales. 1.8 initial jobless claims increased 332,000, higher than consensus of 322. The rise was led by a jump in Louisiana as Hurricane Ida continues to throw a wrench in the labor market's broad recovery. The ECB is going to be looking at trading options of major lenders as part of a climate stress test next year after judging an assessment of loan books. And, oh, I forgot. We need the updates from Congress today, too. We'll see. Alone will give enough insight into the fallout they face from global warming. The central bank will also study the reputational and operational risk bank face, said Alvarez and Marsal. Former Morgan Stanley trader Thiago Melzer, he left the bank. He's in an internal probe. D.C. Mitch McConnell rejected an appeal by Janet Yellen to join with Democrats in raising the debt ceiling. It's a partisan, reckless tax and spending spree, McConnell spokesman said. They will have to raise the debt ceiling on their own. Biden's economic plan may be delayed in Congress by weeks or months with tax, health care, and other issues still unresolved. Elizabeth Warren called on regional Fed banks to prevent their leaders from trading individual stocks, the Wall Street Journal reported. Oh, wow. Biden the backstabber. This is the headline. France's top diplomat directed a stream of invective at Joe Biden after the U.S. and U.K. announced a new security pact with Australia that will cost the French defense industry some 56 billion euros. Jean-Yves Le Drian told France Info he felt stabbed in the back, and China accused the trio of aggregating an arms race by offering Australia nuclear-powered submarines. Energy crunch warding off the winter coal will be pricey in many cities around the world. U.S. propane prices jumped to the highest since 2014, and blackouts are a possibility in the U.K. after a fire cut off electricity supplies from France until March. China faces shortages of coal and natural gas this winter. High energy prices are here for the foreseeable future, Chevron's Mike Wirth warned. Alarm bells climate change is wreaking more havoc in efforts to slow it down aren't enough. The UN said supply chain hell. Logistic managers are battling the pandemic, a labor shortage, a huge demand to get goods delivered. The system underpinning globalization is too rigid to absorb these tremors or recover. It's avoided a complete collapse only through a combination of human ingenuity, painfully long hours, strategy, and luck. The big take reveals those big realities. Corporate Evergrande fell as much as 10% as its onshore real estate unit suspended trading in its yuan bonds for a day after a credit downgrade. Oh, remind me about the yuan tinfoil, okay? You got, God bless the people who woke up early to be here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, team, just remind me about the yuan tinfoil, okay? I got some yuan tinfoil for you. Other Chinese developers also dropped, and key shareholders sold another 11 million worth of shares. Chinese regulators are reviewing new games to determine if they meet stricter criteria governing content and protection for kids. Probably slow in rollouts, people familiar said. Kathy's Wood ETF sold more Tesla, taking the total value of the company's stock they've offloaded this month to about 266 million. EA rose in late trading after delaying Battlefield 2042 to November 19. Media reports had flagged a potential delay, and some investors were concerned a date in 2022 was possible. Discord raises $500 million in a new round of financing, valuing it at $15 billion. Mr. Kofeld, good morning, baby. Hey, man. Virus, third Pfizer dose could dramatically reduce rates of illness. Credit, 3 issues are going to sell high-grade credit today. About $115 billion sold in the last 7 sessions. COVID, oh, wow. Workers making COVID has helped steer the U.S. closer to a $15 federal minimum wage. Key objective labor unions, looks like on average you have more people making, the share of U.S. workers making less than $15 an hour is now dropping below 20%. So there you go. July business inventories are going to come out 30 minutes after market, and I think that will be it. Let's see. See the weather right. You guys know there's 100 days till Christmas? Oh, y'all don't feel me. 100 days till Christmas. The first 100 days till Christmas of 2021. Who woke up and dry, baby? Oh, man. I woke up thinking about Christmas. I said, it's Christmas. That's crazy. That's nasty. Let's see. IRA contributions by the wealthy are in sights of House Democrats. More than $279 billion sit in mega IRAs with at least $5 million each, according to Congressman. Almost 29,000 Americans held these giant accounts, and they get to nearly 500 of them manage to get $25 million or more in their IRAs. The tax plan approved by the White House includes limits on their use. Inflation rates across the U.S. diverged in the pandemic, with some cities far outpacing the national average and a handful of others seeing hardly any acceleration in prices. Inflation in Atlanta was running at 6.6 in August, close to double the rate in cities like San Francisco, Denver, and New York. Atlanta, not as much inflation, I guess. Anybody, my people in Atlanta, have you been holding back on us? You are not telling us that you are not getting inflation? I see how it is, Atlanta. The administration plans to convene another meeting with companies in the blue chip supply chain next week. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo and NEC Director Brian Deasy will be leading the September 23rd discussion at the White House. U.S. may miss emissions goal. Democrats vow California changes. UK will examine how badly their labor shortage is. Seiko Noda plans to run in a vote this month. She'd be the first female premier for Japan. New Zealand's economy grew 2.8. Brent is flirting with a bullish break of the 2008 trendline resistance after a powerful rally that may continue. Inventory declines underpin the rally. Balance of risk remains to the upside, is part because the prospect of better than expected EM demand growth. So oil is actually at a breakout point, like a historical breakout point. That's, man, we about to get $100 oil again. Gold fell for a second day, lowest in a month. Silver declined while palladium surged. Oil retreated. Ford's rock raised $270 million. Philip Moore offer for Vectura is unconditional in all respects. VW does not see U.S. auto production return until normal until second half of 2022. Peloton got a patent lawsuit, again dismissed. They threw out an infringement case ruling Mad Dog Athletics couldn't show its 2 patents covered more than the abstract idea of a display to provide instructors. Chinese phone giant cuts jobs after going against Apple. Beyond Meat rating estimates cut at Piper. Ford's India exit opens up dealers to legal action from customers. China is set to slow game approvals. Chipotle gets street high target boost at Piper Sandler. Europe car sales go from uninspiring to ugly amid chip crunch. Ryanair bumps global growth to above 50% pre-COVID levels. 10-cent slide leaves China with no stocks in the global 10. Oh, wow. That's crazy. U.S. shale and gas, that's going to be big. Top is it. Russia targets Google, Apple, and crackdown before elections. Chinese smartphones. Cisco sales outlook, they did good. There was a little bit run up there. I think today, American Express, they got upgraded by Bank of America. Goldman doubled down on the American Dream with Green Sky deal. South China most. Chinese customers rush to pre-order Apple's new phone. Cisco is rated to outperform at Credit Suisse. Price target 74. SpaceX launched that civilian flight today with 3 people. A network of flying taxi hubs are planned for 65 cities in the urban air. When's that? That's crazy. Boston will get a new mayor. Trendy legal peril. Jay-Z and Damon Dash, the co-founders of Rockefeller, are embroiled in a legal fight involving one of the most cutting-edge investments, non-fungible tokens. Lawsuit is among a fury involving NFTs as U.S. court cases begin to grapple with the novel legal issue. Nicki Minaj was offered the chance to connect with the Biden administration doctor after she tweeted the vaccine causes impotence. It's part of an aggressive PR campaign to beat back disinformation. The White House claimed only to have offered a call, but Minaj tweeted yesterday that it invited her, saying, "Yes, I'm going." Chinese crypto miners in disguise are on the run. Authorities are looking for miners who try to pose as data researchers in storage facilities. And on this day in history, George Ford issued a conditional amnesty in 1979 to Vietnam War deserters and draft evaders. To qualify, they needed to work for up to 2 years in a public service job. Interesting. Don't go though, Brave. That's it. What do you mean? That's already sounds like a re-education camp. They're like, oh yeah, well, we sent one of our researchers to come talk to you. Good morning. But couple minutes here again. A couple of the top movers here in the morning. AXP rises 0.8 after Bank of America upgrades them. Beyond Meat shares declined 3% after Piper Sandler downgraded the stock. Cisco System rises 1.8 after the maker of computer networking gave long-term forecast for revenue. And then they got the upgrade as well. IronNet shares rise 49% in the U.S. pre-market trading, adding to the past sessions of gains for the stock amid retail trading routes. Lorate Education, LAUR, gains 9% after the education board proved a partial liquidation in connection with the sale of Walden e-learning. Leap Therapeutics, LPTX, soars 31% after presenting updated positive data. Phase 2 clinical trial. And then Silverback, SBTX, falls 14 after releasing interim clinical results in a cancer study that disappointed investors. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you feel? How do you feel? You feel good, right? You feel ready? Do you feel blessed? Do you understand your blessings? Do you understand that you live in one of the greatest countries in the world? Do you realize that you could change your life today? You know that? You know, until they pass that bill that monitors your account for like $600, and even after they do that, you know, you could change your life today in this country, and no one could do anything about it. All they could do is tax you. Okay? Oh, and then we got, look, in a world where you could be Bradley Frizzle or Fradley Brizzle, that's amazing. You see what I'm saying? You got freedom. You got all of that. So, listen, man, before we like to do anything here, we like to pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have or ever will. So before we try to chase a dollar and enrich ourselves, we must salute and just pay that homage, man. And that is to the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the same way I do. I want to give a huge shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And shout out to all the other public servants out there, the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service, baby. God bless you and thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the jets! Same time, baby. Hard off. Let's go. Let's go. The Jets have been sent. The Jets have been sent. Good morning, baby. It's Baby Friday. You know that? It's Friday Junior today. It's damn Friday Junior. So get ready. Get ready. You know what I'm saying? Get ready. Feels good. Feels good. So before we get it going here, I got a couple of stocks I'm going to be looking at. JD, Facebook, Spotify. That was from the watch list yesterday. LPTX, that's a runner today. Biotech, JPM. CCJ, we'll keep an eye on uranium and any of the commodities. I think it's very interesting here. And then BFly. BFly was actually that was that little swing trade stock we did the other day. They were mentioned in the Apple thing, but they also got mentioned here yesterday on the SpaceX stuff. And then IronNet, we'll see just how the hype goes out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Facebook will be interesting. I would even look at like Microsoft and a couple of others, but we'll see how it is. Again, I put JPM for the banks as well. So got a couple of different movers here. We're going to see how the market sets up. Again, we're going to be trading to a pretty strong open in Europe. China did awful, and then we're kind of right there in the middle. We're actually going to probably open up red on the S&P. So let's see what's about to happen next, okay? But you got about 1 minute. So if you can hear my voice, if you can hear me, hit that like button, okay? I know if you can hear me. I know if you can hear me. But listen, even if you can't hear me, I hope you know it's going to be a good day. And I hope you make sure that you have fun doing what you're doing. And I hope you don't overreact it. Don't underreact. But most importantly, don't overreact and relax. And I hope you know you're blessed because you're alive today and you made it. You made it awake before a lot of people. So just keep that in mind, okay? That's something good. That's something good. So call out any place, and then we'll go from there, baby. And we'll go from there. Woo. Top of the morning to ya. Boom. Round one. Fight. I think it was on space. I think it was SpaceX or the one like little launch they did. They talked about B-Fly being used. So B-Fly was mentioned in that. I think there's a B-Fly thing in space right now. Alibaba down 2. What do we got? So Dow is actually up. SPY's barely red. Tech is actually clapped. AMC. It's down to 0.44. BABA. I want to watch JD. And bonds are down big today here too. Again, any even updates we get on the political front will be very, very important. Palantir. Dash. I brought up Dash yesterday on the watch. Bro, that thing has actually been killing it. Is it up 5% right now? Did it break out from the IPO level? Oh, it kind of wants to. I don't know if I have an old Dash play. I have old shares. That's it. I watch for Dutch bros to just watch the volume. It's the only thing that's kind of scary with that one. The JD's coming back down. I wonder how the premiums moved on that. If you eating while you staring at my plate. Tell him Baba. Again, puts her back to 230. The October ones are up a little bit higher than they were yesterday. JD, November options are still down 15%. So JD is actually still cheaper. And then Dash, I like Dash a lot, but it just literally gapped up 5% right here. NXE for uranium, EEM down 1.6. Again, China is really, really bad. I even think China is going to be a factor that we have to really, I mean, we're getting our divergence set up. Airbnb is actually running here a little bit. Watch if it starts to get tempting at 170. Palantir looking good AF. Moonshot on SPY. What do you mean watch the volume? It's because it didn't turn the float yet. So they offered about, 21 million shares. And they only traded like 11 or 12 million of them yesterday. So the whole, I'd watch for at least 10 more million in volume. If you kind of remember how Coinbase traded, that was a stock that didn't meet the whole offering essentially. Palantir up 9. Oh wow, 2.3 back in the. It's getting close to the $30 range. Palantir's looking very good. Uber turning green. JD at the bottom. What'd I pay for those? The JDs went up. I don't know why the other ones have. Airbnb, baby. Amen. Affirm. Cisco 2. Tell me if those calls wake up. Cisco's back up 2%. It's getting back to where it was yesterday. So, again, they got to upgrade at 75. Boeing. Uber's up 0.5% there. All markets except for NASDAQ have flipped green. Dow started out green. Baba and JD. Yeah, watch Airbnb for sure right here. I mean, there's it closed at 167. Yeah, 167, 168. I mean, it could quickly move up $2 just to test 170. Very, very big level. Roblox 1.2. Lucid. That Lucid news was interesting. I don't know how, like, the weight the EPA has in certain things, but that was, it happened. You know, it happened. JD starting to bounce up there. Watch Baba as well. RSI. Again, was it IronNet? I think IRNT, they were up 50%. That was the hype play for this morning. It's coming right back up there, 41%. Cisco kind of coming down. Palantir still up. Apple is red, believe it or not. Microsoft is red. Facebook, red. They're all about the same. ASON, another 52-week high. For Tesla, IVC pop. Let's see, CCJ. Uranium down 2 a little bit. Evergrande, what I mean. No, we didn't talk about it fully. I mean, except broadly that it's a pretty big situation for him now. MO straight up. He's lit. Walgreens. Dash, Amazon. The news on Lucid is decent. I mean, again, to get recognized by a government agency, it's just like, I don't know what the EPA means to that. You know, it's like weird getting, like, it's like getting recognized by the EPA for a car is like, you know, it's not like, I think JD Power and Associates would be a little bit better. It's like, why is the EPA even, you know? But I thought it was decent. And I've seen, I think I was at a different mall in LA. I saw another mall with a potential Lucid store. Lulu on the high. Bros is dropping. So again, what's the volume? Yeah, you only got 1.6 in volume, and then it did 15 million. So the full offering has not been completed yet. That's what I'm saying. Just keep your eye on it. But it is up there. Shop big red candles. Oh, yeah, bro. Shopify's down 1.5%. Low key. That's actually pretty big. I don't think those options move, though. Yeah, the options are down 23%. You think they put the housing to see the same thing with Evergrande? Maybe. I mean, he has been buying a lot in Japan and overseas, though. But I do think the China Evergrande thing is just, I mean, something snapped. I mean, yesterday, you know, we've been talking about it, but now I think the next question is finding contagion. But like I brought up yesterday, we're getting notable divergence. So, I mean, you're getting a nice opportunity here where bad news is developing and China's selling off. But now you saw even yesterday, if our markets go up, it's going to create a very, very wide gap for us to take advantage of. And I think that would be necessary in the midst of it. Because I still, you know, I think the timing of the boat crash for Evergrande is going to be key. But it's clear something is going on there. There's Baba, Airbnb, ZLD. I saw UUP. I have a weird tinfoil theory. Tinfoil, you say? Send in the tin, a firm pop with big volume. Airbnb on the high, Apple. I was spawning into something. Bro, I want DoorDash. But all the options are expensive, you know? Evergrande gonna clap the market. That's gonna do with contagion, and that a lot of it's hard to even figure out. Oh, shit. Which one was I looking at? Hold on. I'm looking at this. Oh, my gosh. Oh, those filled? 122%. Okay, I made a play on I got Phil. I mean, it's gonna be an interesting one. I mean, I like it for I did DoorDash. I like the IPO breakout level. Oh man, I paid a lot. Amazon. Yeah, the dash things. So don't trade it. I grabbed a DoorDash next week. I got some out of the money calls. I just kept them pretty small there. Someone filled that at 75. You could have got closer to the money for slightly cheaper. That's the one I wanted, but the premiums are pretty high on that play, and then you guys are even trading them a lot lower right now. But I like it. I want to play just the IPO breakout. You're paying a premium right now. They've been outperforming, I think, for a reason, but you can see they're towards the top end of that range. So if they break out, I think that'll be good. Asan is beasting. Trade flow, how's it trading so high? That happens. I mean, you could even watch Coinbase. You know, there's underwriters who facilitate the trades essentially. So that's kind of the factor that I think is going on with it. But I've kind of learned that as long as it's not meeting my criteria, don't touch it. AMC coming down. Sorry. Uncle Inbound. Well, I have something. I mean, I'll see what happens. I'll surprise you guys with it later, since we had a discussion on it. I'm seeing if I could get you some of the best and brightest minds in the bond market. I want them to speak to the chat. Tesla, very big red. Okay, so we got that. Evergrande. I mean, I think the real question comes from that is, how is it going to affect the bonds? I mean, I could give you a little bit of tinfoil. I remember I said it this morning. The yuan tinfoil is that essentially, if Evergrande is having a issue right now, I'm actually kind of worried about the dollar, simply because if think about it, a lot of the Evergrande debt, what is it denominated in? Does anybody? I mean, it's an easy question, but I want you to think about the intricacies of the situation a little bit. It's a little different than like a foreign debt crisis. If you think it's domestic, it's not denominated in dollars. That's the problem. And I don't even know if it's in euro dollars. I'm pretty sure it's yuan. So if the yuan is where all the debt is concentrated, and now they have a pretty much collapse, right? What do you think is what does that mean people are doing? You have to pay back your debt in yuan. So that means there's probably a shortage of yuan, if anything. So if they have to, pretty much, if depending on what happens to pay back that $180 billion, you might see them convert a lot of dollars into yuan, and to actually solve the problem, it might lead to the yuan getting stronger, and then the dollar getting weaker. They could, I don't know, they could just print their way out of it, but they did that 5 years ago in 2015 to 2018. I don't know if they could print more, but that would be the only way to offset it, is if they printed a bunch of money and then that way they created yuan, right? But that is definitely a factor I'd be looking for. It's not a race to the bottom. It's again, they owe money in yuan, so if people can't if they can't pay back their debt in yuan, you could assume there might be a shortage of dollars or yuan, and they're going to convert dollars into yuan to pay back that debt. Crocs is going up more. UWMC up 1. Too bad I don't trade Forex. Well, it's a wild, bumpy ride. And bonds here again today, you can see the moves aren't as big, but now everything has flipped red. Nasdaq stayed red, but now Dow flipped, and so did the SPY. But we'll see if the bonds hit another level and what that's implying. SRP changed to green, up 7. Nasdaq hitting support. I mean, we're far from the 442 from yesterday, so we will see how today plays out. It's kind of looking like the last couple days, but I'm sure we will find out really quickly. That DoorDash went up a little, came down. Crocs is up 2.7. Big candles, Palantir on the upside. It's holding. Airbnb is at 169. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. 169 on Airbnb. Tesla's not going down that much. TMC metals. How's uranium looking? Lemonade looks like it's really in a run. Adding Dutch Bros. It hasn't met the criteria. I mean, if you're a Dutch Bros user, if you hit up Dutch Bros it's Starbucks, and you think it'll be here for that amount of time, I mean that's a different decision. But I'm trying to. I don't know about the company that much. I don't have that sort of a brand affinity for them. But I would say that it didn't meet my criteria for just the overall demand. I'll look at it down the road, but right off the bat, it's not too compelling of a IPO play in the terms of, I mean, at 60% premium, still going. There's still 10 million shares need to be sold. However, if you really believe in that company, I mean, that's, allocation wouldn't hurt. Said coffee should be made at your home. Why, man? It's okay. Coffee could be made anywhere. Yeah, no idea about the criteria of the stock, but the company is damn popular. Well, that's why, I mean, again, I mean, there's a lot of companies that you could get an idea based on how much do you like it? You know, how much do you go there? How much do you use there? So for me, so I'm saying I don't have the same brand affinity of it, but and then it's not like I'm getting sold on the financials of it or the current price. Apple's still hanging. Apple's down almost 1% right now. Let's see. I go every day. Well, that will tell you something right there. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's something you believe in and you really like. I mean, I could justify an allocation in that sense. I've never been to Dutch Bros in my life, and like I'm saying, the premium. So for me, it's a little different. Baba's coming down. Spy's coming down. We're below VWAP. Let's see. $233 up. A lot is weighed to the downside, but the numbers aren't that big. Tech is down 0.5%. Can you make Microsoft Super Bowl? I think Microsoft is already Super Bowl. That was the 4th largest buyback in history. So literally, it's like any buyback by any company in history. 60 billion is insane. They did enough on their own, is what I'm saying. So we're coming back down here. Bob is starting to slip a little bit. So is JD. So yeah, I'm going to buy. Eli's undervalued. Eli's had a lot. Doesn't Eli own Topgolf as well? Microsoft did the buyback yesterday. They announced the 4th largest ever buyback on the stock market in history. It was a very, very big move. Yeah, SPY's looking a little ugly, but in this case, it has 3 points of cushion. I mean, you can see compared to yesterday, it's kind of taking us back to the GG moment if you think about it. Yesterday was like right here. Remember, we were like, all right, GG. It's gone so far away from support, but now this is starting to play out like it did earlier. UVXY on the high. Life stock, I don't know what that one is, but that's moving. Dollars driving the market. Dollars up a decent amount right now. And again, I mean, that's why I want to see what the back and forth with even China and how that could affect things. I think it's somewhat important, but I am waiting to see what the bonds is going to show us. Why are they doing buybacks when it's up so much? I mean, sometimes that's just the best use of capital in general. I mean, think about it. If you look at everything else and the prices of everything and you wanted to allocate that money, sometimes investing in yourself will probably be the best idea. So I'm sure comparing it to everything else and to return shareholder or capital back to everybody, especially in the last year or so, it could be a good reward to shareholders, which we've seen a lot of companies do. China is just getting worse in terms of suppression of freedom of speech. Okay, Nancy. Amen. Evergrande is China's Lehman. Hurong is China's AIG. They have another one, too. When we were looking at the bond ratings, Evergrande, there's another one that's even a negative credit rating. Airbnb 170. TLT just bounced a little bit. Not Hurong's part of it, but there's another one. HD's popping. HD's up 1%. Dash, new high of the day. I think Dash is Dash is an interesting one. And remember, today is Friday Junior, so you have contracts expiring tomorrow, and keep that in mind. That's why I got next week on the Dash. DoorDash rises the most in 14 weeks. Trading volume triples. Just say Thursday. Yeah, Friday Junior. Because it's just Friday Junior, man. It's okay. Trust me. Trust me. It feels better. You know, say Thursday out loud and then say Friday Junior. Which one sounds like more appealable? You're like, oh, I've never met Friday Junior. Who's Friday Junior? And then now you got Friday vibes. Look at that. It's okay, man. I got you. It's okay. I got you. Evergrande chairman quits as directory of luxury Hong Kong property firm. I don't know if that's early or not. Oh, where are the casino stocks, too? Those are still down. Isn't that crazy? 3 days in a row. I'm surprised. They tightened down even more on the casinos, and they did go after the gaming. And then now NetEase falling. Now China does not have any stocks in the global top 10 after Tencent got clapped. Tencent and Baba. Baba was first, though. So keep eye. We had DoorDash, Airbnb. I'm looking at JD and NetEase. See what we got. Well, the only person who quit was the director of luxury, I think, or luxury Hong Kong. I think he was managing another company and he quit. Oh, NetEase did a stock split back in the day. So I'm like, why does this thing... It doesn't really... I remember this used to be like a $400 stock. SPY's coming down again a little bit more. It's slowed down for like 4 or 5 minutes, but, I mean, we should be cautiously... I would get cautious if we start to hit that 444 mark again. Because remember, I mean, you were... It's still... It would take a lot of points, but... This is the point to which we were kind of in the danger zone yesterday. But we will see if any conviction exists. I think I have a November JD 50. Or I have a 55 put. And those are pretty much, I think they're at the same price I bought them for earlier, and then the average down went up 37%. JK and Baba. Are you saying JD? Oh, China stocks just got a little candle there. SPY coming down. Little bounce on that. GME's on the high. I think Baba got a pretty decent candle there. I wish I held that ASON leap. I know I sold. Dude, I did not expect it to go like that. You know what I'm saying? We had a lot of options on the way. I still got the 100 shares, which is good, but that one was surprising. Yeah, Baba's getting some steam. SPY coming down. Dash is going up still. Dude, what? Check news on Baba. Wish Big Pop. JP Morgan supports Alibaba affiliate Ant Group to deliver card payment services for Alibaba in the U.S. That was early, though. That was like 30 minutes ago. And then there's another reiteration of it a couple minutes ago. S and XPEV, Viacom Pop. Yeah, Viacom's moving only 0.25%, but it's getting some steam. M Pop. Oh, M is up 4%. Yo, all of retail sales today. They ate that up. Microsoft's still dropping. Again, Microsoft's been a leader there, so I mean, watch to see if it lags or leads against the other mega techs. I think Lulu might be up too. Yeah, remember, Lulu already led the way because of their positive earnings. I like Fubo TV. I just haven't got into it. I think it's an interesting company. That's why I'm keeping an eye on it, but we saw it at such a low price, and then it ran up, so I'm just silently eyeing it until the right moment, or if it becomes a little bit more compelling. Peloton. I think Peloton won like some sort of case, the patent thing. Thoughts at Sam. I think Sam, you're literally, it's going to move around. You know, there's going to be trader activity, but a lot of people are responding to the fundamental situation. You know, that inventory they have, their sales, what they're expecting for guidance. So maybe they've been sandbagging it, but so far they've not had a good history. Coin clap, life going more, spies coming down more. You're back. You're literally right back to that middle point, or kind of the top end of yesterday's range before we broke out. World Economic Forum plans to return to Davos next year. You subbed to Fubo last year, but did YouTube TV this year because it's the same thing but cheaper. Thoughts on Airbnb? I heard it's a good stock. I heard that Josh Answers guy, or the trading fraternity dude, I heard he's like really like into it. I was like, why would you be into it? I was like, it's so overvalued. And I'm like, what? Oh. Davos, not Davos, Davos. Airbnb is no Airbnb. Do you know who Airbnb partnered with though? I think they partnered with Disney. They're giving away a Pooh Bear house. Apparently, they're giving away a cabin shaped like Pooh Bear. AMC on the high. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You should go look it up. I think they're literally giving away a Winnie the Pooh house. It's like, it has like jars of honey in it. It's kind of cool, but kind of weird. But it's still, yeah, branded houses. It may be the next thing. It may be. I thought you meant like actual weight. Oh, no, like Pooh Bear. Like Winnie the Pooh. Baba just flipped. Well, it's still red, but it just made up about a 0.5% right there. China Commerce says China official applies to join CPTPP. Oh. Disney, where is Disney? Then DoorDash, the premiums on those plays are going up. I don't know how the last trade just came in so high on it, but that play is almost up 100, believe it or not. I think at least 50% now. There you go, it dropped. Facebook to take a aggressive approach on harmful accounts, Reuters. Facebook news, positive, I guess. Again, big tech struggling today. They're all down about 0.75%. Google's actually leading on the downside. On Facebook, SPY just saw again. We haven't had a little bounce yet all day today. It's looking like most of the days we saw this week, except for yesterday. Yesterday was the only time when we'd have to get pretty much back above open for it to look like more like yesterday than not. U.S. stocks fall on mixed economic data growth lull. We should see, but again, I mean, a lot of people, I think even by the end of the day, we'll see coming into the weekend, but that Evergrande situation is going to be key. Vuzi. Doesn't Kathy Woods like this one? Or what is Vuzix? I feel like it's one of the hype names. It's moving up there, though. I don't know if there's news on it. Team up with Verizon to deliver Blue Jeans optimized for 5G mobile edge. That's what someone in chat saying. AMC is coming up a little bit. Airbnb's chilling out. Ulta's on the high. Dash kind of wants to go again. Ulta's up. They recovered after the little Amazon drop yesterday. Car's been pretty good. Did you hear Carvana? That one was interesting. Carvana gave a lot of shares when he founded to his family. So his dad just sold $3.5 billion worth of stock, the CEO's dad. People were talking about that this morning. Pretty cool. Different model. You know, instead of Jeff Bezos having all the shares and selling out, it's like the whole family, you know? I could vibe with it. He said, good dude, but what the F? Airbnb coming down. Dude, I don't know how ASON just keeps hitting a high every single day. Ulta partner with Target. Was that today? Banks flipping. Wells Fargo's already red. Bank of America's up a lot. XLF, actually, yeah, because Goldman's already... Why is Bro, is it Goldman with the exposure? Because that's the next thing. I think it would be HSBC, I feel like. But a lot of... Again, you're going to hear this weekend. And the next question is the contagion effect. coming out of Evergrande. I mean, some of you may get sick hearing it, but it's a definitely it's probably one of the bigger news here that we've gotten this week. But thoughts on Royal Bank? I don't know. I don't think they'd be connected to the China situation. I'm thinking of banks related to that. Otherwise, I don't really have. I haven't looked into Royal Bank too much. HSBC traditionally has more China exposure, and you can kind of see how they are. But the real question is, you know, are they really going to plummet to that level again? They're beaten down. They're one of the more. They're beaten down more than Wells Fargo was. BlackRock, they probably have real estate exposure in China. BlackRock looks like Amazon mixed with Wells Fargo. Spot selling fast AF. Down 1%. Not fast though. And Vuzi's still holding up there. SPY's about to hit another low. Why does China not bail them out? We talked about that yesterday with our bailout discussion. It really depends on what the country is going through for the most part, but there's a weird trade-off that they're going to have to do. I mean, it's either you bail out the company and they get out of it, and you know, in this case, they're probably going to have to print a lot of yuan. They're going to have to really inflate their currency to get that money back, and then it's going to have, you know, the common prosperity thing, anything else, it kind of fights in the face of that. Or otherwise, if you don't bail them out, though, it could lead to a very, very big problem as it spreads through with any contagion if they do collapse, and who it's going to affect, the other companies, the other related banks, everything else. China didn't use their metal reserve. The other was that I don't know unless they did it today, but 3 days ago, China they sold oil out of their reserves for the first time ever, which in that even highlights them kind of worried about the price of oil, as well as I don't know if they need capital as much as it is them with the price of oil. I think domestically they're trying to contain it. We're testing 445. We'll see. You're at 444 now. So again, I said watch out for this level here. Once we start getting in the lower range of 444, I mean, it starts to look like yesterday. This time the 50-day moving, I mean, the moving average is kind of coming up with it too. Very interesting. Man, look at this McDonald's pattern. What could we short that's still holding up? JD. And there's a lot of stuff. I mean, even if it's already down, it doesn't necessarily mean that the option is up. It's just, remember, it's going to depend on speed and the scope of the play. Overstock pop, Viacom strong during this. I mean, Viacom yesterday did very, very good too. Yeah, Overstock's up 1.8. Has it broken out of this range at all, though? It needs to kind of just wake up. Yeah, Viacom looking good. The next week, Baba. I don't have the next week. I have the weeklies, and then and those are up 66%. Surprisingly, the October's just went break even, but those were up today. Abivi red. SPY making another low. Abivi, we'll see. I mean, we got 2 weeks till another deposit. PayPal big red. Kind of. Just slipped off there, probably with all the other banks too. Watch out for that. Market out Pacers, Overstock, MQ, GME, Upstart. Marquette, MQ's popping right now. It's still on the high. That's like really outpacing. China gave him 3 years and shortened it. In what sense? Logistics, China, inflation down. I mean, a lot of, again, China data yesterday, retail sales and the production numbers were just not that what I think is very, very surprising. I don't think it's like a total, oh my gosh, it's getting clapped now. But the biggest difference is that there's just a divergence now, especially, I mean, I hope we go up here. I don't want our markets to come down, because if we get a clear China sell-off while we hold up, I mean, that's the opportunity that gets created. What kind of opportunity? One for volatility. PayPal, Viacom. How's DoorDash? DoorDash wants to go. Roblox, Blockco. When divergence hits, short on our markets, long on China. Yeah, and even going at, well, not even long on China. Oh no. I think it just depends on the scale, but I think it would create a shorter term move to the downside across global markets and then go from there. But some people are talking about, emerging markets. I think after, if they really do flush and China does cause something, it could create opportunity. But I mean, it really depends on the scope of what's going on in China. I mean, if China's economy is really, really slowing down right now, and then you add the Evergrande situation, and that, who knows the extent of, what they own, the contagion, all that, that's going to be the key. Why do I keep blaming China? I'm not blaming China. I mean, I'm just analyzing the economy. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, you see today, retail stocks are up in our markets. We're doing good. We're selling off on the overall market, but we surprised our retail sales. China was, all the China growth numbers have collapsed. And then, not to mention, you just had the largest company there, or $156 billion to $300 billion of debt, just announced that they're not even trading. They're suspending their bond trading, given the recent downgrade by credit agencies. So this isn't blaming anybody. This is just looking at the literal facts of the matter, and trying to strategize a play to profit off of it. TLT's coming down. Same, yeah, exactly like 2008. Our housing market, I think China would probably be a little bit more limited in scope to the contagion in China, but it could definitely, if JP Morgan down to any of these banks, BlackRock has certain exposure, it could get clapped. Oh yeah, Yum China as well too. That was yesterday. They literally downgraded expectations on profits, and they're in the food services or food industry. They downgraded that by 50%, 50 to 60. So that's why the number yesterday was so scary with the retail sales. I mean, people were expecting bad China data today or yesterday, but not that bad. I mean, again, every analyst was expecting 7% retail growth, and it came in at 2. Nobody really, I don't even think there was an estimate that low. We don't have any headlines. Not today. I mean, the only other headline you could think of would be the Evergrande situation. Other than that, the positive headlines today are energy prices are kind of supporting the market, and it's showing some demand even in Europe. Europe did good. And then our retail sales was a positive surprise because, again, you're seeing what's going on with China, and you're seeing over the last couple months or month or two with Delta, the fact that it's chilling out or the fact that our retail is showing some gains. People thought that wouldn't happen, especially with auto prices and auto sale demand coming down. So they really, the retail sales was a really bright spot for us today. But that's about it. Chinese markets are too undervalued right now. Everything's priced in. I kind of disagree because if that was the case, Evergrande wouldn't be down like 60, 70% in a week because they would have priced that in. And then everything else that it's related to, JD, Baba, all the companies getting hit by it. Not even that, but just in the whole other factor of everything else. Josh hates China. That means buy China. Not at all. I'm fascinated by the country and what they have going on, and I've studied it for almost a decade now at this point. 6 or 7 years, really. Good morning. Yeah, the get your Christmas. That is true, huh? The get your Christmas gifts now. Maybe that was the retail sale boom. That's actually pretty good. Was ASON pacing this much? What do they even do? I honestly, at this point, I don't even know. What does ASON even do? Baba low. Yeah, Baba did have a little bit of a bounce there. Altria sold off. They were up in the morning. They specialize in gains. Yeah, Baba is bouncing right there. Every single day. Opens red, comes back up, kills the premiums. So we'll see. Good thing we have the ones for next week. And then Airbnb, it might make the 170 push. Spies going down. Roku on the high. Roku, a little bit of a mini pop right there, actually. Roku looks like it's moving. A little pop. I think we're getting it a little bit early there. I'm going to check some news on that. Newegg, big pop. So short some EV. EV stocks are going to be very, at least looking at the China situation, because that's kind of the golden goose. So EV has been the bright spot for China, and then you see how the rest of the world is going after it right now. So EV has a very interesting role in all of this. Clap yesterday. New days, though. Hey, man, Jumi, good morning. Good morning. Gazprom keeps 2021 plan for exports to Europe at 183 BCM. Again, the oil and energy and factoring in what's going on in Europe, that has had some effect today. JD's on the high. Where did this guy come from, man? I didn't see anything on Roku, but keep your eye on that one. Dash starting to fall. Womp womp womp. Yeah, China does want their EV companies to merge, but they don't. I don't think they're going to be as a. Maybe they might. Who knows nowadays? But they want to. You could tell they've been very cautious towards the EV industry in terms of regulation. You could tell that they've kind of avoided it in a way. You still like that play after this market move? Which play? Rest of the market down. Send me global supply chain. Yeah, email me at tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Oh, Dash? After, yeah, I think it's, coming into next week. We've seen the IPO breakouts. It's either going to break out and go crazy above there or not. And I'll put $100 on that. If China devalues their currency, I don't know if they're going to. I don't know if they can. I think they, think about it. Before you saw this massive money print in America, do you know who did it first? It was China back in 2016 and 2018. So they've already printed so much money. It would get them out of the Evergrande situation. All China would have to do is print a bunch of yuan, and now, boom, any obligations could be met. But it's interesting that they're not. I don't know if they'll weaken it. If anything, if there is a true, one failure after another, if it leads to them not being able to pay back Evergrande and that situation does truly explode, it would make the yuan stronger. That's my opinion coming off of this morning. Because then I think there would be a higher demand for dollars. A less demand for dollars, higher demand for yuan to pay back the creditors in yuan. You're going to have to convert it to yuan anyway. So, and you're already kind of seeing that. That's why the last couple days, except for today, ironically, but maybe today could highlight some of the panic to a degree. Dollar's up a lot, but leading into it, you kind of saw the dollar start to decline from this week. Some people could argue that was why. Without causing inflation for them, but I think they are already caused a massive amount of inflation. Yes, we've printed a lot of money just in the last year, but China has printed, over the last 5 years, they've printed a lot of money. Let me see if I can find it. On leaps here on growth stocks that are now getting hit. So we went over it yesterday. We had a whole lesson on leaps if somebody wants to tag it up on there. But it is something that, it all depends if you want variable or not. See, y'all don't feel me, man. Y'all don't feel me. That's why, man. Like the China stuff, I really hope you guys can. I know it. I don't talk about China because I'm like biased on it as much as I'm interested in it and its effect on the economy. So this is what I'm saying. Like if you think America and what we did was crazy with what's it called? With our money printing and all of that, as you're seeing here, 2015, this is where they started to, they increased their money supply by 2015 to 2017. They increased it by 50%, almost. You could really see they were at 3,000 all the way to 5,000. Oh, you can't see? So right here's Chinese money supply, and this is assuming that it's accurate. And this isn't accounting for any shadow debt or off-book debt, which they are known to have. So you can see here, this is just overall money supply, M1. But it's gone. It just shot up in 2015 to 2017, 2018. And then that's why, notice in 2020, even though we're in the middle of the crash, they did some stimulus, but they already unleashed the kitchen sink 2-3 years before that. So this is why I'm saying the answer it's the same shit we're doing now. They just did it first. Again, go back to that one video I told you, just like our policies, you can't be feeding at the same time. So this is showing you really their answer would be to print more money, but they already printed so much prior, they may not be able to do it. See what I'm saying? So that's where the real key is coming from. But we will see what happens. Shadow debt, like the option plays you missed and never spoke about. I don't think so, because you're speaking about it, whereas real shadow debt, nobody would talk about it. And it's actually, it gets recorded, then they say it gets paid off, or it's public debt, then it gets absorbed as private debt. Or if private debt, then it gets absorbed as public. So, like, my plays, you'll see it. Like, I can't hide a $10,000, $18,000 loss on these, unfortunately. That'd be nice. You know what I'm saying? But it's not, I mean, it's the same effect regardless. But like I'm saying here, looking at the Airbnb situation, the China situation, whereas I thought I had the chart up. Looking at the money supply, it's like, I think it's just a real valid question of what's going to happen to the yuan, and maybe it can explain some of the strength that it's had. We're at the like resistance. Run it, baby. Is this where companies like DiDi come in? I mean, with everything I told you, if anything, companies like DiDi arrive in the sense that maybe they just wanted our dollars because they need yuan. But I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the same thing in the sense that it all adds to the effect. He pressed the boss. I'll have to make some shadow chats around here. Be positive and respectful, or don't be. I mean, I like everything going on. I mean, I'm excited with everything. I think good questions regardless. I don't even see any shade. I think it's beautiful. I think today's a beautiful day. Horn! Amen. BA running. Phoenix, my second city. Amen. Phoenix, Arizona. I guess I would be Tucson, but I could say I was an Arizonian for some time. Quad witching will kill the premium. I mean, it could create some volume. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, the spread on those Airbnbs are getting so fat now. So now I think people haven't been doing that. Stop yelling and blowing out my ears. My bad, man. That's why we gave a warning. That's why I'm like, horn, you know what I'm saying? It gives you a little bit of time to, you know, do what you need to do. My bad. Next time I do it, you'll hear me yell out horn. Horn. 1, 2, 3. There you go, just like that. See? Boom. Boom. Look at that. You know, there was a time in Chad history where we did not have an early warning horn system. Okay? So a lot of people, you know, we listen to the people, even though we are under a full dictatorship, or we could operate like we could go full China on you, but we, you know, we try to listen to the people. We try to be appreciative, you know. We even any potential side eye, you know, we deal with it because we just want to make sure the people are educated and get a long term at the end of the day. At the end of the day. The old days, you might have gotten clapped for a horn shade. Oh, yeah, bro, it was very draconian. Very draconian, as they would say. It was a tough time. You know, shout out to the Chads that made it. Shout out to the Chads that made it. It's good. They've grown. They've grown in such an environment they could last any Chad environment. December, we did a push-up contest. You had COVID. You were in it. Should have told me you had it. COVID. We couldn't. I didn't want you to get crazy. What are your thoughts on random YouTube channels that suddenly became stock traders due to the meme stocks? In a weird way, it happened every year prior. In a weird way, so it's the same thing. I mean, time will totally, it'll keep the ones that deserve to stay, and it'll get rid of the ones that are kind of here today, gone tomorrow. But it's part of the market. You've gotten so much activity in the market. That's one thing that has been negative. Has been the call volume has recently dropped back to some previous levels, and that kind of highlights it. But other than that, it's still pretty, the timing of everything. It's just all about time. I mean, that's the real, look at Evergrande situation. Look at all the different stock situations we've seen, All it takes is time to, that's why I hope you get the long term. It's not even just YouTubers. It's everybody. It's literally everybody. It does not matter what it comes down to. That's why I hope you have a long term. I hope you have your budget set. You know what I'm saying? Because that will, you should be prepared and ready to go no matter what. And I mean that in the sense of watch the balance. I mean, really what I think this year has brought about it's been more being trigger happy, and kind of there's so many opportunities every day, or seemingly opportunities. I mean, you're going to see a 40% stock move every single day, like just randomly out of nowhere. So, and even when I see it, it'll tempt me even more to take a shot at something when I'm looking back at them, thankful for the long term, some of the longer term plays, and just holding certain stuff where it's if you just wait really for the catalyst. I mean, spreading events is a good strategy. It'll do a lot. Don't you ever get bored trading every day 365? I've been doing it for a long time. I do enjoy it. How is this not fun? I'm telling you, every day there's something new in the world. New things are going on. It gets my mind working. I get to think about what's going to happen. I get to have discussions, some low-key arguments as I try to explain it. It's good. I think it's beautiful. Brandon Frizzle. Hard. That's your warning, Chads. Brandon Frizzle. Oh, it's evolving. It's evolving. Oh, dude. Oh, man. It went Bradley Frizzle to Bradley Frizzle to Brandon Frizzle. He's like, now I'm the OG. Yo, that's funny. That's funny. You did that. You made it. I was like, see, that's a good new account to make. Man, some people make a new account just to tell me that how much they hate me. Some people make a new account for just weird, weird. That was a good one. That one I think is worth the time and effort to make the account. That was funny. That's just taking it to the next level. That's that joke. DoorDash launches alcohol delivery in U.S., Canada, and Australia. I don't know if that's old. And SPY's chilling out here. We haven't bounced above any of the other levels, but we'll see. Josh has a positive outlook. Hey, man. It is, but also, I mean, I hope you see it's kind of embedded in experience. I mean, I have a reason to be positive. And the reason is, I mean, if you've stayed alive or if you've been around markets long enough, I mean, you've seen a lot and you see how things play out. I mean, that's one thing I have to remind myself, even though this is so unprecedented. Have you seen that South Park? Unprecedented. This is so unprecedented. Everything's unprecedented. It's you might want to think everything's really unprecedented, but I mean, the market has seen these waves in and out. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it's this has happened before, just with everything. I mean, even all the way down to the China stuff. So this is good. It's good. Am I going to play Argo? I don't know what it is. I'll look at the IPO criteria. That's all we need. It's even crazy. Like, there's so much demand that even all these IPOs are still opening up with a pretty high premium. Is it better to stay alive not making any trade or staying alive attempting trades? Staying alive not trading until you have a real trigger. Not like trigger for the market, but like if you have to limit the shots you take in a sense. I think that would be better. I think the problem is it has been so tempting this year to go after everything else, and that's why. I mean, that's why the long term again is good. You could still take trades in that. It's not saying don't trade at all, but you got to. I think picking and choosing. There was a lot of that you could have seen every month if you avoided a couple trades. It really could change the overall result, just because every month so much time has gone by, and then you'll look at it and you're like, damn. It's the same thing as spinning your wheels. It's just like, wow, I could have just bought this and held it versus trying to go in and out all the time. I mean, that's why long terms are holding up. You know, you have to really think about it. How is anybody even losing money on options? It's just the timing. It's just literally things expiring. Whereas you look at the markets and a lot of stuff, everything has just gone up continuously. This year, people felt like missing out hit harder than the loss. Oof, but launch. Oof. Ooh, oh man, amen. I agree. I agree 100%. I think it's spread to even Fed Kaplan. Where I think that's the best way to say it. People felt like missing out hit harder than the loss, and it's still kind of true, just because the inflationary stuff, all of that, that says something. That got people feeling a certain way, but that was said very, very beautifully. People were more afraid of missing out than the actual loss. I'm waiting to sell the AMC cover calls. BBIG 14. That was Uber. They're actually up. Airlines were up. Retail's still holding up. I think it's just big tech kind of taking things down. Is that Boeing? I thought it was Apple. TLT's coming back up too, so that one's interesting. There's BS on why you shouldn't be long on the way up. It's just natural, just because things are so high. But I agree. In this year, that's why I wish I made it more of a point. I feel like I always have, but I feel like I could have done more. You always need the long term. That's why it's like, again, I don't want people to walk away being this educated in the market or having this opportunity, and people are going about not owning anything. And that's just what it's coming down to. I mean, we've seen the effect from starting that in 2019. Larkin, Isaiah, I hope you're doing good, baby. SPWR Pop deal with Toll Brothers. SPWR Pop deal with Toll Brothers for homes in solar and homes in Cali. Any recommendation on what platform to trade if I'm from Africa? I do not know, actually. I do not. I mean, they got TD Ameritrade or no? Toll is not really. I think SunPower would benefit the most off of it, because Toll is going to have to do, any new homes in California, they're going to be required to add the solar panels. That was the 2020 code. So I think SunPower probably benefit off of it more. Well, we'll see. And then SunPower's just been pinned over here, so if this wakes it up, that could be really good. Favorite places to vacay. I forgot what it's off the coast of. Beautiful views. Like the people are like super, super nice. They don't really eat a lot. But then, and like, sometimes they like, it's not like civil war, but they get like excited. But Chattadonia, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful place. I love the government there. Just how they, I just chatted. Yeah, it's amazing. Chattadonia. Y'all really thought I was talking about somewhere else, huh? Yeah, my bad. G said, Toll Brothers is moving off that. Datadog. Remember, Datadog was a leader before ASON. Remember Datadog? See, it's doing the same thing. That's why the companies that led all throughout this last quarter, they're still killing it. Any news attributed to the red day? Not direct. If anything, we have more positive news with our retail sales this morning. And then, there's some energy concerns that could be negative, but also positive in the sense of what it will do for prices and demand. And then the only other thing would be a further escalating China situation. Other than that, it's kind of trading like we saw the last couple days, except for yesterday where we opened up a little bit and then we sold off. Regardless of what the, good or bad news. Again, you saw a dovish CPI, and you still saw what happened with the market. Palantir high. Banks, not all of them. I don't know if when Wells Fargo or Bank of America goes red, but I know JP Morgan and Goldman. Goldman was leading on the way down, and then BlackRock down too. Some people are asserting that it could be from the China situation. Excuse me. Thank you. Thoughts on any BBIG? I'm kind of just seeing them as like in the middle of a lot of confusion in the last 2 weeks. Those have been the names that retail has kind of flocked to as the opportunity when everything kind of stayed a little stagnant. BlackRock and the word down in the same sense. I know it is weird. I mean, I said it. BlackRock looks like a mix of Amazon and Wells Fargo. GM will extend production halt at its Michigan factory that builds EV for the Bolt. Yeah. Bro, they recalled the Bolt. You know what they said? How crazy is this? They said, don't park next to somebody that, if you have a Volt, don't park 50 feet next to somebody. T-Cat's popping. Mm-mm-mm. 50 feet. Do you realize how, like, 15 feet? I get it. 50 feet? Because they're scared they're just going to blow up. Like, it's wild. Bro, they should not 50 feet from any cars. It's an EV Pinto. For real. It's wild. Or not Volt, the Bolt. What is... That's their fault for me. You know, in my country, the V and the B is very hard, you know, to make it to combine it. You know, like bilo, vilo, it's the same. It's the volt, but 50 feet. That was their guidance towards it. No, I think the battery is just when the car is parked, not when it's driving. A newer model. If you have the car, I would go check with the actual warning. But seriously, though, because that did came on. See, TLT, is it going up? See, so weird. Oh, man. I love it. I love it. SPY's coming down again. It's a very interesting situation. I wonder if we get any lower, it starts to get the conviction move there is going to be very interesting. Hearing on examining China risk to investors postponed. Yeah. That was just a new one, too. House hearing on examining China postponed. Again, Troy's posting that now. Baba's up. GM still drop. I thought GM... So there it is. New low on the SPY. High ticker still has some names, and there's still some names holding up. But I think as we start getting into the lower 444, if we break that back down to 442, it might start getting a little bit weird. Trying to decline the meeting. Yeah, that was a couple days ago. UUP rocket ship today. It's chilling out a little bit. If it kept going throughout all this, that would be very worrisome. Whereas Ford, GM selling off even heavier right there. Getting off a little bit of that news, but Ford's coming down too. Apple's about to hit a new low. Amazon seems to be doing the best. Every big tech is down at least 1%. We'll see. We haven't had a 1% move on the on any index since like July. So this could actually be key at looking. I mean, you're pretty big so far. It looks like we're about 1/8% almost, at least above 0.5% on every index. Ford moving the same as GM. GM just got that news there. Oh, yeah, Win too. All the casinos got hit again. There's more China news on that. The fact 3 days in a row is just wild. AMC, is it running? Yep, AMC's on the high. Am I crazy for averaging down on Verlander? I mean, not if it's equity and you're gonna hold it, but I'm down on that 40%. I just kept it and held it, but I brought that up on the watch list because even you saw like some of the other small share plays that I've done. I just went bigger with that one. If I went with the small amount, it would have been a lot better. But either, as long as you're allocated for it, I mean, I think it's decent, but it's a higher risk, higher reward. It's one of the, because again, it's like more of the hype plays, that industry, but then you kind of bought it at the lower end of the spectrum. That's what I like about it, but you still need it to do its thing. Otherwise, there's the risk in it, but the shares do make it easier. Top Wall Street bet stocks: Palantir, Baba, Wish, GME, Tesla, Clove, IronNet, Microsoft, Sophie, Amazon, Apple, AMC, SDC, Starbucks, Wind, Till, QQQ, Net, Hood, AMD, CCJ, ELY, OPAT, EM, and NVIDIA. Where is NVIDIA? Down 1.2. 220. Yeah, they're holding up nice. And then uranium, CCG. Like eBay and Airbnb. Why don't you have a lander on your long-term website? You've been here for a while. I think you could answer that question. If it's on the Robinhood, it's not my long-term. So that one's not a long-term play. The long-term plays are very easily identifiable. China applies to join TPP. Check your email, Shavar. My guy, I hope you've been doing well, bro. I will look in a second. Let me see this the TPP. Not the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or is it the trade pack? I miss you too, man. I hope you've been doing good. Hopefully that long-term kick in too. Commerce Minister Wang Wentao officially presented China's application to New Zealand, the depository of the trade pact, in a teleconference Friday. Thrombotic thrombopenic purpura. I don't know if that's it. That email explains. I got you, baby. Oh, shit. Let's go, baby. Shavar. I didn't know you did that. That's hype. Bruh. Shavar bought a franchise. That's crazy. He said he turned the TLT gains from last year into a franchise. That's where you been at, huh? You've been grinding. Ooh, hard. That's really hype. That's really hype. Oh, fuck yeah. Where's it at, bro? Is it ATL? You gonna hook it up with some food, man? Is that where we're gonna have a co-meetup then? He has the plug now. He's the plug. Oh yes, let's go. You got a food franchise. I mean, y'all hit up Shavar on. I don't know if can I reveal? Can I put out the info? I don't know what I'm disclosed to disclose. I don't know what I've been approved to disclose. He said it's what is it? Suwannee Spice Wings. It's a wing. It's like a wing stop. Woo, bro, this looks fire. This looks fire. I live in Suwannee, Georgia. There you go, man. That's Chad owned and operated. He wants you all to pull up. All right, man. Georgia. Suwannee Spice Wings, baby. I love it. I love it. That's really hype. We will talk very soon. I want to see how that industry works. I want a wing location, man. That's hype. That's really hype. Amen. It's Suwani. I don't know how to say it, man. You got one for free? For free? Say less. Say less. Say less. That's hype. Dog, turning TLT into a chicken spot. That's hype. That's so hype. I love it. At Tim 4, we were talking about the yuan and the yuan versus the dollar, given if there was a rush to capital in China because of Evergrande. I'm coming to visit. I'm right here in Alpharetta. All right, there you go. I want to see some. I know a couple Chads better pull up. That would be hype. One Chad feeding another Chad. It's amazing. Palantir high of the day. Roaring Kitty fined $4 million in his role in what? Oh, a former employer. Oh, okay. I was like, what? I said they just fined him? Oh, that's crazy. No, they fined his employer. Wasn't it like Mutual Life or something like that? It's not. I think the employer, because I think they had regulations on like their employees and what they were doing. Remember, they brought that up during the thing because he, you know, we have a couple of Chads like that in here. If they work for, if you work for like insurance companies or you work for certain like financial providers, you can't trade certain stocks, and you need like approval and everything else, like from the company, like FINRA, all of that. So he worked in the industry, and that's why, you know, I don't think they held him responsible, but they did. I guess now they're holding the company that he worked for. Yeah, you can't trade crypto? No way. Crypto? Funny thing is, Pelosi and the Feds can. Even Fed Kaplan, ironically. You can't trade like any company. So since you represent other people and then the company in general, you're allowed to trade, but it's a lengthy process. So like you have to go and you have to get approval. If you wanted to go buy 100 shares or something, you have to get approval from it. They have to know it. Then like some stuff they won't allow you to buy. It is a conflict of interest if you think about it. Clover Healthcare above normal, directionally bullish. I'm looking at Airbnb right now. I was looking at the Leap. Were we the first ones to buy the Leap on the open interest? I think we might have been. 39, 41, 42. Yeah, I think we might, because I'm like, here's the bottom of it. But it looks kind of weird for now, but I'm trying to see how that, because the play's moving, but it's just because of the spread. Suwani Spice Wings, that's where it's at. That's Shavar's spot. That's so hype. I'm worried about regulations with Airbnb. That's a very a rightful worry to have. Just because that is part of I mean, even you even hear it when I'm like, you know, that one place in Michigan, like I would love to have another Airbnb somewhere, but yeah, Angie's popping, but the regulation is all part of it. STZ Chicle. Watch out, that could affect Sam. Constellation. I'm from Shanghai. Let's go, Shanghai. Amen. They own Corona. Hawaii instituted strict restrictions. That's what they do. I mean, it's kind of like Uber. I mean, you remember when Uber used to run free? And then all of a sudden, like, people would complain about it. People would get annoyed. At one point, you remember when they banned they banned Uber from airports and some places, and then they eventually started just making Uber pickup spots. So it's kind of like that with Airbnb. Like even in San Diego, like there's some locales, like by the beach and other places, they have strict regulations on Airbnb, or they only allow like a Airbnb zone essentially. So they like create certain areas that your house has to be in a certain location to qualify, or to not be, you know, fully regulated. But regulation is going to be a part about it. Is going to be a big part about it. It's always going to be a risk for Airbnb, but I don't think, you know, I don't think people will get over it, in the sense that, you know, they're not going to just stop Airbnb, if that makes sense. Like, I kind of picture it like Idiocracy, you know, Idiocracy, and like, you know, how everything brought to you by Carl's Jr. I feel like I could picture a world where like everybody just Airbnbs everything. Does that make sense? It's like, I think they're always just gonna be like, yeah, Airbnb your bathroom, Airbnb your kitchen, Brondo. I feel like everyone just Airbnb. I can make money Airbnb in it. I don't think they're gonna get over it, but it will be, you know, more restrictions and regulation is definitely in the cards in the short term, even in the midterm. Airbnb your washing machine. IMF Georgieva cited in World Bank probe of business rankings, played key role in changing China ranking. Georgieva? World Bank probe looked at issues with doing business. CM President Numera, China should have been lower in 2018 report. What's this? Airbnb. You love the passion, but it's your conviction stock. It's one of them. I mean, I felt the same way about Abivai. I bought that month after month after month, and then it rocketed. Same thing with Snapchat. Did it with Uber. It shot up and then came down, back down to the price. Another one I put a lot of money into that I have the same feelings towards is Roblox. So lately it's been one that I've talked about, but there is a couple. I mean, it's not the only one, but there is a reason why I believe in it. We've talked about it many times, and there's a reason to not believe in it too. The valuation and, you know, like we said, regulation risk. So you just got to go. It's just like when we talked about today with the Dutch Bros. It's like if you like it, it's one thing. You know, it's one thing to look at it from something you operate with versus something you don't. Like, I've never had Dutch Bros coffee, but I've made a substantial amount actually Airbnb properties in my life. So there's, you know, it's easier for me to spot the value or opportunity. Forge IPO, bro, up 40% already. UWMC, I'm down 30% on that one. That was another big one. That was a conviction play, but out of all of them, I mean, the one that goes down is the one that pays dividends. So I could rock with it, but that one, I'm sure, and even then, I mean, Roblox, I'm barely up on. I'd say like 10-15%. Uber, I'm still only up 10% on it now, maybe 15%, but it doesn't really change my attitude towards them at all. Sugar water. How much? 11 million shares. They might do it. Forge Rock might do it. 11 million. So that needs what, like 5.5, 6 mil? A firm pop. DraftKings director sold 39 million in stock. AMC still on the high. Uber on the high. Affirm 113. What did it hit that one time? Didn't it hit 120? Yeah. Absolutely nutty. I didn't have a chance to go to Dutch Bros yesterday. I got clapped yesterday. I fell asleep mad early. I took a nap and then I had a headache. I was like, I'm going to bed. That's it. I didn't even get to do leg day. I was very sad with myself. I don't even know where to find Dutch Bros. I didn't even look at it. You could buy on eBay, like Dutch Bros coffee. I want the experience. Okay? I want to go through the drive-thru. I want to see the people. You know what I'm saying? BB pop in, Twitter, are all the meme stocks going? TLT's coming down. Did BlackBerry get halted? No, but there you go. It's running. Affirm. Tesla pop. Friendliest staff you'll meet. Have you heard of a brand called Chick-fil-A? My pleasure. Let's see if Dash holds up. BlackBerry, that was weird. I think just the meme stocks got to move, but we'll see here if we come down or not. We haven't had any upward swing, and it's already been almost 2 hours. I think by yesterday we were what? We were already up above the open, so we're back in the range. We're kind of testing the support again. Biden awards 16 peak slots at Newark Airport to low-cost carrier to boost competition. Delta. They're going down. Shouldn't Save go up off that? Einstein Bros slaps. It's just they don't got the IPO. Save volume. There you go. A little bit. Affirm still going. Let's see the China stocks. Man, we got to figure out. I really want to know the contagion effect of Evergrande. Some people are speculating that, there you go, Save's popping off of the low-cost carrier news. But it's, I wonder how it's going to play out. Some people are saying that the bond halt, they said it's only going to last for a day, but then they're saying that they're going to, it might just get halted indefinitely. So we'll see. Are those same connections? It's look. It's both China banks with exposure and then the United States banks that would have exposure. And then, I mean, we'll be able to factor it if there's any broader political action from China. I mean, something like printing more money, weakening their currency, all of that, that would have an effect. BlackRock has a lot of exposure, but like I just want to know what sort of like I just wonder how big, and then how, you know, I feel like they would be good at insulating themselves more or less. I could check. Let me see. Again, just like we saw yesterday, I mean, we could do this for any of these companies. This is what we'd want to look at, pretty much the segments. But like we saw yesterday, you know, Starbucks is like 17%. Foreign exchange by geography. So Asia Pacific, 4%. So it's like, is BlackRock really? But then again, this is where like you have to really ask yourself. You know, it's saying 4% China, Asia Pacific exposure, right, of all of their revenue, and even long-term assets is very, very small, right? But then the real question is going to be, how much of Europe is tied into China, is tied into Asia Pacific? Again, it's just like Archegos, where there could be loans out, like pretty much what sort of counterparty risk do you have? You know, where does it start to lead into everything else? No, that was not Tastyworks. I'm not a fan of Tasty. But BlackRock, I mean, that by the looks of it, it seems like more revenue is going off to it's more I'd say it's more, what's it called? You saw more revenue out of China from Starbucks than BlackRock. Great weekend. I'm back out to DC for a little executive protection detail. Ooh. All right, man. You be safe out there, man. God bless you, and thank you. Thank you for your service. Hold it down. Whew. Chat, baby. Who bought bits of those loans and who got leverage? Exactly. And that's why I mean, it would make sense if it's spread to European banks, but by the looks of it, it looks like BlackRock isn't going to be your. It should be, but it's not. Like, I mean, again, that number is saying 2020. You know, they're not there. But like, let's see. Like, look at HSBC. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is just off the filings. Compare HSBC to everything else. They literally have 53% revenue from Asia. Look, what the hell is this? They have negative 13% revenue intra HSBC items. Like 152% of operating income is coming from Asia. Pre-tax income. Like, do you see? Like, this is HSBC. And that's like, I remember I said that, you know, we've talked about it. They're usually the one with the most China exposure. So, I mean, if anything, that's probably, but I wonder how much of it is actually going to be apparent just through those filings, if that makes sense. SRNG. SRNG. Soaring Eagle is soaring, but it is a SPAC. Airbnb drop quick. Airbnb. Oh, Airbnb, WTF, man. How you do this? It go up every day. It got downgraded and then still go up. But, you know, this is good. SPACs aren't bad, but they're just, I mean, we've had our experience with them already, but it's just going to be volatile and risky. That's all. And traditionally, back in the day, before 2021, before a lot of hot money, you know, SPACs were just like one step above penny stocks to a degree. They were looked down upon, or they were looked at in a weird way. I'm so tired of hearing about Airbnb. What do you want me to do, man? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But one day, that phrase may play back in your head. Asan, slip in. Earmuffs. I was trying to put regulations. JD is exposed to a lot of different industries there in China, so they have exposure in a lot of weird different places. AI, that Tesla, that's pizza. Pizza on the high. Is HD still going? The witch is coming. The quad witching. Yeah, only 4 names are up on the Dow. HD, American Express, McDonald's, and Nike. I don't even know why Nike's even up. How are you on Thursday, Junior? I'm great. Only 134 names up, so a lot is weighing to the downside, it looks like. Let's see where it's our balance. Every industry is down on the S&P. And then consumer discretion is the only positive on the Dow. Very interesting. HD is the leader. Why is HXL not it's not tradable? I don't know why. I really couldn't tell you. I thought that was just the early report that first time when we had the news, but that one has been interesting. That one was a dud. That one got clapped, but it's been creeping up. I don't know why. The why today, I mean, Walter, I know you're not going to like the answer. The only thing I could assume would be China today, because retail sales were good and it's continuing on. Either it's a mix of both China, but then also slowing global recovery, but you have China data pointing to that. Otherwise, it should have been pretty decent with our surprisingly a good retail one. Hood. Oh, Hood. Yeah, a little pop there. Can you explain why the IRS wants to monitor account? It's not even accounts. So they're not. So I think they're changing that. I don't think they're allowing. I don't think they're going to allow the IRS to see bank accounts and like actual balances. But the workaround to that is that they would require all financial institutions to report any transaction above $600. So, it's at the end of the day. It's so they could tax you. They're expecting to make $450 billion off of it. I mean, at that point, it would be a lot harder to get around anything. But then also, you know, like I said, just in the future, you really don't know how it could be used against you, in the sense that it's a big scope of monitoring. It's really, I mean, it's pushing you closer to China than not. 10K to 600. So that's what you have to realize. So anytime you get paid above, if you deposit $600, if you get a $600 check or anything, a report gets sent to the IRS, so that when you start, so then by the end of the end of the year, if you say, I mean, this much money or this, whatever, they're gonna pretty much have most of your transactions will have been reported. Keep it at $5.99. Yeah, but that's very hard to control. I mean, think about your job. Think about any checks you make. $600 is a very small amount. Read it closer. It says 600 annual income or outflow. I will have to look at that. All I saw was that it's $600 it's just reporting. So that's any transaction in or out, $600 will get reported. So I don't think the $30 transactions will get reported, but that's the whole idea, is that most anything substantial, like $600 is small, but it's just like that covers a lot. No, that's not official yet. So the two things, yesterday they agreed on a bunch of different corporate taxes that passed the House panel, and the two things that they're punting to Pelosi, they want Pelosi to figure it out and and get that, and that it could have a real bigger effect. So even then, the IRS $600 thing is not confirmed yet. It has not been it's on the table, but they're doing the $600 requirement, and then the SALT deductions. Like I keep talking about the SALT deductions. I think that's the most important, because that's the silver lining with it. I mean, it sucks because if they monitor every transaction 600 or above, there's going to be higher tax burdens. I think people are going to, everyone's going to really need a tax person at that point. But then, anybody, SALT deductions are going to be used to combat that, essentially. So, like, depending on what they agree for the SALT deductions, that's why some people or high income earners may not, depending on where you're at, they may not feel the same way. I mean, it's just, if they're going to monitor taxes more, and then they're probably going to increase more tax loopholes and tax write-offs. Sadly, that's what I mean, there's a reason Wall Street's reacting a certain way, but not too much. That's why I'm saying it sucks, because down the road, if it stays like that and doesn't get changed for the next 5-10 years, it's going to be harder for people to understand their taxes. They're going to be more more just monitoring of it, but then the people who understand how to do it will be able to get around it. And it's one thing for just your tax obligation, but it's also more so, I mean, you never know how it could be used against you down the road, where literally every single one of your transactions is essentially monitored. I mean, if I looked at your bank account and I saw what you were buying and selling, would I be able to make assumptions about you? I'm going to be like, yo, this guy keep going to Toys R Us. Why you spending so much money at Toys R Us? And then he keep eating out here, and then he put 500 into a Robinhood, and then he put 700. He went to a strip club ATM. Hold on here. And then depending on where you work or where you don't work, and then that could be, imagine in credit cases in the future, if they ever wanted to do in a weird, like, austerity measures or a structural adjustment on you, they could look at every single transaction you've made. It gets pretty, that's I'm more worried about the future implications versus what it is. Forward pop. Let's check news. Ford adds to increase production of electric F-150. Ford add 250 million, 450 jobs to support F-150 Lightning production. Then U.S. bonds coming, some of the bond auctions. Literally close your bank and just put it still wouldn't work. It's a financial institutions. Any financial institution, even TD Ameritrade's a TD Bank, that would get reported as well too. The mattress is my financial institution. Nah, I mean, I don't even. But how are you going to get the money? Who's going to pay you in damn cash? Even Coinbase, too. But, like, come on, think about it. Who's going to pay you in cash? So the minute it touches a bank account and it's more than $600, that's it. She said drug fiends. They're gonna say zero, monitor everything. Well, that's why it's up to, I don't know how many of you call into your local offices, where you live, voting, all of that, but it's really up to, most of it. They try to see what people are willing to do. It's just now you have a lot of people are willing to do it right now. I mean, honestly, my tinfoil is that it's just all of this is just the last year and a half has been a marketing push. Like ESG is low key, like it's sad. It's just a lot of it is low key a fraud, in the sense that people are advocating a lot of these changes, and it sounds good when you hear it, but a lot of like environment, like who doesn't want the environment to be better, and we need it, but they're not. They're raising all this money for it, and they're creating inflation, but it's not actually going towards that stuff. So as long as but the point is, people are willing to accept it right now because they like the narrative. So as long as people are willing to do that, then that's the path it'll be on until people are really like, okay, not really down with that. But again, a lot of this stuff, like I'm saying, people don't even understand it. Do you think 50-60% of the Americans understand why your bank account transactions is important? Like, you see, people see it as something minor, and then when you look at the big issue, oh, we could tax Jeff Bezos. Like, the issue shouldn't be about taxing as much as it is making sure they pay. Like right now, like if you just made sure Jeff Bezos paid his taxes and Amazon paid taxes versus raising the taxes, you would probably generate more money if you had just more effort on the collection as opposed to raising and collection, essentially. He'd even pay in the first. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you look at like Bezos, like in Amazon, the problem wasn't the rate of taxes. It was the fact of getting it out of him because of loopholes and making sure you just had that to happen. But now if you're even changing a lot of the code, so you're changing the loopholes and then raising taxes, but what's going to stop it from happening again, essentially? You see, they charge taxes, not go to the government. They charge, but then they have write-offs, so they won't. They're making in money. This is how taxes work. Just because they're bringing money and charge you tax, but then they're saying, "Oh, we spent money on this. We're paying this," and then we have share structure, and then certain things that they're buying and selling with it, with their own equity. I mean, it says the reported income. You could bring in revenue, but it doesn't mean it's technically that net profit. And then depending on where you store that net profit, how you use it, that's part of the whole story from there. How are we gonna act like broke people don't pay for things that cost more than 600? Well, that's what, again, it has a wide sweeping effect. Like, realistically, you're going to like, it's going to be very hard for people to start start from scratch for like your own business if you want to be self-employed. I mean, that's how many times, like, why do you think I focus on taxes so much? I told you this story many times. You know, like, I didn't grow up in a family with somebody to teach me business. I didn't have somebody to teach me. I didn't know you even had to like pay taxes like that back when I was like, when I first started making money self-employed. You know, if you made your own business, you know, doing stuff from like real estate to anything like that, like, I didn't know that, like, like when I got my first tax bill from the United States government, I was like, what? And then they're like, I've had bank accounts levied because I didn't know what to do. I was young. So, and then you start seeing it, then it's like, that's why I learned, I made sure, I call it the fluke tax, how it works in America. You get to get rich once, right? And then you get hit with the taxes. If you don't know how to do it, they're going to take about 60% of it. Then it'll probably stay with you if your business doesn't keep doing good. If you're not able to move around that and keep going and growing, you know, that you got to prove you could get rich twice, essentially. And then from there, you'll learn how to do it. But like I'm saying, for most small business owners or new businesses, that's going to be that much harder. You know, if I've got clapped, you know, being a young entrepreneur, and that was self-reporting, I could only imagine, you know, what it was. And I was still, you know, I didn't know that. Like, I remember first time I ever made money, I saved up so much money. So I reported that I made a lot of money, and then they hit me with the fat bill, and I was like, oh, and then now I was like, wait, how am I going to operate my business next year? So it's a pretty wild concept, but I think we'll see. There's a reason why it hasn't been approved yet, though. At the end of the day, we're talking about this, but it's not it is not actually been, they haven't yet to make their decision on the 600 one. So we will see. Can you write off the, well, no, you have to, if it's rental income, you get taxed on it. It just kind of follows in line with everything else. I mean, because again, that's the best part about it. In this sense, you know, I have a mortgage on that property. You get to write off mortgages. That's it. Was it buying assets? No, it's learning taxes. I mean, it's not about like trying to get around taxes. It's learning just how it works, because you know, you could spend money in certain places to grow your business. I made money. I wanted to save it so I didn't go broke, and then I get taxed on 50% of it. Whereas when you're making a business, you need to focus on, if you're going to operate in business and continue to be in business, you have to learn how to, you know, I had to use my money towards growing my business strategically versus trying to save the money and see what's going to happen. That's how you know, again, tax strategy is meant, you know, or tax law, a big portion of it is incentivized to keep the money going and having people spend money. I didn't know that at one point in time. 61 container ships stuck off of California. Dude, it was 55 at the beginning of the week. Well, it's like write-offs, but that's what I'm saying. You have to learn how to do it the proper way. I mean, that's why it's up to you. And clearly, you know, some people do it properly or improperly, but if you do it improperly, I mean, people still get in trouble. But it's like, it's not writing off everything, but it's knowing that, hey, you know, should I save my money this year, or should I go and buy a piece of business equipment, or should I go spend money on marketing to grow it, and that way, you know, I could get it, versus trying to write off, oh, I went on vacation, you know, let me get a $10,000 tax write-off. That's the things that get frowned upon, and those are the things that aren't really there, versus, you know, making strategic business decisions. It's like, why would you save the money and get taxed on it if you could get a more productive return by reinvesting it into the economy and using the money, and then, you know, hopefully bringing in more future profits. The ships try clearing their cache and cookies. They're like, I reset it. It's not working. It's crazy. Isn't cash flow and long-term rentals basically tax-free? Not for the most part. There's taxes on any sort of income is going to be taxed depending on how you for in most ways that you recognize it. Real estate gives you more ability to write it off. Like I'm saying, if you have an interest payment, you could write portion of that. But it's just like a dividend. If you're making just income off of something, there's going to be a tax burden. Do you get depreciation? If you have something you could depreciate. So that depends what it is. I told you that story. I knew one guy back in the day. He just owned this fat piece of land, and he built, and he had, I want to say he had a couple 1,000 miles of fence, but he would deduct that every single year. It was crazy because he literally spent all this money at one point to fence off his land. But then every year it's so much, like it's material, it's stuff they spent. He would deduct that every single year, and that was that he got a big portion of that on his gains. Yeah, wind is dropping, Beyond's on the low. It was ridiculous. It was just something ridiculous. I forgot what it was nuts. And then even then, and he let him know. I think he had one problem with the IRS, but even they came out and they audited him and they went through the whole entire fence. They had to go walk around all of it and see that, okay, how much did he spend? Has it actually gotten worn out? Everything else, and they ended up concluding that he was in the right. So that was his thing. Do you get taxed less with reinvested dividends? It depends. I mean, if you pay them up front in a weird way, yes, you're going to pay on it at some point. Again, that's why talk with the tax professional. But in some instances, you could get taxed on the first set, and then you don't get taxed on the second set. So essentially, like pretty much if what you but I think most of them in U.S. stocks, I think you even will get taxed on the reinvestment. But you have to, again, that's why I'm saying like, tax strategy is very complex. Like the tax code is something you got to get into it. So that's something you're gonna have to really contact someone on. But you can pretty much it's very fluid is the best way to put it. But then that's why if it's not, I mean, if it's out of common sense, if it's out of good faith, that's where you run into issues. Inflation going up, costs getting higher. Why would they lower the transaction reporting threshold? To get tax revenue. Amongst other, amongst other tinfoil ideas, but mainly to get the tax revenue. Again, this is now what relates to the debt ceiling. And this is why the Republicans are saying it, or Mitch McConnell, what he's making clear is that they're not going to support that plan because this is literally like, they want to tax and they need to raise revenue. Like all of this stuff they're talking about, like this isn't fake numbers. Like where are multiple $3.5 trillion deals going to come from? Again, we were talking about Lehman Brothers. We're talking about Evergrande. Lehman was a big bailout at 100, or Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. That was $186 billion. So where is $3 trillion going to come from to a degree? If you're paid under the table right now, should I get my taxes straight ASAP? And by next year, you should. Right now, if you're getting paid under the table, that's just all the way up to this year. That's why if they had access to your bank account, you would probably be in trouble if you didn't pay taxes and you were bringing in money. Your next step would probably be to figure that out, but it depends on the tax law. But if you get paid under the table, you're getting paid under the table. That in and of itself you're already you get clapped in a weird way. That's why people think it's not like you could avoid taxes so easily without a cost. Like right now, if you get paid under the table, you're hard to get. It's not even snitching on yourself. It's literally You can't get a home loan. You can't go. It's going to be harder to get a car loan, right? You're going to have less history backing up there, so it's not. You're going to get less benefits off of not doing that, or off of not having verifiable income. They get you one way or another. Yes, 100%. Again, I'm an advocate of learning your taxes and also paying your taxes. I mean, I pay a lot in taxes. It's not as if, I like Jeff Bezos, a lot of other people. Like, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I've said at one point I probably paid, I think in my lifetime, when they looked at it, I think I paid more taxes than even Joe Biden. Yo, what the hell is this? Look at, we got a real Chad report. Look at this. This is real Chad reporting. They were taking a flight and they're like, look at all of the ships off of the port of Long Beach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess these aren't ships. That's crazy. Oh, is there more over there? I don't even know what that is. Oh my gosh. Bruh. Those are ships. This is Chad News coming at you live. Our Chad reporter, Oscar. Chad reporter Oscar's in the field right now. That's crazy. That is crazy. Mad ships, man. That's crazy. Let's see. So here are the ships. Yeah, this is LA. You think we could count them all? These are all the vessels. I don't know if I think this might even include oil and not what. Is it going to update? Like, is it going to zoom in and make it clear? That's one big one. There it is. There it is. So you got one. We got the Glasto Voyager, the Antopolis, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It doesn't look like that much on here. I think there's, but then again, there's all of these here too. They're probably, I don't know if they're like circling around there though. Go look at Alaska. Is Alaska the North Pole? Alaska's actually kind of popping, but look at how, oh my gosh. Why does it look like there's so many? I feel like there's a lot of ships coming in still, but a lot are even coming back. And then Japan, China is packed. It's packed. And then East Coast, Texas is packed too. DraftKings, little pop. What time is it? Oh, 8:30. Oh, damn, we missed push-ups. Okay, stand up. You missed push-ups. Stand up. Come on. Just stand up. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Oh. Ford is popping again. Again, they got the EV news about, what, 30 minutes ago? OPAD, I don't know much about it. Again, a lot of people have brought it up. I think, you know, there's been a couple of new names this last month or so getting some of the hype and kind of making these moves. So some of these I'm just not really I'm not as hip. I'm not really involved in it. There, look at another Chad report. So another Chad here. They're in the shipping business, and they got some exclusive. They said this is through one of their logins because they access the ports. So these are all the ships here right now. That's a lot. So it's even some. I don't know where that's off of, but all of these are pretty much queued up to go to L.A. or to go to the Long Beach port. Forge on CNBC, the IPO. They're at half the volume. That's Long Beach, yeah. And then all of the ships listed, those are the ones that are queued up essentially. Because you know we're looking at it on Bloomberg. We don't know which ones are designated to go to Long Beach. All of these that are highlighted are designated to go there. These are the ones that are waiting to dock or to, I don't know what you call it. SpaceX piling in-app local business directory. Yeah, watch Yelp as a reaction. Yelp could have downside. T-Mobile news, anybody? JD Pop kind of had it up here. Dash came down, Uber, Airbnb. The first cool site. That was just through the terminal. Mass token going rip. Okay. Troy mentioned the pop. Palantir firm is still going. The market hasn't done much. I mean, it's crazy. It's not. I need to go to the bathroom. Hold on. We kept looking at the map pictures. So make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before opening. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch as a main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Okay. Keep it positive and respectful. We love you. Can you say hi to each other? Can you say hi to each other? Can y'all just say hello? Greet each other. Go greet a fellow Chad. Be like, hey, fellow Chad. I'm so excited to see you, fellow Chad. There you go. Good. Say hello. All right, be right back. Please hold. Please hold. Hi, Bradley. Brandon Frizzle. That shit was crazy. Yeah. We did it. We made it. Say hello. What's up, Uncle Phil? What's up, Jamar? What's up, Jeff Chopper? What's up, Bradley Bizzle? What's up, Sarah? What happened to the elevator music? I mean, we could bring it back. I feel like it's been enough time. I just hope you're not traumatized. You know what I'm saying? It'll be good. A firm win pop. Win a little bit off the ball. I still can't believe 3 days in a row. Should we see here? Let's see if we get a market wrap. Any updates? Oh, dude. Yo, this is crazy, dude. Oh, right here, dude. You gotta look at this. This is real Fibonacci. And oh, dude, that's the wrong one. Hold on, let me get the other one. Look at this. They do real Fibonacci's on gold, dude. No, this is real. Look at that. That's 1 fib, 2 fib, 3 fib, dude. Oh, dude. Yo, that's real. That means there's some of the Fibonacci's on gold, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, that's crazy, dude. Yo, man. What do they say about it? They're like, the spot sank 2%. They said support at the 38.2 Fibonacci for 2015. That was the low to the peak. The wait for a 1% rally continues. Wednesday's equity rally seems like a distant memory, though in fairness, European stocks have held on to some of their gains. S&P, meanwhile, looks like it's set to add to the longest streak of trading days without a 1% rally since COVID was declared a pandemic. It might seem self-evident that the return should be poor in that context, but it isn't necessarily the case. The steady gains of 2017 featured the fewest 1% rallies in decades. Ooh. So let's see. Let's see what we got. So here's a chart. This is the amount of trading days that have 1 day since the last 1% SPX rally. So I believe here I think we're at 40 days right now. So you can see historically we are at the lower end of the curve of how many trading days. Again, I brought this up on the watch list earlier because we'll see if today, I don't know, it looked like it early in the morning, but it hasn't done it. But as we start to go 40, 43, 46, I mean, you're really just look at how little that this happens. So then here's a forward estimate of 1 month forward change in the SPX, days since the last SPX rally. So we're at like 40 right here. And then it seems like the longer you go without a rally, or the longer you go without 1%, the more likely it's going to turn negative. But anywhere between like 40 and 60 days seems to be positive. Interesting. This one I think very interesting. I think it's a cool measure because it's just something that historically, you know, it's like one of it's a broad market factor that just gives you an idea of like, you know, again, like you have to really ask yourself, why hasn't it moved more than 1%? A lot of things have happened from the stocks going up, but also the news that we're dealing with, how investors feel about everything. So I think it's very fascinating. But then again, it's saying the conclusion though is that even though you could find even though you could see a lot of these moves with it, it's saying it's still pretty hard to determine like a historical, you know, you don't know why this happens. It's not like it doesn't lead to an automatic trigger essentially. Another one, dollar bulls have bots on their side. Bots may be programmed to buy greenbacks the next 2 days as seasonals turn bullish and volatility spikes. Last 5 years of data shows upward momentum in the Bloomberg Dollar Index after September 20th and lasting through Christmas. This overlaps a recent monthly trading pattern that shows the dollar rallying and a peaking around that date. Spike in volatility may surprise those awaiting a Fed policy decision to hit the books. So let's see. I feel like I'm addicted to the chat. No, it's good. It's good. I don't know. Go for a walk while listening to the chat. You could take the chat anywhere. Oh my gosh. But here it is. So here's the dollar on the 20th of the month. And then they're saying seasonally through September to the end of the year, we should have some dollar strength. So we will see. I mean, I'm pretty addicted to the chat too. I mean, you guys see it sometimes. You know, I'll be talking to you all day, and then I'll even have to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be pooping while reading the chat. I just can't stop. I even read it while I'm pooping. I can't stop. Petrodollar crash. I think it'd be, I mean, again, I think that if the dollar did crash, it would be because China needs yuan and they need to sell dollars to buy yuan, unless they print more. Powell orders an investigation of Fed ethics. Is that real? I feel like he wouldn't do that. I feel like that's not even in his authority. Oh, no, he did. Fed's Powell orders sweeping ethics review after official trading prompts outcry. That's news. Powell has ordered a sweeping review of ethics governing financial holdings and dealings by senior U.S. officials at the U.S. Central Bank. He ordered a review late last week because the trust of American people is essential for the Federal Reserve to carry out their mission. Chair Powell late last week directed the board to take a fresh, comprehensive look at ethics rules around permissible financial holdings and activities by senior Fed officials. This will assist in identifying ways to further tighten the rules and standards. The board will make changes as appropriate. Any changes will be added to the Reserve Bank Code of Conduct. ARQQ resuming in like 20 seconds. Josh, if for being the chat's collective coworker, we actually like, oh, well, wow. We are. I am a collective coworker. That's amazing. I hope. Some of y'all don't even like, he keep screaming hard. That's your warning. Oh, amen. That's cool, though. That's a cool way to look at it. I like it. I'm like, all of your guys is like, am I the cool coworker? I hope you're like, oh, it's Josh, you know. Y'all want donuts? Let me bring donuts. Now there's too much pressure. I feel like I want to stand out. I feel like I'm going to bring y'all Krispy Kreme tomorrow, okay? I'm going to bring you Chris. You know what I'm saying? I'll be that guy. Let's go to the parking lot. I got some in my car. Oh, you know what I'm saying? But I got you. I'm the boss. Am I like one of those hippie bosses then? Like in San Francisco where I'm like, yeah, man, you know, our work culture. You here, try some of this water. It's a little bitter. There's some Molly in it, but you microdose it with the little shroom, you know. We're all about a good work culture here. You know what I'm saying? So you just, as long as you got creative and ideas, yeah, would you like a kombucha? Oh, it's great, man. What it does for the stomach and everything, man. Oh, it's beautiful. That's it. Yeah. 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 I'm the cool boss. Okay. Honestly. And where does PHILO fit into this? Like, my boss keep telling me to read the Bible every day. He makes me sit into like a little church class thing. It's really awkward. I don't know what to do. This is a good one. A county worker who hid Bitcoin mine under the floorboards, charged after racking up thousands in electrical bills. New York State County employee brings new meaning to the phrase energize your work. The IP supervisor wove cryptocurrency into his workplace, draining what could turn out to be tens of thousands of dollars in energy expenses from the Long Island local government. Jeez. This one's a good one. These are all coming out. All the weird articles are hit in middle of the day. My stepdaughter, 42, hits up her father for $1,000 on a regular basis. It comes out of our joint savings account. How can I stop? I have a 42-year-old stepdaughter who lives with her 33-year-old fiance on the West Coast. We live in middle America. She's never lived with us and makes it known to her father that she felt abandoned by the divorce. With her mother, we lived in the same city and paid child support and more. She has a bad habit of needing to borrow money and decides to use her money for fun things and runs out. She grows marijuana legally and works sporadically. She has a history of coming up with big ideas of opening business, being a real estate agent, and becoming an actress and more. He takes the money out the joint savings account, and she'll say she'll repay in 2 weeks, but she doesn't. How do I get an adult woman to stop asking for a loan that rarely repays them? You're like, she sounds cool. What would you do, Chad? If you had, you have to see, this is, maybe some of you, this could be thought experiments. Put yourself in other people's shoes. If you had a child, you had a divorce, 50, 60 years later, your 40-year-old daughter's like, what would you do? Would you really turn your back on your own blood? You would really be like, nah, I hate you. The inflation is crazy. Would you give her religion, throw a Bible at her? I feel that's always a top strategy. Give her money. That's the person who wrote it. It's the stepdaughter, but that means the dad. Is his real daughter. Blood rage makes you related. Loyalty makes you family. Amen. Tell her go find God, then come back. Amen. That is crazy. 42 ARQQ. Unhalted Arkit Quantum. That thing's rocketing. What the hell is going on with it? Affiliates report sale in ARK Quantum. That was a couple days ago. It's a recent IPO. Oh, yeah, huh? That's crazy. There's really good IPO demand. It's like good and bad. It's like the prices are coming in high. I think they're just being more patient. Because look at this. This is half the offering, and the stock's up 40% again. JD on the high. I know, not calling it out, but what's the reason with it? I saw the 50% marker. Coin dropped. Coin is getting into what's it called? Coin is getting into futures trading for Bitcoin. I think that's great. Company and Juniper signed technology alliance partner agreement. There you go. It's half of the offering because the volume's at 6 million, but they have 11 million shares to sell in the IPO. So 6 million is just above half of 11 million. It's crazy. 1 year since I've been watching your ass, and I still don't have my long-term that'll chase you. That's good, baby. That's good that you've been here, but, I mean, it's your time. It's your time. Turn your time into a bank. Do not turn your time into a waste. Look at your email. I don't have a, my latest email is from Kyle. He sent me one of them. And then Oscar. I showed that one earlier. Experience with day traders, because I have one. I doubt she. Well, you want to make sure she has some knowledge with it. It's better to have more knowledge than not. They don't need to be, you know, focused on it, if that makes sense. It doesn't have to be their only focus. Moderna announces Health Canada approves it. Twitter's ripping up here too. Twitter's having a pop. Ten minutes ago, Nick Pacilio is retiring. I don't know who that is, but that's the only thing I'm seeing. Upstart, new high of the day. Moderna is popping off of the Canada news. How come I don't like ETFs for your long term? I think down the road, I mean, otherwise, I'm just going a la carte. I mean, I don't want that much diversification. That way, by not having so much diversification, it allows me to speed up the long-term process where I could at least try to get, you know, I'm still wanting to be safe and I want to make sure we have an own equity, but by not diversifying so extensively, I still have diversification, but not 500 different names, you know what I'm saying? Or I don't need 50 or 100. Really, the best strategy I've seen, or that I like it personally, is picking some of just the top holdings on an ETF, because most of them just flow like that anyway. But I don't, I want to make sure that's why when they gain, you get to capture more of the gain. But I'm also willing to take more of the loss by not having that diversification. Any please, OPAD. OPAD popping again. It's another one of the hype stocks. Any's down, but OPAD that's up a lot. It's up 55. UWMC is looking good. UWMC never looks good. Okay? That's it. I'm just going to start bashing UWMC stock. So then now it becomes that much more confusing. Because you guys are like, what? That's it. And then all the people who hate it are just like, wait, what? Yeah, wait, no. I feel you. I feel you. Mm-hmm. Do you see any potential? I'm kind of over a lot of the hype plays. I'm not really, I will just spend my time buying Airbnb leaps and high quality stuff that I like, because you could chase a couple of the hype plays. I mean, some here and there, like I got like small shares and like B-Fly, but on any of these, I just think the market is getting bored when, the market's doing its thing. It's moving a certain way. And then I think, these are just names where money is it's just like a little pop-up casino that's pulling up. Breakthrough in people vaccinated last year illustrates the impact of waning immunity that needs for a booster. That's what Moderna said. I have 5,000 shares of UWMC. 1,000 on the Robinhood, 4,000 on the TD. If I come watch it, it's just so the market knows the Mu variant is vaccine resistant, and everything else. I mean, there's real signs of slowing growth, but the variants are scary in the sense that you've seen how China reacted now, and you're seeing the data effect after China's report. So if anything else happens with another variant, it leads to China closing down ports, doing what they've done last time. it's further adding to the negative situation there, and then that further just adds to, you know, global economy recovery is just that's it. It could definitely get impacted depending on the response to other variants. Did the real Bradley Frizzle show up? I don't think so today, but I think we had branded Frizzle, which was great. And we had Fradley Brizzle. Could that be what TLT snitching on? Partly, I don't know if it's necessary. I think it's all of it collectively. Like, it just, there's a lot of weird little pieces. Again, even the, you know, literally it's even the down of the debt ceiling and everything else. To get a hold of Mew and get in the lab, we're in trouble if the Mewtwo variant starts. We've seen that before. What's up, Julianne? Ooh. Google tweets from dead Nexus account about Pixel 6 mocks iPhone 13. Interesting. Net. What is the Google Pixel 6? Yeah, they're sending shots. Net popping a little bit. Cloudflare. Oh, San Diego is East Village still shit. I don't even go outside like that, man. I don't even know. I just go out and get food like randomly, and that's about it. Honest company sued for allegedly misleading investors. TMZ reports. That Jessica Alba. It's already, it's probably something related to the IPO in this. Baux. That's a weird way to spell box. It's a SPAC, Box Acquisition Corp. 9 to 4 every day till mid-October. No worries, baby. As long as you on the watch list, and at the very least, as long as you got the long term, that's all you need. Is it Bowflex? Baux? How ironic. Honest is lying. Am I spelling her email? It's tradingfraternity@gmail.com. No the in the beginning. That's probably the biggest mistake people make. Box is a SPAC, yeah. They launched investigation on Honest last month. Hey, have you guys ever heard about Airbnb? Oh, never mind. My bad. It was just like, I heard like you could like rent out your house or like a room. Oh, you haven't? Oh, really? That's crazy. I mean, if you're interested, I have a brochure. Whatever that is, Josh, please tell me. Let's see. Whatever it is, can you just tell me what it is? That sounds amazing. Airbnb. What is that? But my average is 145. I think when did I buy it last? Let me open up the long term, because that one I was pretty impressed that I bought it. I think I bought it at 157, and that was and I bought in high, but it only raised my average at by $2, and I was at 145 or 146. So the cult should go we should go door to door like Jehovah's Witnesses and preach about Airbnb. Wow. I like it. I like. Hi. Do you have time today to speak about the Airbnb? They would be so confused. They would be so confused. But let's see. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Hold on. I thought I could see it. So, Airbnb, like my average is at 149, but look at how I bought it. I bought 16 shares at 147, 14 shares at 147.90, 10 shares at 147, 5 shares at 146.23, and then I got 14 shares at 157, and that leads to an average of 149. And then let's go to this small account so you can see that a little bit, because this one, my price is at 143, but I bought 3 shares at 126, 2 shares at 148, 2 shares at 147, 1 share at 147, 2 shares at 146, and then 2 shares at 157, and my average is 143. So as far, and you can factor this in with anything, but it all depends on how much more you're buying if you are looking to average up. So, and again, this applies to any stock beyond Airbnb. I'm just using that as an example. Josh loves showing off his lots. Nah, I would be showing you the Facebook. That shit slaps. But this is just to understand the idea and the point of if you have a good average, and then if you're not going too heavy, when you average up, I mean, it's just all about. And we did the same thing even with Snapchat, but we didn't average up as much. Shiba is available on Coinbase, and the Coinbase wasn't it already available? Hmm. Coinbase hanging with the wrong crowd. I like the Airbnb talk. I mean, it's good. It's good. But again, I mean, we have so many now. That's why I'm getting I mean, this is how the long term's supposed to work, baby. You know, we have Uber now at a very attractive price as well. Even though I'm still up on it, and even what I just showed, I might be willing to average up on Uber because I'm still up on that one. Surprisingly, we got Uber at a good price, $33. So I'm still up 15%, but I wouldn't be opposed to raising the average a little bit. Lighter popping. LIDR. It's up 34. I don't use the option scanner on TD every now and then, but it's not like the full, you know, it's not something I'd use daily. Oh, LIDR is popping. Valander's getting some steam. I don't know. The Lulus, I think, got clapped. Down 76% on that. That was a post-earnings flop. The pants are nice. Their men's pants are nice. I think Cisco play. Nah, I mean, it came back up today. It's just a slow mover. But if it... Oh, damn, it ended up dropping again. It's being a little bit more volatile, but that one's a little tough to say. But I'm going to ride it out anyways. I put $200 into that one. BBWI pop. I like my stocks. BBWI. Huh? Wait, when did they add that I to it? Is that Bed Bath & Beyond? Wait, what? There's a difference between Bed Bath & Beyond and Bath & Body Works? I'm getting so confused. Amazon Green. Wow. All right, so get ready. It's kind of like yesterday. We might pick up here. That's Bath Body Works. Used to be LB. Now it's Visco and BBWI. Is new with Visco. That's crazy. Bed Bath & Body Works. Different than Bed Bath & Beyond. Guess who just got 6 million Shibus? What if Shiba did it? Like, what do you think would happen? Like, what if Shiba hit $1 and then, like, all of these people just, like, you had, like, 200 millionaires? Random people making 6 million off of, like, $50. Like, what do you think? Like, do you think the world, like, have you ever seen Bruce Almighty? You know, when he grants everybody's prayer request for, like, the lotto and shit, and then it just, like, everyone goes crazy. Like, what would happen in the world? Like, you think people would, like, riot in a way, or would it go crazy? Shiba at $1 is a 400 trillion market cap. Hey man, don't knock it. Don't knock. You know, anything can happen. 400 trillion. Shiba coin is now worth over 30 apples. What? That's crazy. No, 300 apples, or at least 100. That'd be crazy. Michael, he's like, I have 16 million Shiba. I would be a 16. Oh, you have 150 million Shiba. Wow, Mr. Cretan. That's it. You would be 150 mil right out the gate. I just wanted to go to 0.001. Wow, so the bar is low here. That's good. See, back in my day, it was just like you buy super cheap shit and you just hope it hit $1. That's it. That's what it was back in my day. Now y'all are just like, I just needed to hit 1/10 of a penny. You like, we good after that. CNBC talking Cisco. Serious question. How would you feel if your best friend didn't ask you to be in his wedding? Am I thinking petty? No, I think you would naturally have a reaction, especially if you were close. I don't think it'd be petty, but is it by chance? KKR popping. KKR, hold on. I'm going to get to your question there. I appreciate you. I hope you know that. We're just capitalistic pigs and the stock market has a pop. Look up KKR. $11.43. Nah. I think is KKR related to Forge? I think KKR Swing Trader Daily. Demand for steel remains strong in China. I think also they might be related to Forge. Yeah, nothing else. 57 minutes ago, a $3 billion buyback, but I think it was already up before that. Earnings season, a fire along with the whole house. I go, there you go, baby. Good throwback. Obama says he wishes Trudeau the best in upcoming election. But yeah, as far as the wedding thing, yeah, I think Pedro said it. You can't underestimate some people like family. Their family might have an influence on the wedding, or the what's it called? The wife, she may not like you as much, or does it have to do over by chance? Does it have to do with anything health related this year, or have you had any political disputes? Or maybe it could be money they don't want to pay for you. I mean, I would be a little bit salty for a little bit, but then I would personally, like, I don't really take anything serious. I mean, there's stuff I've not been invited to, and then it's just like, all right, I see you. That's all. I don't really. I mean, life will continue to go on, but you'll be good. But I think it's normal to feel a certain way. Tech partners with SFU again. Tech. That was the other day they had a pop. I could be in your wedding. See, I'm dropping still. Yeah, another just day after day, just clapping. We don't hang out as much anymore, but thanks for answering. Well, that could probably be a part of it too. But feel a little salty, but it's not gonna have that big. Weddings, low key, are kind of boring. I only like it because I have a valid excuse to drink, and then I get to go outside, and then I get and I'm pale, so I get like a little bit of a tan outside. But other than that, like, I mean, it's not like it's going to be like, oh, yeah. OPAD. Again. Hola di oblada. Mine's going to be in Tulum in March. All right, man, I got you. I like Tulum. The shorts are done. Well, today was a surprising. I did not think we would come back close to this. It's crazy too. Even these candles look big, but we have still yet to breach that 1% point. Let's get a market wrap in here. Let's see how we're looking. You want to officiate my wedding? I'm single, so it might be a while. I'd be down for that. As long as I could have a horn. That's my only requirement. So when I'm like, you may now kiss the bride, and then you kiss, I'm going to be like, bah, 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 bah. You know what I'm saying? That's hype. And that's what I think every wedding needs. And I think that's the only way we could do a cult wedding. I'd insist. Then let's go, baby. I'm down. T-Mobile is still going. So stocks resume September swoon. Dollars rise and yields rise as well. Casinos extended drop on Macau crackdown. S&P is on pace for first monthly decline since January. U.S. stocks fell and Treasury yields rose as investors weighed the impact of economic data on the Federal Reserve plans to taper. Dollar strengthened and crude oil gave back a portion of this week's gain. Energy sector led by the S&P. Lower after it posted the biggest gain since August on Wednesday. Equity market benchmark is down about 1% so far this month amidst concerns about a broader market pullback in the string of record gains. Google parent Alphabet and Amazon weighed on the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, which declined 6 of the last 7 trading sessions. Fed policymakers meet next week. Investors are really starting to weigh the tug-of-war concerns between how soon the Fed will taper, said Art Hogan, chief strategist at National Securities. Retail sales unexpectedly increased in August, suggesting that demand for goods remains strong. Separate reports showed weekly jobless claims increased. It remains to be seen that if this will reverse the slight downward trend we're seeing in the market these past few weeks, said Mike Lowengardt, managing director at E-Trade. Meanwhile, casino stocks with operations in Macau extended drops amid the government's tightening grip on gambling hub. Travel and leisure companies led gains in Europe stock 600 as Ryanair lifted its growth target. Investors continuing to assess the outlook for economic reopenings amid the Delta virus strain outbreak and rising costs, fueled by higher commodity prices and pandemic-related supply snarls. United Nations says the global economy is expected to undergo its fastest recovery in almost 5 decades this year, but warned about deepening inequities between advanced and developing nations. While global economic expansion remains above trend, its past peak levels, a deceleration phase of the market cycle has begun, characterized in part by slowing earnings growth, T. Rowe Price said in his global asset allocation report. Shares fell in Asia with the debt crisis at China Evergrande Group and Beijing's latest push to rein in private industries hurt sentiment. Technology stocks slid as China slowed approvals for video game enforcing stricter criteria. Ta-da. So pretty simple. A lot of different things going on today, but the move isn't too big, but people are definitely, there's good and bad in the market that is leading to this push and pull. But we're getting the tug of war. I like it. A little push-pull. KBY. Starbucks is 135 billion. Bros is at 1.5 billion. Bros overvalued or Starbucks undervalued? Bros might be undervalued. I would look at the total amount of shares that is that like total outstanding shares and authorized? But I mean, I think Starbucks was a lot cheaper at one point. You know, Starbucks is one of the, it has its valuation because it proved a lot. Like, it's not like Starbucks wasn't always like this. You see what I'm saying? Like, even though, like, Starbucks was a $10 stock at one point. And I have to, like, go a certain time frame to find a Bros. But, it depends. But you could see, Starbucks has split a lot, too, but it took a while for them to get here. So the question is, will they be able to penetrate the same sort of market? I mean, if we want to look at it financially, let's see what we got in the Starbucks. So 2012, Starbucks was doing what? 13 billion in revenue. Today they're doing 23 billion in revenue. And then let's go see Bros had nothing. I don't even have the data on the Dutch Bros yet. It's too new. Twitter pop again. Yeah, Twitter's popping again. Twitter, unusual activity, Nigerian. They have 50 million in revenue. Yeah, so they're still a little ways away from it. Starbucks cold brew. Starbucks is just like, it's, bro, do you not remember, like, when, you guys remember it was like the days of the Hummer H2, when the Hummer H2 came out, and everybody would get a Hummer and go to Starbucks. It was like, that was when it first started getting popular, and then from there, they were able to go from, like, it seemed like a cultural fad into like a brand, like it really came into like something integrated in a lot of people's lives. I think Uggs came later. Actually, I don't know. They were similar, but I just remember Starbucks was like, it was this fad. Remember, like, you don't remember when you would say that? It was like, they were like, you're paying $5 for coffee. People will still say that today, but back then it was like, what? And then little by little, it just started just getting everywhere. And then they've been able to, like, again, they just do everything. They got the food and all of that. During the bling bling era, early 20 bling bling. Every time I come around the city, bling bling. I got my Starbucks and my Hummer, bling bling. That's called inflation. I just think it was just like, I'm saying, like, the cultural phenomena of it all is crazy. Am I saying Bros is the next Starbucks? No, I'm saying that Bros, I'm saying don't underestimate how far Starbucks has came. Like, Starbucks has done something that, just because you sell coffee, you ain't going to do what Starbucks did. But doesn't mean it's outside of the cards, but you can't Starbucks was the modern day McDonald's that we saw developed in front of us in a weird way, but for coffee. Yeah, Starbucks has 31,000 stores. I think 5,000 of them you could walk to because they're all next to each other. Ain't got no shine, but I stay fly. Long term. Can't pay my rent, cause my deposit's spent. Ain't got no options, cause I buy long. Got a quarter tank of gains in my new Airbnb. Ain't got no job. I love that song. Tesla Mini Pop got up there. You say don't underestimate TTCF. I have no position in it. You say not to understand these kind of things. Well, I mean, I would even underestimate Starbucks then. The point is you need the proof. So I'm saying don't underestimate. It's like you can't write off anything. Oh, and you can't write off the peach because now you got the OG. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Horn. Wow. Don't sleep on it. You see, that's why you never underestimate anything. But even then, like TTCF, it will need to prove itself. Dutch Bros will need to prove itself. Starbucks did prove itself. That's all I'm saying is that the valuation on Starbucks is rightfully earned. I like without a doubt. So anything else, it's more likely everything else is overvalued than not, just because Starbucks put in a lot of work to it. It's not like they did not just wind up there. So, and everything else. So for a company
to get to that level, I mean, it's going to have to get to its hype stage, which some of these names are, like TTCF. I would argue Dutch Bros is a lot more hype than Tattoo Chef, but it just starts out with the hype stage. If you could survive the hype stage and still become a household name, now we're talking, essentially. Airbnb selling off quick. Have you made your decision for Airbnb? Would you like to speak about Airbnb? How do you hold? When do you sell? I mean, as we've learned, usually, especially on a bigger position like Leaps, but if you can make it free or get a majority of the initial investment back, it may not be a bad decision. Airbnb too high to open. It depends on if you're gonna try to flip it, if you're gonna try to do something. I don't know what you're gonna do with it. Then you'll be, it depends. But if you're gonna hold it for the long term and keep adding to it, I'm building a position around it. CNC Don Lemon urges viewers it's time to start shaming unvaccinated people. Okay. That's aggressive. You do wish you had Airbnb money? You do have Airbnb money, man. If I acquired this whole position. Where is it? I acquired this whole position, $2,000 worth, by buying a couple shares at a time. Like some months I would only buy one share. Well, I got 3, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. You gotta start from somewhere. And now you could even buy fractionals. But I can't stop buying Lucid. Well, there's your problem, silly. So you got Airbnb money. It's just the allocation. That's all. It's just the allocation. Leaps are not long-term. Amen. Remember, leaps are variable. Stocks are fixed. Small good decisions. Polestar. I saw one of those the other day. That thing was fly. I was very surprised. He tried to race me. He was like trying to drive all fast. I'm like, why do you all electric car people do that? I do that when I'm in the Tesla too. We just know we got torque on our side, so we just running up on everybody. Said 3 since you said that the other day. Doesn't Volvo own part of Polestar? You could, like, even with the leaps, like, I wouldn't be opposed to, like, let's say that Airbnb leap. Let's say it goes, like, if it goes in the money, I believe, if Airbnb goes in the money before, I think, November or December. So if the stock, I think by the end of the year, I think my leap will go to about 80% to 100%, I think. So if I could get to 185 by the end of the year on Airbnb, that leap will turn into 15,000. I wouldn't be opposed to selling out of it and then literally just getting a free $15,000 in shares. Or I could sell out. I could literally sell out the leaps, take the cash, and then make it free, sell out 2 of them, and then hold 200 of the leaps for free. So either or, but that's like really, when it comes to the leaps, I'm going to analyze it at 100% gain, because especially with the big amount, but then you got fluctuations on that one. Are people in chat making things up? I read 3 different things about Volvo that aren't true. What is it? LIDAR's going up again. LIDR. I invested 3.7 times 4. I spent 14,800. If it goes to 185 by the end of the year, the option profit calculator would assume it's going to 100%, I believe. And then that would be a $15,000 profit, and then I could turn that into like a free 80 shares or something like that. But then I could hold it forever. I have the 2024 Leap. Will I have to pay taxes? Yes. If I sell out and make $15,000, I will be liable to that, but then I'm putting it into the share, so that's going to be something for my tax professional to figure out. He's a good guy. Is Valander go? What is LIDR? Is it LIDAR? Vial's too big for the S60. Can you compress it? Or if you use like a Google link or like, what's that other thing? You remember when Mega Upload used to be something? I forgot about that. Ah, Mr. Whitman with another banger. So here's looking at Seattle. Wait. And isn't Dutch Bros from Seattle? But here's downtown Seattle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 Starbucks in the middle. Luminar option alert. MEC pop. I know Laser's a sympathy. Valander's popping now too. Something's going on with LIDAR. Oh, Dutch Bros is Oregon, not Seattle. Option volume, that's it. Just the option sweep on Valander earlier. What was the one? Laser? Laser's popping. Both of them are running up now. Investor place. That was yesterday. There's a report someone should buy Luminar. That's Laser. Sweeps. Yeah, there's sweeps on all three of them. All the LiDAR companies are popping out of nowhere right now. It looks like Laser's leading the way. They're up 4. But no, Valander's up 7. But still, it looks like Laser's bigger. The Mavis pop. What just happened? I don't know. I don't think LIDR. I don't know. Is that a LiDAR play? I think it just sounds like it because the ticker, but I don't know if it's a LiDAR. Nah, just small cap or it's LiDAR? Okay, then yeah. I mean, by the ticker, I would assume. But they're all popping and they all have call sweeps on them. Development vision algorithms act as eyes as visual cortex of autonomous vehicles. It's like, I don't know if all EV went crazy. Mavis, I think a lot of like these, it's like both hype names. Like Valander was a hype name. LiDAR was kind of a hype, but then even like Mavis too. Something, I don't know. Coinbase tweet. Uber high of the day. What about DoorDash? Come on, he was doing so good. Laser, yeah, Laser pop again or? Yeah, they're all holding up. Laser, Valander, Light, and then LIDR. And Snoke. You gonna be good, baby. You gonna get that long term. And you're never allowed to quit. It is spoken. It is spoken. You are here for a reason, my friend. So the long term will always save thee. But you are in the game, and you can never leave. What? Quantum Scape, Q Scaler. Bro, we haven't seen Q Scaler in a while. LiDAR. Oh, wait. LiDAR got halted? So they just got resumed. Small cat, baby. The long-term list, we'll see around October. We may open it up October or maybe for the holidays. Just depends. If not, I mean, we could always go over the long-term portfolio. Look at the LiDAR daily chart. It's weird that all of them are popping. Las Vegas Sands Casino's on the high, looks like. Laundry dated asset at the stream alerts, baby. We got you. We got you. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. I need to go to the bathroom. Las Vegas Sands popping. Let's see, is there news on that? Offer pad is halted to volatility. $12.48. 10 minutes ago, JP Morgan cut him to neutral, or I guess it's an update. Oh, they're on CNBC. Vert. Okay, please hold. Please hold. Please hold, chat the dirty, huh? I want to be a Chad. When I grow up, I want to be a Chad. That was the first thought that came to my head. That's all I know. Ain't really God heroes. We did this all along. They thought we'd never grow. Whew. What was the... I want my kids to be Chads. Amen. Amen. Me too. Me too. I hope when I have a kid, he doesn't hate stocks. I'll be like, man, you gonna burn this long term? I spent this many years building it, and you gonna spend it on EV? Or not, he gonna turn into Greta Thunberg or something? I'm gonna be like, man, that's awesome. At least he did something. I'll be like, that's hype. That's fine. I'll be like, now I gotta sell. I gotta just drive a Tesla for my whole life. Bro, Greta, do you realize, like, she's an adult now? I didn't know that. I think I made a joke about Greta, and I was like, yeah, I was like, and then somebody, like, I made like a joke about like the environment, and someone said something about Greta, and I was like, man, don't make fun of a kid. And then they were like, she's an adult, and I was like, what do you mean? And then I found out that she's old now. She's like 18 or 19 years old. Think about it. Like, you saw her when she was like 5-6 years ago. She was like 14. I was like, damn, that's crazy. I was like, that's it. It loses some of the appeal now of like the little kids like standing up against like the big bad government and all that. So it's like, She's old now, yeah. She's 18. She's old now. That's it. Charles Cretan in the chat. Oh my gosh, you have Charles Cretan and Casey Cretan? What? Are y'all related? Yo, Tony and Mr. Gardlinger, my guy. Not related? That's crazy. That's crazy. The Cretans. The Cretan crew. Dude, my dad's name is literally Charles. We have met before, though. They're just a 1 million. That real? Yeah, 1.17. That even moved the VWAP down a little bit, or the next trades after that. OPAD resumed. Are the LiDAR stocks still going? No, they came down a little bit. Anyone in chat watching Doc N? Isn't this the oh no, digital. This isn't the docu, that's docu or something? Or docs? I've not seen that. I've heard this ticker, but I don't know what DigitalOcean is. Ulta hella recovered. Yeah, it didn't last long. That's what Mr. Wonderful called out. HOFV NFT. Hofiv Hall of Fame. AMAT popping. Look at the Chad high-low ticker. It's beautiful. You've been at DocN for 3 weeks. DigitalOcean AWS competitor. Could be decent. I mean, in anything, honestly, man, in this last couple, like I'm saying, if a 100-day chart looks like this, or if it looks like Datadog or Asana, do you see what I'm saying? These have been the winners. So it's like some of them are high. I don't know about like getting into them now, and like in general, I mean, I'd pay attention to any dips and look at the premiums, and obviously your plan and what the actual underlying asset is. But like if you see it, it's like you could really kind of find the winners in general. DraftKings presser or what? Press release mention. Woken up late. Did I miss anything? Yes and no. There's a lot of different drama in the morning, kind of just related to surprisingly good retail sales domestically. China did bad again. Evergrande situation escalated, and then we thought we would have did good, and then it just really replicated what we saw most of the week. We sold off, but no real other news developments, and we haven't even heard anything on the political front. Again, all those bills and everything else we're going to get are going to be key. Macron comments before talks with Merkel. DraftKings Little Pop. Autograph and deal to distribute Slam NFT content on DraftKings Marketplace. It's crazy. When I played DraftKings this weekend, I saw the NFT stuff. It was the first time I looked at it. Do they give you like a wallet? It seems like they give you your own wallet within the app. Or it's not like a real wallet. It's just a way to store it through them. Big candles on ASON. Squares on the high, too. ASON Derulo. Oh, wow. ASON. Yo, ASON does not pop like that. Bro, ASON does not pop like that. Hold on. Oh, come on. 10 minutes ago, there was 6 signals since September 3rd. They were named the number 9 best place for women to work. That's about it. ASON full pick. That's crazy. I have not seen it move like, man, I just sold that 115 call too. I got like $400 or $500. I was excited. ASON puts. I don't know if ASON has the ability to even go down, to be honest with you. As much as I would like to, find that opportunity, this thing is crazy, man. See, bro, this is what the weird part is. Like, is it like, come on, you don't think the world is weird right now? Like, think about it. ASON and Palantir came out on the same day. And how come one of them is so relatively not talked about, and then the other one became a cult stock? Not our cult, but like in general. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. I guess Palantir is up almost 300%, but I mean, again, ASON, is ASON the same price? 20 to 100. No, ASON's up, several times over. I mean, here's the essential, because look, we bought them on the same day. ASON has insider buy. I mean, even then, I'm just in general, regardless of the reason, it's just I think it's just interesting. So look we bought them on the same day. So ASON purchased September 30th, 2020, a $2,900 investment turned into an $11,000. And then Palantir, September 30th, I put in the same $2,000. And then I sold out, made $100 free because I got more shares. So, but then that same $2,000 turned into, $1,000 turned into $280. I guess if we doubled it up, it would be worth like what? If I kept the original $200. I don't even know what that would just double it up. It'd be worth 5,000 maybe. So 2,000 into 5,000 or 2,000 into 12,000 or 11,000. 3,400. But that's why I'm like, it's so wild to think that one of them is so much more hyped. Like ASON does not like. Remember that whole time it kept going up, and we made those plays. It just kept going up. No one would talk about it, especially during every single moment, like during the hype. I mean, it just never even had a hype run. Really, it kind of did. But man. The ASON had the same market cap as Palantir, it'd be in the 300s. And that's what I'm saying. Part of it, the share structure, Palantir's big. Yeah, ASON is the one that the CEO kept buying. Nikolai electric truck contracts. Nikolai Pop. Datadog going intent alongside Iveco to provide electric trucks to Hamburg Port Authority. ASON CEO, he's been buying since I think last week again. ASON Derulo. What is that? That's a moon. We had think about how early we had the moon back. Don't even get me started. That's a moon. We've been a part of you. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. AEHR. ASON, U.S. equity. So look at, here's your insider transactions. I think this one was neutral. You had somebody, he got 2,000 shares executed. This was probably part of his agreement. It's sold. Yellow is pretty much a planned transaction where it negates it. But then look at through here. I think there's Dustin again since the beginning of September. September 8th, he bought another 250,000 shares. So the next day, another 250,000 shares. Last purchase was 3 days ago. 13,000 shares. Trade price 100. Oh man. So and all of these has been dust. He just buys it all the way on the way up. This guy is, he's not even pumped. He doesn't even say anything. He's just like, I like it a lot. He was I think he was one of the early founders with Facebook or something like that. Yeah, that's just crazy. ASON, like, why isn't this thing hyped? 2,000 into 11,000. It's literally, how does this compare to AMC? It's almost like the AMC trade, just without any of the craziness. I guess this one's 1,500 into 15,000, so it's close. But just imagine what went into AMC versus what went into to ASON. No one talked about ASON. And that's on equity too. Yeah, this is just on straight shares. This isn't even on options. He watches your stream. He lets you do all the advertising. I mean, think about how ridiculous what you said just sounds. Compare my stream to every motherfucker in the world talking about Palantir and AMC. Just I'll let you rethink that one again, because this is a genuine question. I think it's very, very surprising. You still have the ASON? I sold that one the other day for $400. It's worth $760 now. I bought them at 60 cents. I didn't know about ASON until you talked about it. I mean, that's why we're here, right? You know, we like to talk about stuff, and that's why it sucks when you see how the market goes in a certain way. I mean, I'm glad I put some of you on game with it, but I'm genuinely I just think it's kind of like, I think ASON is a phenomenon. If you're looking at the fact that it had the ability to produce AMC-like gains, and this whole time it has just been under the radar, and it seems like a solid company, solid backing, everything. I mean, it's kind of wild. No one, I guess they know what Palantir does. ASON, the Rulo. Very fascinating. Snow, I still have that one. I don't know if that one did crazy. Could the Colt take over UMC? Maybe. It's actually pretty small, but still, we need $1 billion. Or we need 500 million collectively through equity. But I don't even know if the corporate structure would allow us to even do anything. EZFL popping. ASON going to another high. EZFL popping 11%. Why options instead of penny stocks? Because a lot of penny stocks have fraud embedded with them. I mean, the stocks can move up, but just like, you know, even the difference between like Palantir's not a penny stock, but compared to ASON, a lot more insider selling and stuff like that. Options, you can still take a small amount and do a lot, but even then, some cheap stocks or like decent stocks, you could do a lot. Again, I think that ASON play highlights it. Like AMC, you could have we bought it at $5. That's like the cusp. But like something like ASON, it really, the price of a stock doesn't matter. It's all about the initial investment. Again, ASON was $30 a share. I bought 100 of them, $3,000, but that was able to turn into a decent amount. So it's all about the percentage return that you get. So if you're able to do that, if I really strongly recommend any new investor focuses on how much money they are investing versus how many shares they're getting. Because as long as you have, you know, $1,000, and again, it's like stocks could go up 10 times. You know, people think that only happens in the penny stock world, but clearly not. There's many other places that could happen. But if it goes up even a couple 100% off of, you know, $1,000, $2,000, it's a sizable return. Better buy right now, Abbevie or Starbucks? I think that one depends on how your portfolio is set up and where your balance would be at. I really wouldn't be opposed to both of them, either or. Starbucks pays a dividend. It's just 1%. It's very small dividend. Is it worth cutting losers when I get bad stocks? No. especially if it's equity. I mean, you see me holding stuff that I'm down on, like it's not UWMC, Valander, and those aren't, UWMC, you could say maybe more long-term, but even then, like Big Commerce on the long-term, that one dropped. The idea is if it's equity, you have some level of protection with it. But usually if I pick losers and if I, kind of just don't like a stock as much, I keep it in there, but I start buying different stocks to change the balance. The idea is, when you make your decision today to buy a stock, you want to, real. I mean, that was the lending tips and the realistic guys. Thankfully, that thing it was down for a while, held it for a year and a half, got out with the profit. That's it. But you want to make sure before you buy anything, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. I think this is probably the best advice right now in this market, just in general, just because of the culture. Everyone wants to buy a lot of stuff. Everybody wants to. There's everything's story based right now, and there's so much stuff here and there that whatever you're gonna buy, act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. That's it. If if you're gonna make your decisions like that, the idea isn't buy something, feel the pain, and then change your mind. The idea is really think about what you're gonna do as if you only had one choice. That okay, if I put this money in here, I can't move it. 10 years isn't too long. No, not 2 or 5. I mean, think about this. How would your life change? Imagine if you had a decision where any decision you made, you couldn't change it for 10 years. You would act very different. Very, very different. Think about it. You would imagine that's how every job worked. If you got into a job you couldn't leave for 10 years, you would really think about taking the first job offer. Facebook show company inadequately stops human traffickers and drug cartels from posting. Part of the reason I don't have tattoos. That's, again, it pretty much, your long-term is a tattoo. Anytime you buy something, you're tattooing it. So you're like, oh, I don't like this tattoo anymore. Should I go and get it removed? Instead of wasting your money trying to get it removed and then dealing with the pain and having the pain embedded in your skin, you're still going to leave a scar in your portfolio. Instead of doing that, just stop tattooing it. Just go get a different tattoo. Go put your ink somewhere else. But I'm serious. I mean, I really think you should really think about it, because a lot of people, and again, please do not let the modern times fool you into saying 2 to 5 years is too long. Like, my guy, you're going to live. You know what I'm saying? Things take time. I mean, I just showed you Starbucks at $5 a share 10 years ago. 5 years ago, it was a different price. You see, things take time to really, really grow. So you really gotta really think about that. It's not, don't get fooled into trying to, okay, maybe I could do this, that freedom. It kind of said the irony, having the freedom to just go in and out and act based on your emotions, it's not going to help you. It's literally be as disciplined to stay, okay, I'm going to buy it and hold 10 years. Again, how many stupid stocks even the stupid ones I buy, you'll see me hold them. And that's just, even if this isn't the long term and I don't even want to hold these for 10 years, I still just understand the aspect of time. So if you allocate yourself in a way where as long as you can hold shit and you let time to your advantage, even when it's out of favor, your time will come back around. Again, I held Real. The IPO, the real estate guys bought this one. It's like Valander, like UMC, like everything. You'll see it. I mean, you're already watching it. I mean, you'll see it every now and then, random ones. I mean, nobody said anything about IC. I was down on that for 60, 70%. I sold it out for 100% and got 100 free shares of a emerging biotech company now. Again, ASON's an ASON. Somebody even said it. How many people in here bought ASON when I did, but you never held it? And then now ask yourself, what did you do with that $3,000? Where did that $3,000 go? So you bought ASON, maybe you sold it out for a little bit, and then where did it go? What did you do with? So you sold out of ASON to buy what? And then you bought something else, and then you sold out of that to buy what? Then you bought something else, and then sold out of that to buy what? And then you see what I'm saying? Where did that initial $3,000 really go to, and what did it produce? The point is, money likes to mate. Literally throw the money in a room, close the door, and let them mate and grow. And that's what you got to put to a lot of things, because if you're not giving it enough time to move around, it's not going to be able to grow and do its work. That's what I'm saying. What's the productive power now of some of the investments? ASON wasn't even the free share strategy. I just bought it and I held it. And then I put in a little bit more in Palantir. Palantir doubled up faster, sold off half of it. But look at Real. This was a real stock you saw the play. I ended up making $15,000 on this or something stupid. Remember, they bought it IPO, then they averaged down and they got clapped. Imagine buying this. I could have sold off and took the loss, and literally I held it all the way until it bursted above this. Once it got back on the highs and then we sold covered calls, I was able to just close out and walk away. And then guess what? It did come back down. But eventually, in some stocks may never come up, and that's why the quality of them and all of that, you have to definitely make that decision. But even if you don't make the best play, time, especially if you're in equity, could go a long way. And again, it just boils down to simply act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. If you do that, just really think about how your life would change. Again, how you would operate life in a very, very weird way. It sounds weird, but this is what you need for success in investments. But think about would you make decisions differently if you couldn't change your mind for 10 years after you made them? Like, just really think about that. You would either, if you were going to still make a lot of decisions, you'd probably make them smaller. Or if you were going to if you're going to put a big amount of money, you would have what? You would have went for something, you would have really looked into it. So if you're going to put 20,000, 10,000, a big amount of your money into there, you're going to really think about it if you know you can't change your mind in 10 years. Or if you want to make a lot of decisions, you're going to make them very small because you understand that, okay, if I can't change my mind, I want to dip one toe at a time. AMC's going. EasyFL drop in. You say BA, former Ford SoftBank executive. So y'all feel me? Do you feel me or what? No, you don't feel me? No Fed talk tomorrow, next week. I hope you do, man. I hope you do. It's good. It's good for you. But honestly, I think this investment, like the key we need right now, I think for the, like we said, time is going to determine who's going to stay or not. And the real thing is a real investment mindset. It's just like, like everyone forgot how things grow, I feel like. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always say this. How long did it take you to learn to not shit yourself? Like, seriously. Like, you are an advanced creature. You know so much. You could do all of these different things. How long did it take you to gain the ability to simply not shit in your pants? And you have full control of it now. But at one point in your life, you didn't. How long did it take you to get that basic ability? You spent at least 3 to 4 years shitting everywhere before you figured that out. Come on. You're dying. That's facts. And then people are buying something for 3 months and like, this stock's not going to work. 8 months, the stock goes down. It's not going to. It's like, were you just born or something? It's like, y'all don't know how things work with time. How many shitty things? Why the fuck do Crocs still exist? And Crocs are doing $5 billion? That was 5 years ago. You would laugh at that. Oh, come on. It takes time. It takes time. They don't want the time, man. You're like, you shit yourself. You're like, I don't know about this shitting thing. I don't know if it's going to work. It's been about a year. You think any 1-year-old gave up on potty training because of that? Oh, come on. Come on. I'm just trying to put him on game. Ready to wait. I hope you're ready. You got to learn how to feel it though too. And some of you are getting that firsthand experience of actually investing and actually spending the time, but just simple, whether you want to add or take away, act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. That's it. And really, really think about it. Like you are going to think about your decisions. Okay? Okay. Whew. Smells. Woo! Are you ready? How y'all feeling? It's PHILO, ladies and gentlemen. That was an appetizer. I don't know. That might be. This one's a small one. I got clapped yesterday. I was so tired. All I had time I was just pray. I fell asleep like praying type vibe. Like I prayed and then I went and then I was laying down praying. I was gone. I was just clapped for some reason. So I do got a simple one though for you. A little one is beautiful. I hope you like it and enjoy it. Hopefully it gives you something. I will remind you, even yesterday, I really like what I said. I don't know. I want to, all my parents out there, man, please instill good foundations. And, you know, one thing you could always do is spend a little bit of your time. Don't underestimate how far a daily prayer or a daily reading and that tradition can take you and your children, okay? Because I know some of that's to spread the Chad culture to the next generation. I want to make sure. Because, you know, I wish and I don't. I mean, I think it's good because I think God knows I probably can't handle no children. But some of you already got it. And at the very least, I think I could give you that outside reminder of it. But, you know, you all raise your kids. It's all up to you. But just don't underestimate that, all right? All right? Amen, 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 amen. So that's your PHILO. No, I'm kidding. There's that. But I will tell you this. There's another thing. This isn't the main PHILO, but I heard this yesterday. It came up on like a random clip. I love it now. Instagram will just show me like random like pastors and God clips. I love it. And one of them was talking about, what did he say? He was saying how, you know, finger to the sky, to God be the glory. Just because a lot of times we want to do things and I just hope you understand the point of everything is that, you know, this is why you should love. And this is why some of the decisions you guys make. And when you're able to build up your finances, when you're able to build up the long term, you're able to do a lot of stuff. I hope you know you guys will be a blessing to other people. And I hope some of you really even have that as a goal. And I know a lot of Chads do. I know a lot of Chads, man, you guys are some of the most humble, good souls where it's like, I know you are in this game right here, right now for other people, you know, when you really think about it. And that is the game plan, whether it's, you know, financially, but even on the God sense, like, you know, God wants to work through you and people should see God through what you're doing in that sense, or you will get worked through. But then the problem is it gets taken away from us when it works through us, but then we want the credit instead of God. So that's what I heard from it. And one thing I got out of it too is just like amor fati. You know, can you really, you know, what are you doing it for? But are you able to enjoy everything as the blessing? You know, it's not for your credit, you know, in a weird way. And if you have that focus, I'm just giving that as a little reminder of how it can take you a little bit further if you realize kind of the plan and the strategy. And like I said early, man, you know, the phrase from the Bible of yesterday, it says, "Seek me early and you will find me." So don't forget that yesterday, man. And that's where I'm saying, putting all of this together, even that little long-term talk, I hope you guys are realizing the journey and even where you're at today. You know, we're talking about time. Everything is still very early. So keep that in mind as you go along the path. But those are the two things. There's one more thing. Again, I'm kind of just like giving you a list of the PHILO. I'm not, I don't have anything too crazy with it. But I heard this quote the other day, and I hope it just gets you as hyped as it got me. But remember, we talked about this. I kind of talked about this the other day, and I said, you know, don't ask for the problem to go away, but ask for you to get stronger, right? That sound familiar? So I heard, I forgot which philosopher or some ancient philosophers. I think it was a Chinese quote, but it says, you can stop the waves. You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. Chad. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I hope you feel me. I like that one. Right? That's a good one, right? You can't fight the waves, but you could learn to surf. So, it's funny because that brings up two things for me. It's what we talked about the other day with it. Where, like I'm saying, you don't need, you know, with whatever it is, and this is part of it. I mean, making the right decisions financially, building up this long-term, staying in the game. Like, I mean, did any of you, like, did anybody reasonably expect to enter the stock market and not have any money go down or lose any money? Did anybody ever, did you like seriously enter with that background? Like, think about it. No, yes, you did. That's good. Okay, it happens. I think it's a good question. Because honestly, when I look back at it and I look at my first days when I was younger, I did genuinely think I didn't really think about losing money, if that makes sense. But the point is, you know, you wouldn't go into the ocean and not expect any waves. And, you know, one big market quote that I always liked, you know, a lot of times, you know, people say the market's manipulated. They're like, every time I'm bad luck if I buy it, you know, the stock's going to go down, this and that. But it's like the stock market is like the ocean. It's very indiscriminate. It doesn't care about you. There's going to be wind. There's going to be waves. If a wave comes up and sinks your ship, it's not like it didn't have a personal vengeance about you. The weather is going to stay the same. The water is going to be the water. It's all about you being the captain. It's how do you respond to the wind? How do you keep your crew safe? How do you keep your vessel safe? So it's all part of this. It's all part of this in learning how to surf. You know, everything we're talking about. So I'm saying understanding the time and everything else. I think it relates very well. You know, and it actually just reminds me of a talk I had with my mom just the other day. Because it reminds me of the story of Joseph. We've talked about Joseph a lot, you know, and it's funny because how it worked with Joseph is that he went through so many different things. He had so many planned blessings for him, but at every corner it looked like he would get thrown into jail. He had to run away. He got thrown into slavery. He had all of these different things, but he learned how to surf. So I hope you could learn how to surf. And one thing I will say, there is a benefit to surfing in a sense where you try to avoid the same thing that's making you stumble. You know, this is the talk I had with my mom. because she brought up something to me about the Bible. I was like, this is very interesting, because she said, like, David, if you look at David, he has a pretty crazy history. We talked about it, but she asked me, she's like, why did God still give him favor afterwards? And I was like, I thought he did something bad afterwards. I didn't know. I was like, I don't know why. I said, that's a good question, Mom. And she said, because he actually, like, changed his way. He wasn't, not only did he feel guilty, not only did he, actually feel it, he was actually the person who, when you make a mistake and you, like, cry and you're like, give me another chance, I'm sorry, I'll never, oh man, you know what it is, come on. How many of you totally messed up, totally had this little crying situation, you had to beg for forgiveness on something, you were begging for a second chance, and then like 6 months later, you did the same exact shit. Oh, come on. Come on. I know I did. I remember I was young, and I got in my first car crash. I remember one of my friends, he called me out on it. I got in a big car crash when I was younger. I should have died. And I remember for that for 6 months, I was like, I'm never going to do anything again. But I was like, I should be dead. I was like, I'm never going to do this again. I was like, I'm not going to go outside. I'm not going to smoke anything. I'm not going to drink anything. I said, no, man, and then I remember 6 months later, my one friend I would play PHILO with, he was like, what happened to that whole thing you were doing? I thought you said you were never gonna. And I was like, damn. But David didn't do that. So there's just something about going through, riding the waves. David had problems. David had success and failure. David had to go against, you are all going against your Goliath. And don't forget, I told you all of this right now. Because if you are not willing to fight against the wave, if you're not willing to learn about this, right? And you want to be the one to capitulate and be like, you're in the middle of I'm going to drown. I'm not going to make it. All the time. You know what I'm saying? Just, I hope you know, like I've told you, not everybody is going to meet Goliath. Don't forget that one, okay? Serious, because some of y'all, that's why people will take their time on stuff. Some people are viewing their life in this certain, they're pigeonholing it, looking at it a certain way. Everybody is going to be forced to deal with the ocean. So I hope you make it to that battle, but even then, just focus on that one error that keeps holding you back, and let's see if you could actually make a real change with it and understand that holds usually a lot of answers and a lot of keys in moving forward. So that's pretty much it. I think it's kind of exciting. I think all of it is exciting. I think it shows that there's opportunity even after you mess up. I think it brings, I like the ocean example because it just reminds me that it's just let's learn how to surf. All these waves keep getting crazier and crazier, to be honest with you. You look around, there's all this, and then you'll get over one wave and another one is going to come here. I mean, so what's the option? That's why I think it's exciting, because the option is either you're going to learn how to surf or you're going to be just getting pounded by the waves all day. So I hope this helps in some way. I think this is a little bit different of a PHILO that I've given you. I think it's very broad. I don't think I'm really diving deep on anything too crazy, but that's why I like it too, because I think the simplicity of it, and if we can't recognize some of these simple things that are affecting us and that are going to be on our journey, if it's not affecting you now, it's not like it's happening to everybody. It's going to happen. So sometimes you don't need anything crazy and deep. You don't need the big, just like I said yesterday with the whole thing, you could have a lot of knowledge, you could have a lot of education, you could have a lot of belief, but if you can't love, it's kind of useless. You don't need a crazy doctrine to get through this year. You're not going to need a crazy doctrine to get down this next 5-10 years. Some of these just little simple things, we have made life complicated in many ways. So it's just remember a lot of this and just keep it simple, especially moving forward. And even then, that little mini pre-PHILO on timing, that's a simple PHILO. That's a simple philosophy of life. When it comes to money, at least, act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. So, I hope it helps. I hope you know you're blessed. And I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready to learn how to surf. And I hope some of you don't get intimidated or feel that you don't have what you need, because if you're trying to swim when you got a board and there's waves, there's something you could do, okay? So, I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you take it to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. And God bless you. God bless you. Let's see what we got. What we got. Okay, watch out for your speakers. Watch out for your speakers.
But you can pay a little if you ask a lot for me. I got a couple killers and they down to ride for me. They own a couple business, they won't even charge a fee. How you motherfuckers play about me? Making more money than playing for South Beach. Wake up in the lane, I trade to Wall Street. Hey, when they complain, they get into cold feet. Always in the game, my OG. Wasn't waiting to make it to save and go and buy things. They was hating, I'm changing, I know they didn't like me. Couldn't take, they was waiting, but money wasn't I reach. I'ma take it, I'm patient, you know the game is timing. I need payments and statements to get my shit right in. Hesitation and waiting, the reason you declining. Meditation and praise, the reason why I'm rising. One comes up and one comes down. Started with one, but the shit compound. We was looking dumb, but we look good now. Before she hit me up, she gon' Google me. Ones that love me the most, ain't never seen me. So you tell me what that mean. Make a slick comment, get clap on stream. Bitch, this a gang, this will see you well things. Got dreams, talking MK things. Solomon David get the Caesar his stick. About what you see, yeah, it's more about what you know. Photo yola like a tree, right? Agree, but it's the growth. If you tryna talk to me, then you gotta jump. How you talking, God? I could tear down like that. Getting millions, breaking bread down like that. Bet it up for nothing, phone against me work, but you could try that. I don't like that.
I want that Snapchat. I want that boat, bro. I made a lot of money, ain't happen overreacting. Whew. Child. What do you say? What do you say? Why your money? Trying to bring value, something. What do you say? I don't even know what he says. It's crazy. Bro, I'm so mad I sold that option. The one left, I was like, man, $400. I'll take that. That's an October 115 in the money. I sold it at 4 something. I know one of the chads in here is still holding it. At least I got my shares. So I'm still getting it. You and me both. It happens. CEI, you guys have been calling that out. Amazon pop. CI up 12. Camber. Bro, that's at $9. That's 60 cents to $900. So I think we got it before earnings. How did we get it at 60 cents? So we just bought it on the dip, huh? Okay. Well, I clapped myself on this one too. I sold it early. I got a decent return, but you win some, you lose some, baby. It happens. AMD. High ticker's gassing now. It's starting to look like GG from yesterday. I did have the December 35 call. I had like 2 of them. I made like 4 or 5 grand off of them, so it wasn't like it was too bad, but could have been better. X86 AMD ready to make ARM chips. AMD. Do you see what's going on with Shiba? No, I'm not really a Shiba guy. Threadripper. I'll go look at it. I remember the first time it was on Coinbase. Didn't have a problem. Shiba Hut. Damn, so if we bought it that one day, we would have made 50%? How did it go up 50%? That's crazy. How is it still... Is it like a millionth of a penny? I don't like that SHIB could do. Most of the coins can. SPY just popping in general. I think Amazon coming green, and then the AMD thing is probably helping a little bit. All the chip makers got to move. Yeah, Facebook. Facebook's lagging. Again, it's 2 days in a row. Apple's still down 0.5%. Microsoft, but I think Amazon's giving some strength, but not enough to, like, push up anything until we... I mean, we'll see by the end of the day. This is interesting. Are you ready? FOMC angst means you could buy 25 S&P calls with one put. So the closer we get to next week's Federal Reserve meeting, the more anxious traders are becoming. Now the nervousness is turning extreme. As equities hover near a record, option traders are piling into contracts, betting that the stock market will go down, pushing the price of several put contracts up and call contracts down. The gap has become so wide that earlier this week, you could sell a single put contract that pays out if the S&P 500 drops to 4,200 by late October to fund 1,800 to fund 18 calls that will pay if the index jumps to 4,600 by then. An even more extreme gap appeared from selling a December put with a 4,000 strike to buy 25 call options, betting that the S&P will rise about 12% from since then. So pretty much based on the premium of the put, you could sell a put and buy 18 to 25 calls on the time frame. That means the calls are extremely cheap. So we see. So what's the other one? So if you sell the 4,000, so you would get 547 for this contract. It looks like it hasn't even gone up. I think it just the price of calls went down. Or maybe this is just on the actual SPX. So you get 546, and then what's 12% from here? Another 400 points, a little bit more. So like 4,900. Yeah. I think that's what people are doing, yeah. Look at this. Look at the volume on the 49. Look at the volume on it. So you could literally go sell that one put and then buy 12% higher, and it will give you 10 times the amount. Can I put on? When did you guys become such Biden fans? You're like, yo, put on Biden. Y'all just want to make fun of him, huh? Is that what y'all really want? I look at y'all love him. It's just like Trump. It's just like Trump. Y'all love it, but you hate it. You hate it, but you love it. Deep down, you hate it, but you love it. Oh, come on. This is the same. Y'all did the same thing with Donald Trump. You're doing the same thing now. Y'all hate it, but you love it. You fucking love it. Look at you like, yeah, Biden's on. Can you put Biden on? I feel you. It's fine. That's why. Just learn to love it all, baby.
Federal income taxes.
Yeah, income tax.
They made over $40 billion.
40
In the
billion.
year 2020. And they
Motherfuckers.
paid zero. Think about that.
Yeah. They didn't pay, so we're going to focus on raising the taxes instead of getting the money.
How is it possible
How
that
the
the
fuck is that-
wealthiest billionaires in the country can entirely escape paying income tax on what they've made? How is it possible for millionaires and billionaires that can pay a lower rate of tax than teachers, firefighters, or law enforcement officers? Here's the simple truth. For a long time, this
Because you
economies
make
were
sure
great
you
for
get the
those
money
at the
from the
very top.
workers. Do the same thing
While
with the
ordinary, hardworking
billionaires.
Americans, the
Problem
people who built
solved.
this country, have been basically cut out of the deal. And I've said this from the time I announced I was going to run. I believe this is a moment of potentially great change. This is our moment to deal working people back into the economy. This is our moment to prove the American people that their government works for them, not just for the big corporations and those at the very top. When I was sworn in as president, the nation was struggling to pull out of the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. Job growth was anemic, with just over 60,000 new jobs per month in the 3 months before I was sworn in. Then we went to work and passed the American Rescue Plan back in March. And it worked. It's still working. Over the last 3 months, we've been creating on average 750,000 new jobs per month. Our economy is growing at the fastest rate we've seen in nearly 40 years. Our recovery is unique in the world. We're the only developed country in the world. While this is all good news, I know many Americans are still struggling to make it through each and every day. For too many, it's harder and harder to pay the bills, food, gas, rent, healthcare. I get it. We still have a long way to go to get the economy where it needs to be. As I've said for a long time, coming out of this economic crisis as deep as the one we're in was never going to be easy, but we're doing it, and we can continue to do it. COVID, supply chain issues, bad actors seeking to profit off the pandemic are all contributing to the challenges we're facing. That's why I've made getting COVID under control my top priority from my first day as president. Everything from our public health to our economy depends on this. We've made enormous progress against the virus through the summer, and now we put ourselves in a strong position to battle this Delta variant. That's why the actions I proposed on vaccines last week are so critical. From requiring federal workers to get vaccinated, requiring healthcare workers to be vaccinated, requiring employers with over 100 employees to institute vaccine and/or test protocols, calling on for them to be able to know what their employees are doing before they walk through the door, calling for vaccine or test requirements to enter big venues, and a whole series of steps I propose to protect our kids in schools. Wall Street firms have analyzed the impact of these plans, and they're projecting that these new requirements will help 12 million more Americans get vaccinated, which will help more businesses stay open and more Americans back to work. The data shows that the overwhelming majority of Americans agree with my proposal. There's no surprise, given that 76% of American adults have already gotten at least one shot. But we're facing a lot of pushback, especially from some of the Republican governors. The governors of Florida and Texas are doing everything they can to undermine the life-saving requirements that I proposed. And some of the same governors attacking me are in states with the strictest vaccine mandates for children attending school in the entire country. For example, in Mississippi, children are required to be vaccinated against measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, hepatitis B, polio, tetanus, and more. These are state requirements. But in the midst of a pandemic that has already taken over 660,000 lives, I proposed a requirement for COVID vaccines, and the governor of that state calls it, quote, a tyrannical type move. A tyrannical type move? This is the worst kind of politics, because it's putting the lives of citizens of their states, especially children, at risk. And I refuse to give in to it. These policies are what the science tells us we need to do. They're going to save lives. They'll protect our economic recovery as well and allow the economy to continue to grow. We're also going after the bad actors and pandemic profiteers in our economy. There's lots of evidence that gas prices should be going down, but they haven't. We're taking a close look at that. Taxpayers in this country also have paid for extraordinary effort to keep our country going over the past year or so. Unlike the last administration, which resisted oversight and allowed taxpayers to be victimized by fraud, we're working hard to protect vulnerable Americans from having their identity stolen. As a consequence, their unemployment checks stolen as well. And we're going to offer organized criminals, we're going to go after organized criminals that defraud America or misuse COVID funds. Look, we're also taking a closer look at places in our economy where fewer and fewer corporate giants are controlling more and more of the marketplace in the areas they work. Just look at agriculture and the food industry. A very small number of giant corporations now dominate the market, which gives them the ability to drive up prices because they face so little competition. As we work to build healthier competition in our economy and crack down on bad actors, the American Rescue Plan, which we passed in March, is still working to give hardworking Americans, hardworking people, some relief. One of the best examples of that relief is the expansion of the child tax credit, which in effect is essentially a historic tax cut for families with children. Just yesterday, 39 million working moms and dads got their direct payment. That money is going to help cover groceries, the mortgage, new pairs of shoes, all the things that kids need. It's a tax cut for working families. So, we're working to provide as much relief as we can right now to American families, but here's the truth. Yes, the pandemic has caused a lot of economic problems in the country, but the fact is our economy faced challenges long before this pandemic struck. Working people were struggling to make it long before the pandemic arrived. Big corporations and the very wealthy were doing very well before the pandemic. That's why I've said, starting back in my campaign for president, that it's not enough to just build back. We have to build back better than before. And that's how it all begins. Big corporations and super wealthy have to start paying their fair share of taxes. It's long overdue. I'm not out to punish anyone. I'm a capitalist. If you can make $1 million or $1 billion, that's great. God bless you. All I'm asking is you pay your fair share. Pay your fair share, just like middle-class folks do. But that isn't happening now. Today in this country right now, the top 1%, for example, evade an estimated $160 billion in taxes that they owe each year. Not new taxes, taxes that they owe. And the way it works is this. If you're a typical American, like I suspect most of the press people sitting in front of me here, you pay your taxes. Why? Because you get a W-2 form. It comes in the mail every year. The IRS gets that information as well. Your taxes get deducted from your paycheck, and you pay what is owed beyond that. That's why 99% of working people pay the taxes they owe. But that's not how it works for people with tens of millions of dollars. They play by a different set of rules, and they're often not employees themselves. So the IRS can't see what they make and can't tell if they're cheating. That's how many of the top 1% get away with paying virtually nothing. It's estimated by serious economists that that number is about $160 billion collectively owed each year that doesn't get paid. It's not an even playing field. My plan would help solve that. For example, it would give the IRS the resources it needs to keep up with the lawyers and accountants and the super wealthy. It would ask just for two pieces of information from the banks of these folks, the amounts that come into their bank accounts and what amounts go out of their bank accounts, so that the wealthy can no longer hide what they're making, and they can finally begin to pay their fair share of what they owe. That isn't about raising their taxes. It's about the super wealthy finally beginning to pay what they owe, what the existing tax code calls for. Just like hardworking Americans do all over this country every tax day. Look, and like I said just a few minutes ago, 55 most profitable corporations in America paid zero in federal income taxes on what amounted to $40 billion in profit. Not a penny. That's not right. My economic plan will change that. Not punish anybody, just make them pay their fair share. But my Republican friends in Congress don't want to change the law. So what are they doing? They're attacking me and my plan, which is fine. But if you're going to have a debate, let's have an honest debate. My Republican friends are attacking my plan, saying it's big spending. Let me remind you, these are the same folks who just 4 years ago passed the Trump tax cut, totaling almost $2 trillion in tax cuts, a giant giveaway to the largest corporations in the top 1%. And listen to this, almost none of that $2 trillion tax cut was paid for. It just ballooned the federal deficit. In fact, the unpaid bills racked up by the last administration are projected to increase the national debt by more than $8 trillion over time. What I'm proposing is totally different from that approach for three reasons. First, my plan is paid for. It's fiscally responsible because our investments are paid for by making sure that corporations and wealthy Americans pay their fair share. Second, we're not going to raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000. That's a lot of money. Some of my liberal friends are saying it should be lower than that. But only corporations and people making over $400,000 a year are going to pay any additional tax. And third, not only will no one making under $400,000 see their taxes go up, the middle class are going to get some tax cuts, some breaks. My plan benefits ordinary Americans, not those at the top who don't need the help. It's a historic middle-class tax cut, cutting taxes for over 50 million families. My Republican friends are making a different choice, though. They'd rather protect the tax breaks of those at the very top than give tax breaks to working families. It's that simple. But let me ask you this. Where is it written that all the tax breaks in the American tax code go to corporations and the very top? I think it's enough. I'm tired of it. For me, it's pretty simple. It's about time working people got the tax breaks in this country. That's what my plan does. And here's what it also does. By asking big corporations and the very wealthy to pay their fair share, it makes it possible to invest in America, to invest in the American people. According to leading economists, forecasters like Moody's and major international financial institutions, my plan will create jobs, make us more competitive, and grow our economy and lessen, not increase, inflationary pressure. I don't know if it's been handed out today, but by the way, 15 Nobel laureates in economics released a letter yesterday arguing that exact same point, They said, and I quote, and this is from 15 Nobel laureates in economics, quote, because this agenda, the one I'm talking about, mine, because this agenda invests in long-term economic capacity and will enhance the ability of more Americans to participate productively in the economy, it will ease long-term inflationary pressures. It will ease it. Let me highlight just a few provisions of my plan. I know this is long, and I apologize, but it's important, I think. My plan lowers the cost of daycare and childcare and elder care for families. And the added benefit of allowing millions of people, mostly women, who are not able to go back to work because of very young family members or elderly people they're taking care of. Allow them to go back to work. It's estimated in the millions can't go back. It lowers health care premiums for millions of families. It lowers prescription drug costs by giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices. And it strengthens Medicare by adding dental, vision, and hearing coverage for if you're on Medicare. It also extends the tax cut for families with kids that we passed in the American Rescue Plan in March. All of this will mean thousands of dollars in savings for the average American family on some of the toughest and most important bills they have to pay every month. My Republican friends talk a lot about inflation, but if you want to talk about actually lowering the cost of living for people in this country, my plan does just that. By strengthening the capacity of our economy, it will also reduce inflationary pressures over the long run. Here's something else my plan does. It confronts the crisis of extreme weather events that we're seeing all around us and around the world, but just here in America. We see it everywhere. We know it's real. In just the past few weeks, and there's more to come, I've seen the destruction of hurricanes in Louisiana, where winds got up to gusts to 179 miles an hour. A deadly toll from flooding in New York, where 20 inches of rain in New Jersey, more than 11 inches of rain in some areas. More than 5 million acres of our lands and communities have burned to the ground in wildfires just this year alone. That's more than the size of the entire state of New Jersey burned to the ground. When I was out in California, I flew over some of these areas. In addition, there's a severe drought in the West and the Midwest. There's a blinking code red out there for the nation. We can't wait to act. Extreme weather, just last year, cost the American public $99 billion in damage. $99 billion in damage last year. And unfortunately, we're likely to break that record this year. And the evidence is overwhelming that every dollar we invest in resilience saves $6 down the road when the next fire doesn't spread as widely or the power station holds up against a storm. We need to rebuild with resilience in mind, so roads are built higher, levees are built made more stronger, transmission lines are better protected, and so much more. You know, I hope we're past debating climate change in this country. Now we have to act, and we have to act fast. And my plan does that. Let me end with this. This pandemic has been god-awful for so many reasons. The lost lives, as I said, over 660,000. The jobs, the businesses lost, the lost time in school for our kids. But it does present us with an opportunity. We can build an economy that gives working people a fair shot this time. We can restore some sanity and fairness to our tax code. We can make the investments that we know are long overdue in this nation. That's exactly what my bipartisan infrastructure plan does. I should say our bipartisan infrastructure plan does. Investments in roads, bridges, highways, clean water in every home and every school, universal broadband, quality, affordable places for families to live. And we can invest in our people, giving our families a little help with their toughest expenses, like daycare, childcare, elder care, prescription drugs, health care, preparing the young people to compete against any country in the world with preschool and community college. We can confront this crisis of extreme weather and climate change and not only protect our communities, but create new opportunities, new industries, and new jobs. In short, this is an opportunity to be the nation we know we can be. A nation where all of us, not just those at the top, are getting to share the benefits of a growing economy in the years ahead. Let's not squander this moment trying to preserve an economy that hasn't worked too well for Americans for a long time. Let's not look backward, just trying to rebuild what we had. Let's look forward together as one America, not to build back, but to build back better. Thank you all very much, and God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President, what kind of impact does it have when celebrities like Nicki Minaj share dubious claims?
Oh, you don't want to say anything on Nicki? Okay. Huh? Your anaconda don't. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought Nicki was about to come out. I was like, yo, that'd be crazy. Yo, what if Nicki came out? She's like, oh, come on. My tax plan don't want none unless you got salt, son. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, come on, that's a banger. Wow. Again, I don't know what it is lately. I don't know if I've been drinking the water or something, but a lot of stuff just comes off very wild. Again, I pulled up that salt tax deduction thing because there's been multiple studies on it and this is the only factor that they have not agreed upon just yet. But even though like Trump limited the salt deduction, and that statistically brought in more money for the government than doing any sort of tax raise. So even though the deficit did go up because of the lowering corporate taxes, the actual revenue brought into the IRS was higher by capping the salt deduction. So point is, if you really want to tax the rich, you keep the salt tax deductions in place. I would love for it to get removed as a personal. I would get a lot more stupid tax write-offs because you could write off a lot more frivolous things. So, salt, my tax plan don't want none unless you got salt, son. Boom, 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 boom. I'm telling you, it's a banger. But no, because I'm saying, think if I had a salt tax deduction, I would get more money. But it's a tool used by the rich. Everybody knows that if you know about it. Again. That's why. So that's the. Other than that, I do think the situation. If I could give you real actionable politics on this, the situation is heating up. So it doesn't really matter what you and I think. The point is that both parties now, again, with McConnell saying what he said yesterday, and now they're trying to. They need to get this passed, but there could be substantial delays that could tie into the debt ceiling and everything else. So. It's a very, very interesting time frame when you really start looking at it. It's one thing of what they're saying, sure, but the time frame related to the debt ceiling, the fact that we've heard about these bills for a long time and not too many of them have been voted, written down, and ratified, it brings up something that you got going on right here, and that's why the time frame until the debt ceiling, it's looking like the game of chicken is starting. That's what I'm calling it. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be a debt ceiling game of chicken where they're both going to go back and forth because they're trying to get a certain bills, get certain things there, but then it looks like the Republicans aren't going to allow a raising of the debt ceiling to suffice. So yeah, that was fun. You guys have fun? You guys wanted to hear that, so you were like, yeah, I hate this. Damn it, the taxes. I just think, I don't get it though. Like, it really clicked with me the other day. It's just like, why wouldn't we just go and make sure we got the money from these people making money instead of monitoring every transaction? in raising taxes. I don't know. I don't know. Like, does that make sense? Like, if like, okay, $40 billion generated, not a single dollar taxed. So then the problem isn't the taxes. The problem is receiving it. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. I don't get it. Because it's just like, I get it. Let's tax the super wealthy. I'm not super wealthy. I feel you. Like, shit. But like, everybody? And then wouldn't the same thing happen? So even if we raise the taxes, like Jeff Bezos he gonna spend $20 million on a lawyer anyways. You kind of wealthy? I'm like super wealthy, dude. I don't know. I think I'm like upper middle class now, factoring in inflation. That's it. And I just made poor financial choices with some vehicles that got rewarded in 2021 because the market's stupid. That's it. And I just liked houses because I born in a Middle Eastern family, and that's all we were taught. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know anything else besides that. Like, I ain't got no Jeff Bezos. I don't got, man. I'm just saying, man, like, Hunter can make like $500,000 off a painting. I can't do that. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. They don't even like, the rich people don't even like me. The wealthy people don't even like, I don't even like them. I mean, this is just, I don't know, man. It's just, that's what it is. That's just what it is. But I'm just saying we should focus on getting the taxes instead of raising them, because I just don't want the same problem to happen. Drop a uncle NFT. I wanted to sell an NFT on my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to make an NFT that will give you the rights to, like, determine what I wear in the morning. Or then you could, like, control, like, one thing that I say. You said chill, Satan. You could control one thing I say every hour. You'll get, as long as, assuming it's not derogatory or vulgar. You'll get that's, you could choose what I eat. Is that like the future of NFTs? That's it. It's like I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that it sounds dangerous? That's not legal. Why not? I could sell my right to what I eat in the morning. It's branding. Yeah. I'm gonna just turn my life into a NASCAR vehicle. How would you enforce that? There'd be some way to code it into the smart contract. So I thought about that idea because I was like, what if people start doing that? Right? It's a dumb contract. Like, what if people like sold the NFT? Because I saw NFTs associated with rights. And then I was like, what? I was like, so what if people just started going crazy? Like, what about like an NFT to name? Can I sell an NFT to name my first child? So then I'll have a NFT with rights. And so then that way you can name my first child if you own the NFT. McDonald's says Beyond Meat is supplying the Netherlands test. My first child's name is Airbnb. I said, I'm thinking about selling myself on an NFT. So someone said, yo, chill, Satan. That was a really good joke. He said, chill, Satan. Calm down. What are you trying to do? First child has to be Snapchat Evi. That's a beautiful name. I like Snapchat Evi. It just hits on everything. Tesla. Tesla's just Tesla now. I mean, #1 electric car company in the world. Just doing Tesla things. That's it. The news kind of chilled, but there's been a lot. It's like a lot of the same story and narrative about growth slowing down, how Delta and any virus variants affect the recovery, what is going on with China's recovery, and even us. I'm even thinking about it. Think about retail sales going up 2%, even though that was a surprise. It's like, oh yeah, Beyond's popping off of the McDonald's stuff a little bit. I got that in the bottom right. But it seems like with all those ships off the port, it's like everybody was rushing to kind of buy Christmas gifts ahead of time. It's like if we only got positive 2% and there was kind of this rush, like maybe that could be a little sketchy in the longer run, if that makes sense. Put premiums because of the dividend. That's why SPY calls look cheap. Is ex-dividend tomorrow? Well, I think it's also because of FOMC. Again, that article we went over. I mean, it's highlighting how it's highlighting the what's it called? It's highlighting just the relative cost. Do I have more faith in Roblox or Airbnb? That's a good question. I think both, there's just different demographics. One's for the kids, one's for the adults. I think they're kind of equivalent. That's a good one. I don't know. I don't know. I want to say Airbnb just because I've made more money, like physical money, not from the stock. Like I've never made money on Roblox. I know people who have, but I have personally, I've made money on Airbnb. Like if I really want, I could have probably, if in another lifetime, in a different life, I could have probably made a living off of Airbnb. That would have been my only career probably. Because like it's something that, if you get a hang of it and understand how to do it, like again, it's big money, especially back in the day, and then now during all of this. Airbnb has more growth potential, probably. But then again, I mean, the kids, like Roblox, there's just a new generation. Like people know what Roblox is. Like, and like it's going to affect the future generations are going to know Roblox. And then any of the new kids and like how it could be applied for, metaverses down to everything else. It's just like the new generation is going to run into Roblox. It's like Roblox is like a gateway drug to video gaming. That's why it's like I like it. But goes both ways. I'm playing since 2008. You could play Roblox in an Airbnb. You cannot Airbnb in a Roblox. Damn. You're wrong on this. Roblox will be full dead in 10 years. I mean, I would have believed you 10 years ago. But the fact it's already survived 10 years in a world where we went from Crocs are whack to Crocs are cool towards people spending billions of dollars a month on JPEGs and virtual items. I would, again, 10 years ago, I would have said that. But now it's like, I feel like if anything, it's already more. Roblox has been around for 15 years. So Roblox is not a new company. Roblox has survived. Roblox has had a better career than most of us in here, in the sense that it stayed alive longer for 15 years. So if you're going to tell me Roblox won't be here in 10 years, have you traded for 15? Spending billions on JPEGs. In your entire life, what's your biggest mistake? Not holding things long. So I've held a lot of things long, but there's a lot, just like I gave you that example with ASON, like you took your $3,000 and then you sold it out to buy something else, and then you bought something else, and then you went and you try to buy something else, and then before you know it, that money's gone. But then what happened to that original $3,000. And I look back, you know, I could have done a lot from real estate to stocks, even house flips that I made. It's like I wish I just kept them. Roblox is 15 years and 15 days old. Video games will always evolve. Kids, more or less graphics like this. Again, one, have you been trading longer than Roblox has sustained? First question. Two, if they would go and switch culture from less graphics to more graphics, how come that didn't happen in the last 5 years? That's the real question. Because that is when we've had the push. That's when we've had more technology, virtual reality, all of this stuff. Why didn't they? And that's what I'm saying. It's part of the game. It's made for children. It's supposed to be a simple game. Duck Hunt, Roblox. You can't make Madden on Duck Hunt. You can't create worlds. Duck Hunt only profited Nintendo. It didn't profit all the other people. Terminal, check HYG run function HDS. What the fuck? Hold on. That is, I see the chart. I need to look into that a little bit more. Kids love him. I just think it's a, what's it called? I just think it's a gateway. It's a gateway gaming thing. I'm looking at HCS. Are you saying, is there any I pulled up something different when I pulled up HYG. What are you looking for? Send me a screenshot if anything. Bloomberg talking about the ports right now. Also run holder. I'm looking at who's holding it. I'm looking at some of the things. I would even look at the options too if you want. A lot more people traded on the options as well, but it pulled up a chart the first time and then disappeared. Check out SLV. What about SLV? Now, everybody in the SLV, put your mother hands up and follow me. I mean, right now, if anything, it's just a commodity play right now with what's going on with everything. Damn, SLV is breaking. That's the key. It's like, I don't know. I mean, commodities are going crazy. I feel like I would rather take aluminum or uranium. By top outlook, look how much they're selling. BlackRock sold out a lot, but a lot of those happened in June. purchased Colt merch for the first time, but I was more excited when I got extra Colt stickers. Ooh. Amen. 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 We love it. Make sure you smile when you wear them. Make it look good. I'm seeing 915. Buy from BlackRock. Do I support taxes? Yes. I mean, where do you think everything comes from? I mean, a lot of it, yeah, people could argue that the government could use the money a little bit better, but yeah, I mean, what did Uncle say? He says, just learn the game, do what they say. They'll teach you how to duck that shit. He said, you pay your taxes. You should pay your taxes. You should learn about it too, though. That's what I'm saying. A lot of times, even early on, that's what I said when I first started on. I got double taxed a lot. I didn't. If you don't know what to do with it, like that's what I was saying earlier today. That like it's all about the strategy. Because I ended up getting, I ended up getting double taxed, and I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Some things that you would write that you would say, oh, I made this or I didn't spend this. If you didn't really realize it, like you've already been taxed on some stuff already. But again, I think it's like there is a limit to some of it. I think like back in the day when people made like revolts over taxes, I think they were only getting taxed like 33%. What do I mean by double tax? So like let's say you buy something and then there's taxes on it and then you don't realize that it qualifies as a tax write-off. So then you not only do you pay sales tax and other stuff, or again, you spend money somewhere, but then you don't recognize it as spending the money, and you say, I made this much money, but then you don't count something that would have qualified, you end up paying more money than you owed. Again, think about it. When you do taxes, nobody tells you what you owe. You're the one who figures it out. So if you go to a tax preparer or you prepare your own taxes, and then you go and say, oh, I made $50,000, but then you're not accounting for the fact that you made a little bit more, but what you spent money on, you actually technically probably made less, but then you didn't really see that you weren't obligated to pay there. The government's not going to care. They'll take the more money. So if you say I made $50,000, but in reality you probably made $45,000 or $30,000, and you pay taxes on $50,000, you double taxed yourself, essentially. What are you saying? Is Fed scheming? No, I'm saying education. That's why you got to know how to do it. That's why some people, when I say tax, they think learning taxes is all about like scheming and not paying anything. Not at all. It's to make sure you pay your actual obligation and understand, and then so you can make more productive decisions so you plan for the future. Because if you're going to get taxed every year, it is indefinitely going to affect your future. So you have to know how to prepare and plan for that. And then sometimes if you're going out there, no one's going to stop you from paying more taxes. So even what I do is I already paid taxes for the year. I send in money to the IRS just as a down payment because I don't even know. So I'll even send money and then before my taxes are fully done. So I'm estimating what I'm assuming I'm going to pay. And then if I end up paying more or less, I either add to what I paid them already, or I will go and I'll say, hey, I paid you X amount of money, but I didn't end up spending that much. So here, this is what I need this money, and they'll give it to me back. Simple load up on deductions. Well, no, because what if you want to go buy property? And then what if you want to buy a lot of property and have a lot of leverage in property? you can't make nothing. And you can't, if you deduct all your income, that's what happens to most people for their first 2 years. You self-employed, then you realize, oh shit, I'm self-employed, I need 2 years of history. And then you go and get your 2-year history, you're making 200 grand, 150 grand a year, and then you write off 125 grand a year. My guy, you're making $25,000 net income. You're going to qualify for a $300 mortgage. See what I'm saying? So it's not all about deductions. It's making sure you don't overpay, but then at the same time, making sure that you're able to plan your future and make productive business decisions. How does Trump do it? He keeps the money moving. So he pays a lot up front, then he'll defer and do that. It's not that Trump doesn't owe taxes. He just keeps it in a cycle. So what he's doing is essentially, instead of before recognizing whether there's profits, he'll either pay up front and put in, $20 million, let's say he's going to pay. And then next time he has a profit, instead of taking the money and running with it, he's saying, okay, well, I made this money this year, but I'm going to defer it for this. And then he's using other certain, I don't want to call them strategies, other deductions, but then you just keep it moving. So at one point, if Trump wanted to take everything, sell it, and just take his money and live, he's going to pay those taxes. It's not like the taxes go away. He still owes money. Some years he owed more or less, and then that's what he does. He's putting money up front, then he owes some, but he's still paying money. But then a lot of the way that he's not essentially paying all of it up front is by keeping it cycling. And that's why by cycling investments or holding on to certain stuff, and then you pretty much until he dies. That's why whenever he dies, anything he owed in taxes is going to get paid, especially after what they're doing now. So that you keep moving it until you're eventually all cashed out. Your working capital or capital too, you die, and then now that unless the person, your heir, is able to do the same thing, and because essentially you're keeping money moving through the system. That's a big part of it. That's not the truth. He never paid for it. There's some that he is still going to pay in the future, but to say he didn't pay taxes, it wouldn't make sense if the IRS has received millions of dollars from him. I mean, I know you guys don't like him. I mean, I'm trying to answer tax strategy, not really the person, but he's paid taxes before, and he does pay taxes, but now a lot of the taxes is obligation. He's either going to defer it, and then he defers it until he can write off some of it, but then he'll get another obligation, and then it just adds to it. Then it goes back and forth. Some years more or less than the others, but then it just keeps recycling. He sent up 8 and 9. Jeez. It's taking losses and gains and spreading them over time. But then again, this concept of paying and not paying, like he's sent in a prepayment as well. Like I think he put in at one point like $12 or $15 million, but then he got some of it back a couple years later, then makes a bigger profit, will defer it. The thing that people don't like that he's done is reduce his tax obligation by companies going bankrupt, essentially, or taking fat losses. Like a lot of people don't realize, like Trump necessarily wasn't like, he's a very wise person with some investments, but he wasn't hitting home runs all the time. And what ended up happening, he had several properties he would take fat losses on. So like he would go and take, like he bought some of those golf courses and he was down $30-40 million. So that would help lower his obligation, but then it wasn't really like, it wasn't a good business decision. So some of those, even like Atlantic City too. So it wasn't about It's not like he made bad investments, and that ended up reducing some of the tax burden from some of the good ones that hit, essentially. But it's just all a game of keeping the money moving. That's all it is. You keep it moving, you defer, you pay some, you wait, and then you determine, okay, does it make more sense to pay now, or I'm going to push it till next year? And then you make a certain investment. You could go he used it to his advantage to take big risk, because now it's a weird moral hazard, because now if you have a huge tax obligation, you can go and take stupid risk, because what are your options? You either go and pay the taxes on it, or you could go and take a fat risk and then end up paying more taxes if it pays off, or you lose on that investment, but then you could write off the loss because now you lost the money. It's like a kind of like rolling over an option, little more, but again, moral hazard. It's just like, you can go and do it. You could literally, like, imagine you go make $100 million, and then you're going to owe $50 million in taxes, let's say, hypothetically, right? What would you do? You owe $50 million in taxes. You made $100 million. So now you could go pay your taxes next year, or you could go buy a $50 million golf course, casino, anything. And then then now think about it. What would you do? You could either pay the $50 million up front, or you could take that $50 million and invest it into a riskier business endeavor. And then if that endeavor makes more money, you're going to pay even more taxes. But then if you keep the cycle going, there you go. So then, but if you lose on it, what's going to happen? Now that you didn't make $100 million. Now you're saying, well, I lost this much. And then you're saying, well, I owe $50 million for this year, but then the next year I lost $50 million. He said, they're going to have to hypothetically catch me. Saki talking Nicki Minaj. She said, my tax plan don't. My tax plan don't. My tax plan don't want none unless you got salt, son.
Have answered by their doctors. We have doctors who can answer questions. And this is something, again, in our outreach to celebrities, it follows a pretty standard process. We, officials who are working on these issues and engage in regular conversations, offer to answer questions, offer to do that privately sometimes. Sometimes it's done publicly. And I would say that if we believed that everybody who had skepticism about the vaccine wasn't someone we should engage with or talk to, we wouldn't have made the progress we've made. I mean, remember back in December, only 33% of the American people were open to getting vaccinated. Now more than 75% have had at least one shot. So part of our strategy and our objective from the beginning has been engaging with people who have questions to help answer their questions.
Go ahead. I'd like to ask you a little bit more about some of what's detailed in the upcoming book of Woodward and Costa. Specifically in the area of the president taking or not taking the advice of Secretaries Austin and Blinken. We've seen the president defend his decision to exit Afghanistan in the way that he did. But as the public may see this and read this and say, top close officials suggested a slower path out. The public watched what happened with some of the chaotic things. What should we take from that in terms of how the president processes the information his advisors are giving? And does he have any second thoughts about not taking the gated, slower approach that's described?
Well, I think what people should take, one, let me first say, I'm not going to confirm or substantiate anonymous, unconfirmed reports in a book. But I think you're asking an important question, which is how does the president take a range of advice from different people? And sometimes it's conflicting with each other as well, of course. First, what we've said from the beginning as it relates to Afghanistan is the president asked his team to present to him clear assessment, candid advice on the path forward. Everyone knew coming into the beginning of the administration, he knew, the vice president knew, the national security team knew that we were in a situation facing a May 1st timeline of either getting our troops out or facing conflict with the Taliban. That's what we walked into and the circumstances we were discussing. What we also know now is that given it took 6,000 troops to protect the airport, this was not a scenario where it was either maintain the status quo. The president never felt that was a real viable option. And now we looked at 6,000 troops were needed to protect the airport. That wouldn't have been a viable option. It was not the status quo or withdraw. It was withdraw or increase troops. And that's how he saw the decision.
One of the things that Secretary Blinken talked about was the concern about European partners. Jonathan was asking about questions related to European partners being upset now. Is there a tension point between the president, who talked about being a steady hand, and normal relationships? When the French are mad today, they were other NATO partners and others were unhappy about the exit. Is there an issue there where the president is going it without consideration of those partners?
I don't think the president sees it as without consideration. There was extensive consultation. There was extensive briefings, both at the Secretary of State's level, at the Secretary of Defense's level, in advance of the president's announcement in May about his decision to withdraw our military presence in Afghanistan. It doesn't mean that all of our allies and partners are going to always agree with everything we do, nor do we always agree with everything they do. But sustainable and good diplomatic relationships mean you work where you can agree and you sustain strong partnerships to address global issues in the world regardless. I think what the president's view is here is that, his decision to withdraw our true presence in Afghanistan was, as he's talked about extensively, in large part because he felt it was a 20-year war that had gone on far too long, that did not have a military outcome that would be successful, and that it was in our national interest to do so. Also, our resources as a country, as a national security team, are not unlimited. And he wants to have the capacity and the ability to have partnerships like the one we announced last night, that is an important partnership moving forward for security in the Indo-Pacific, to address big issues, whether it's technology or cyber or even climate. And that's what he feels the United States should be focused on.
One very different, separate. Many of us were in the East Room watching the president. We've seen him on many occasions where he has a repeated cough. What is the situation with that cough, and is that a concern?
It's not a concern. We have a doctor who travels with him, obviously, who checks in if it is ever warranted, and certainly that continues to be the case, as it has been since the beginning of his presidency.
Is there an explanation for why he coughs so frequently in situations like that? I'm sure you saw it.
I did. I don't think it's an issue of concern. I think there are a range of reasons why we may need to clear our throat, or we may have a little light cold, and that's certainly something that presidents, elected officials, reporters, spokespeople can confront, but it's not an area where we have a medical concern. Go ahead.
Right after AUKUS, China said that it wants to join the Trans-Pacific trade deal. Does the administration have a response to that? And secondly, does President Biden, would he still like to join that if it could be renegotiated?
Well, on their second question, let me take that first. The president has been clear that he would not rejoin the TPP as it was initially put forward. He's also been clear that we have to join with the 40% of the world that we had with us for the deal and make sure environmentalists and labor are at the table. So obviously there'd be a lot of steps for that to be taken in order for that to be a viable option to the president. In terms of China's interest in joining, let me just add one more thing. We're looking at a range of options, of course, to forge stronger economic partnerships in the Indo-Pacific. Trade is not the only one. There's a range of ways that we can forge those relationships and those partnerships. Obviously, as it relates to China's interest in joining, we'd leave it to those countries to certainly determine. We're going to continue to work with other countries in the region on economic partnerships and relationships, and if there's an opportunity to renegotiate, then that could be a discussion we could be a part of.
Has President Biden promised to Leader Schumer that he will help lobby for changes to the filibuster on voting rights if needed?
The president has promised Leader Schumer that he will help get voting rights passed into law. And there's obviously been some important developments over the past couple of days that the president sees as a positive step forward. Additional compromises, that could be a path forward. So the president wants to stay closely in touch, work closely with Leader Schumer, and determine what the next steps are to get this passed and move forward.
Broach the subject of the filibuster on that.
There are a range of topics that are discussed and raised. The president's view hasn't changed. There are more steps forward in the president's view to get this passed. Go ahead.
Can you give us any readout or update from the president's meetings with Senators Sinema and Manchin earlier this week? And can you confirm that he's speaking today with Schumer and Pelosi and what he plans to discuss with them?
Sure. He is speaking today, or he does plan to have a conversation today with Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer. As you all know, Speaker Pelosi is overseas. It's a virtual conversation, and certainly moving the Build Back Better agenda forward, the infrastructure bill forward, and the president's legislative agenda forward will be the central part of the conversation today, as it was when he met yesterday with Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema. We're in the middle of the process, so the president knows and is that he's going to need to be, he's eager to be very engaged directly with senators, directly with leadership to move this forward. I will note, though, I know there's been a focus on just a couple of members, very important members. We are engaged with a range of members, and the president is as well. Senators, members of Congress, moderates, progressive, across the political band as we work to move this forward.
Did these two senators indicate any cap that they would support in terms of the reconciliation package?
I will let them speak to what their interests are. I know they have both spoken to their interests publicly on many occasions, so I will leave that to them.
Can I ask also, Anthony Fauci has said that he would support the notion of requiring either vaccinations or a negative test for domestic air travel in the U.S. for passengers, not staff. If he supports that, he's the president's chief medical advisor. Why haven't you done that?
Well, I would say, right now, last week we announced some bold, ambitious steps that were supported across the board from our health and medical experts. Right now, our focus is on implementing those. Part of that was also doubling fines for people who were not wearing masks on planes, a step that we feel would help keep people safe on flights and reduce the spread. We haven't taken options off the table, but I don't have any updates to share with you at this point. Our focus is on implementation of the big steps we announced last week.
Do you have any update on the Fed chair?
I do not.
So
I know it's a big question on Phil's mind. Go ahead. It's okay. Don't hide behind Phil. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Yesterday, the president announced a second global climate summit, and he's been really doubling down on these ambitious goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So I want to ask about the Line 3 pipeline. Enbridge, the energy company, says it's almost complete. It could be operational by this fall. We've talked to opponents and climate scientists who say that from a potential emissions standpoint, it's the equivalent of bringing online more than 40 coal-fired power plants. We know there's ongoing litigation. We've reached out to DOJ and Army Corps of Engineers, but Representative Ilhan Omar and her colleagues wrote specifically to President Biden asking him to look into this pipeline. I just want to know if the president's reviewed that letter, if he plans to respond. Does the president plan to consider? Is the president even considering asking the Army Corps of Engineers to review some of their permits on this one?
Well, as you said, it's in the middle of active litigation. So that is where we are going to leave it be. We are certainly aware of the concerns, of the expression of viewpoints on this particular issue, no question about it. But we're going to, it's in the middle of active litigation, so there's not a lot I can say from here on it. I would say that on climate and the president's climate agenda, he has a very ambitious approach that is reflective of the agenda that's moving forward and moving through Congress, something he's talked about with a range of members, over the course of the last couple of weeks. But there's not much I can say beyond what we've said to date.
Yeah, but zooming out, we've talked to some climate scientists who say that, who just really question whether it would be possible for the president to meet his own goals with reducing emissions if new pipelines like this one, if new fossil fuel infrastructure basically get more oil to the market. So are you confident the president can meet his own goals here? And do any new pipelines like this kind of undermine the president's message that the United States wants to be a global leader on this?
Well, again, there's active litigation, so that's where it sits. But I would say that in terms of the president's climate agenda, It's not just one thing. He has taken a range of steps, announced steps steps to drive American leadership forward on clean cars and trucks. That's something he can do on his own. Obviously, there are a number of components that are included in his Build Back Better agenda, in the infrastructure bill, that will take significant steps to moving things forward. He's been a leader in getting us back in on the having a seat at the table on the Paris Climate Agreement. So he has taken across the board steps, every step he can take within his control to move the climate agenda forward. He's identified climate as a crisis facing his presidency and is eager to work with activists to continue to get the job done. But if something's in active litigation, it's in active litigation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Quick question about the security partnership. Yesterday, there was a call when several senior administration officials said that there were conversations that were had over months before this partnership was announced. And we're sort of curious to know if France was part of those conversations and the whole process. And if they weren't, was that sort of, has there been a loss of trust because of that?
Well, senior administration's officials have been in touch with their French counterparts to discuss AUKUS. I don't have in front of me, nor do I think I'm going to outline for you a detailed level of our engagement on this. This is a partnership with the Australians and the United Kingdom. And of course, we keep other partners and key allies abreast. But I think what's important to know is that going back to the G7, the three leaders met in June, as you all know, in Cornwall on the margins of the G7. And this was one of the main topics that was discussed. And that was where from there, they urged their teams to work on it to get us to this point.
And a quick follow-up on gas prices. The president was talking about it just now. Mm-hmm. He said that, we're looking into this manipulation of the gas market. Is the White House currently doing an investigation? He said prices should be coming down, but they're not. Do you have an update on that?
We've asked the FTC, as you know, to look into it. They'd be the appropriate body. They've conveyed that they would in a letter, so I would point you to them for more specifics. Go ahead.
Just one quick follow-up and a couple others. You said AUKUS isn't about any one country. Officials have been pretty clear this is about China. What's the difference between what the White House is saying publicly from the podium and what we're hearing from officials behind the scenes?
Well, in our view, it's about security in the Indo-Pacific.
Country in the Indo-Pacific that you feel like is a threat to the rules-based order and international norms?
I will let others do their analysis, but from the United States government, our focus is on what steps we can take to increase security in the Indo-Pacific, and there are a range of countries that could pose a threat, and we'll let an outside analysis give their analysis.
On debt limit, is the president view bipartisanship, which you guys have made very clear from Secretary Yellen across the administration, is important on this? Is that a red line for him? Republicans have to be involved, or there's no other path?
You know I love red lines. I don't love them. No, I'm not here to set new lines, red lines, lines in the sand. But I do think it's important context for everybody to understand, as you well know, that 80 times has Congress raised the debt limit. And even if you look to comments in recent days by Senator McConnell, if you look to just 2 years ago, he argued that that failing to vote to raise the debt limit would, quote, be a disaster and, quote, put our full faith and credit at risk. We agree with that. And now he's against a vote. So I think when we're looking at politics here, we know where the politics is coming from. But our argument is that this is not a political issue, shouldn't be a partisan issue. It hasn't been throughout history. You may have all seen that Secretary Yellen had a call with Senator McConnell. Not a political call, of course. She's not political. She's an economist, to really convey what the enormous dangers of default would be. So that's the argument we're making. Yes, I know you all have good questions about the vehicle and how it move forward. All good questions we're working with Congress on. But our view is this should be bipartisan, as it has been in the past.
Just one more, since Josh stole my Fed question. FDA, I know you don't have a personnel announcement. Is the idea here that because they've got so much on their plate and they have a team that's been working on this stuff for a long time, you just wait until there's like a quiet moment to appoint somebody, or does that have any impact whatsoever on what's going on?
I promise you, when we have determined and selected an FDA commissioner to nominate, we will announce it and not wait for a quiet moment. I don't know that there are quiet moments around here. You may all agree with that. And that's what the president is eager to do, of course. I don't have any predictions of what the timeline will be, and understand certainly the question. Go ahead.
The federal judge just ruled that you blocked the Biden administration from expelling migrant families under the public health order and a new ruling. It takes effect in 14 days. I'm wondering what the administration's plans are on that front.
Right, the news just came out, as you referenced. It's a preliminary injunction that would take effect, as you said, 2 weeks from now. We, of course, would refer you to the Department of Justice on any additional steps or next steps. We are still taking steps or focused on taking steps to address the root causes of migration, implement orderly asylum processes, strengthen collaborative migration management efforts in the region, and effectively secure our borders. We feel we've made considerable progress on that front, but this news, of course, just came out, and I'd really defer you to the Department of Justice for any additional steps.
And then one other on booster shots. Obviously, next week is the timeline that the administration laid out. There seems, as you've addressed, there seems to be some considerable disagreement within the public health agencies about how to move forward. Former scientists from the FDA who left signed on to study about this, saying that the boosters are not needed. Do you still plan to have the boosters rolled out next week? And what do you tell the American people about some of this disagreement inside the public health agency?
Well, of course, we respect a range of viewpoints, but we really rely on the people who are leading our health and medical agencies, and there is broad agreement among those individuals about where things stand. If we go back to August, 8 of the Department of Health and Human Services top doctors released a statement saying they had determined boosters would be needed and that we have a plan to begin a booster program starting the week of September 20th, subject to an independent evaluation from FDA and ACIP. That continues to be what we have conveyed since then. Right now, where the process is yesterday there was data provided by the FDA that will be analyzed, and the next step is next week. ACIP is planning to meet, and based on the recommendation, we're prepared to operationalize our plan. But it's always been based, every time we've talked about this as based on a thorough review and a thorough process to complete. It's our job to be prepared whenever we can operationalize.
Does the president have any regrets about speaking publicly about this plan before there was the approval from the public health agencies, or he still feels that was the right step to do?
Well, first of all, the first statement was done by our health and medical doctors by HHS, those 8 doctors. And then he spoke to it. And the president said, I want to be clear. This plan is pending the FDA conducting an independent evaluation of the safety and effectiveness of a 3rd dose of the Pfizer and Moderna mRNA vaccines, and the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices issuing booster dose recommendations based on a thorough review of the evidence. That was what he said when this announcement was made. If you look at it on the flip side of this, right, it is at the time they made this announcement in part because there was data that was available that showed that the waning of efficacy of vaccines over a period of time, right? That's why these doctors and medical experts in their statement made this recommendation and this announcement. So the alternative would have been they not move forward with it and hold back and not share that data. I mean, that's also not being transparent or leading with science. And so that's the course of history here, I should say.
Sure. Just a quick follow-up. So you said a moment ago that the top public health officials of the administration, FDA Commissioner, CDC, Surgeon General, all agree and recommend that the American public should be getting boosters, starting next week. So if they're all on that page, but the FDA Advisory Committee and the CDC Advisory Committee, let's say, are on a different page, if they don't think boosters should be ready at this time, I guess then who's the administration going to listen to? Its top doctors or these outside advisory committees?
Well, before we confuse the public, that's not what ACIP has recommended. They're meeting next week. We don't know what they're going to say. What our health and medical experts have said, and they have been very consistent on this, Dr. Walensky, based on the FDA review and ACIP, and exactly as you said, the note that immunocompromised people actually never got really good immune protection to begin with, we noted that as of now, we should be offering a 3rd dose of the vaccine. Janet Woodcock. So it is true, we don't have all the data. We have a lot of data from both this country and other countries in the effects of waning. We don't have all the data on the most all the safety data and so forth. Those studies have been completed and should be available to the FDA soon. Our objective is to be prepared should all of this process move forward. It's always been pending the approval of the ACIP and the FDA. All of these doctors have said this could be needed. They've said in their statement, 8 of them said they had determined boosters would be needed. Now it's going to go through the process. That's what's happening over the next week. So we're not going to predetermine what that process is going to say.
I have a follow-up on that from the FDA.
You guys will follow whatever the agency, whatever those advisory committees recommend, you guys will follow their recommendations.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
I'll
I'll go to you next, Emerald. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have one quick follow-up on the booster
Sure.
question. So say the rollout does get delayed. I understand the president said that we've purchased boosters to be ready for this. Is there any chance that they would expire and need to be sent off to other countries like we've done in the past, or do we buy like booster credits? Or are they sitting in a fridge somewhere, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, our objective here is to be like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and always be prepared for every single scenario, right? And so that's why we wanted to make clear we would be ready to operationalize, right? In terms of, so we are preparing for all contingencies and all scenarios. We'll see what the ACIP says, and then we'll be able to lay out for you where we go and what that means moving forward. I will say we have never felt it to be, we feel it's a false choice to suggest it's either give to the world or not. We are continuing to increase the supply of vaccines we're giving to the world. We will continue to have more announcements on that because we want to be the arsenal of vaccines to the world, and we are giving more than every other country in the world combined. At the same time, we're going to maintain a supply for the United States and for American citizens and for people living here, so that we can give out the booster should that be go through the approval process.
And then I wanted to get to the hearing on the Hill with General Miller. The president told ABC back in August that none of his advisors recommended leaving 2,500 troops in Afghanistan. General Miller told the Senate Armed Services Committee that that was exactly what he recommended. Was the president's answer in that interview an honest answer?
First of all, I'm not going to get into details of private advice that the president gets from his national security team or military advisors. What is clear is that the president asked for, welcomed, candid, non-sugar-coated advice on Afghanistan and what we should do given what we walked into, which was a deal struck with the Taliban with a May 1st timeline, including the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters, where we would need to get our U.S. Forces out. Otherwise, we would face conflict. That's what he was facing. In terms of the mechanisms of who provided what advice through what forum, I'm just not going to get into that level of detail from here.
Hear specifically the recommendation from the commander on the ground in Afghanistan that he feared that a full withdrawal would be devastating and should not happen.
He was provided a range of advice. I'm not going to get into more details than that, but what's important to note at this point is it's crystal clear that 2,500 troops would not have been sustainable on the ground. It would have been either increase troops on the ground or withdraw troops on the ground. And the president has been clear many times he was not going to send thousands and thousands more troops to fight a war the Afghans did not want to fight themselves.
And then I wanted to get also to the debt limit.
Sure.
Following up on the question earlier, the Democrats, when they had control, unified control in 2010, raised the debt limit unilaterally. What is different now, and why doesn't the president just encourage Democratic leaders to do this on their own and diffuse that crisis?
Why aren't Republicans for doing what they've done dozens of times in the past, and many of them did 3 times during the Trump administration, including after they passed a $2 trillion unpaid for tax giveaway to corporations and the wealthiest Americans? They were fine doing it then. Why aren't they fine doing it now? So it could go, I think that's the fundamental question I'd send back.
Would the president at any point intervene and try to stave this off if this comes to a head and
The president wants to maintain the full faith and credit of the United States. Our view continues to be this should be done in a bipartisan way, and there should be a bipartisan path forward. Emerald, I promised you go to next.
Thank you. A follow-up on the FDA. You say that there was a large consensus of doctors and advisors who feel like boosters are warranted and safe and effective. But then during all this, you had 2 top senior officials at the FDA resign during the booster conversation, that being the Director of Office of Vaccines Research and Dr. Philip Krause, Deputy Director of the office, concerned about the vaccine. So what's your reaction to that in light of boosters next week? And what does that say to the American people to have those 2 high-level people step down over this conversation?
Well, Emerald, what I conveyed before, and I'll reiterate, is that 8 of our top medical experts, health and medical experts, including the acting head of the FDA, Janet Woodcock, recommended we would need boosters moving forward. The American people would need boosters pending approval through a process, including the FDA and ACIP. That's the process that's ongoing. In terms of differences of opinion within the FDA or other components of the federal government, that's certainly, we understand that may be the case. But in terms of the consensus view, the view of the leadership of the FDA, the view of the leadership of our health and medical experts, that was their shared recommendation because their objective and their focus is on relying on data to save lives. And data available showed a waning efficacy of vaccines after a certain number of months.
Speaking of the waning efficacy of vaccines, I do have another question about the president's COVID plan. He promised on September 9th that he was going to send 50% more supply of monoclonal antibodies to states. Yet, the Biden administration is cutting supplies in red states by 50%. So, for example, in Florida, they were expecting to get 70,000 doses this week, which they say they need. They're only getting 30,000 doses. And this is not just for unvaccinated people. In South Florida, half the people who are seeking this treatment are fully vaccinated. So, why is the Biden administration cutting these supplies?
That's not accurate. So let me give you the accurate information. First of all, we are increasing our distribution this month by 50%. In early August, we were distributing an average of 100,000 doses per week. Now we're shipping an average of 150,000 doses per week. Over the last month, though, and one thing that I think people need to understand for clarity, facts, I know you're like facts, is that monoclonal antibodies are life-saving therapies that are used after infection to prevent more severe outcomes. So clearly the way to protect people and save more lives is to get them vaccinated so that they don't get the COVID to begin with. But over the last month, given the rise in cases due to the Delta variant and the lower number of vaccination rates in some of these states, like Florida, like Texas, just 7 states are making up 70% of the orders. Our supply is not unlimited, and we believe it should be equitable across states across the country. There's
been no reports of a lack of supply, so why cut them to those states only if there's no reports of
I think our role as the government overseeing the entire country is to be equitable in how we distribute. We're not going to give a greater percentage to Florida over Oklahoma, nor do I think are you suggesting that. I think we have to move on. Go ahead, Yamiche.
Thanks so much, Jen. One follow-up question on booster shots. I'm wondering if you could just say whether or not the president is at all even concerned about whether the administration endorsing booster shots before the FDA fully approved them just looks like they're trying to influence the FDA and mix science with politics. I understand
Yamiche, it was the FDA acting head who endorsed boosters.
The point is, though, that the FDA itself and scientists are still weighing whether or not they want to make the recommendation fully. So the question is, does this administration even have any concerns that coming out and recommending booster shots before they're fully approved and fully recommended by the FDA, that might be seen as unduly influencing?
No. Again, it's the acting FDA head and 8 of our health and medical experts from agencies, not the White House, not the president, who put out this statement initially making this recommendation because they believe you need to come forward, and we fully support, with data when it's available and make that available to the American people. Make sure the American people understand and know that there could be waning efficacy of these vaccines and that that's where they recommended. If you look at their reverse, imagine if they had not come out and shared that that was their view and this is where it might be headed. Now, it needs to go through a process. They've said that in every single statement that they have made publicly. But we believe the American people are smart and they're paying attention, and they would want to know that boosters might be something that go through a process that are recommended. And they might be something that you should plan for once you get to a certain set of months past your second vaccination. That's our view, and that's the view of our health and medical experts.
Ask one more question about the French response to AUKUS, which of course is a whole mouthful. But anyways, I'm wondering if you could just talk to or respond directly. What does the president think of the French foreign minister saying that he's acting like former President Trump and being unpredictable, and the French canceling their gala now in D.C. at their embassy because they're angry over this agreement? What does the president make of being compared to former President Trump by an ally such as France?
I would say the president doesn't think about it much. The president's focus is on maintaining and continuing our close relationships with leaders in France, with the United Kingdom, with Australia, and to achieving our global objectives, which include security in the Indo-Pacific. That's what his focus is, and we will continue to work toward a productive, constructive partnership with the French. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Clarification that'll follow on AUKUS.
Sure.
You said the French were informed of the arrangement. Just even going to the president's remarks yesterday, the arrangement was broader than just the nuclear-powered submarines. It was cyber, it was AI. Were they specifically informed on that the U.S. would be sharing technology for nuclear-powered submarines?
Again, it was the Australians' decision, so I'd point you to the Australians, but they were aware in advance.
So, I mean, but if you're the U.S., you're involved here. We saw the U.K. also involved. Why couldn't the administration, not just inform, but bring in the French? They also have nuclear-powered submarines.
You mean in terms of a fourth partner to this? I'm not sure what your question is.
I do. I mean, in terms of a fourth partner and get them engaged as well. It's another ally to also share this technology. It's clear based off the statements today that they had the intent to, or also expressed a desire to.
Well, this is not the only global engagement or global cooperative partnership the United States has in the world. The French are a member of the G7. They're a member of the G20. We work with them on a range of issues, and we will continue to. And their leadership up and down the ranks will continue to be important partners to the United States and to this administration moving forward. So this was a partnership between the United Kingdom, the United States, and Australia. There are a range of partnerships that include the French and some partnerships that don't. And they have partnerships with other countries that don't include us. That is part of how global diplomacy works.
Just to follow on the first question I asked, it sounds like what you were saying is when I asked why did the U.S. didn't inform about specifically sharing the technology for submarines, is that Australia was kind of in the lead of this arrangement?
I'm just not going to have more details on it, but I will tell you that, again, the Australians, partners, they can describe why they sought this new technology. It was their effort to do that, so I would point you to them for more details.
And then just quickly on, Greg Abbott has issued a statement. He has directed his Department of Public Safety and the National Guard to shut down 6 points of entry along the southwest border. He issued that statement today. Just wondering if the administration, they also say that the Customs and Border Protection requested this. Wondering if the administration did request this, if they're aware of it, and if there's any response.
I'm happy to check into it, Zolan. I haven't seen Governor Abbott's statement or CBP's commentary, so let me check into it, and we can get you something after the briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. I think you said yesterday you might have some more details today about the president's visit to the UN next week.
I was hoping I would. I promise I will tomorrow.
And excuse me, on another matter, there are also reports that the British Prime Minister will be at the White House next week. Can you confirm that and offer any details about that?
I promise you tomorrow I will have more final details about next week, about the UN General Assembly and the president's trip there, and other components that are planned for next week.
And one more thing.
Sure.
Do the president and the first lady plan to get the booster shot?
Yes. Go ahead, Karen.
Following up on what Kelly had
Once
asked.
it's through the process, of course. Go ahead.
Following up on one of the questions from Kelly, do you have an update on when the president will get a physical?
I know this is an understandable question. I don't have an update. He will get one soon, and when he does, we will make sure you all are aware of it and get the information.
Nancy's questions, Nicki Minaj questions.
Sure.
Sorry. You said that we engage all the time with people who have big platforms or profiles. How do you determine who to engage with and in what way on something like this, on vaccine hesitancy?
Sure.
And Nicki Minaj has 22 million Twitter followers.
Mm-hmm.
Why not invite her to the White House, have a conversation, and make it a big public thing?
Well, I appreciate your recommendations on our communications advice. Karen, you are quite experienced. Look, I will say we recognize, and we've talked about this a bunch before, that we are not always the right platform or the right voice, right? Sometimes that's because people may not like the president, and they may not have voted for him, and that's okay. And we work with a range of partners to communicate the efficacy and the safety of the vaccine. It's also true that when we're reaching a range of audiences, young people, where we've seen lower rates of vaccination is a good example, we know there might be more effective voices. We don't always know how effective working in partnership with celebrities may or may not be, but sometimes it is a tool that we can use or we've employed, as you've seen us do in cases before. We do this behind the scenes quite a bit, sometimes to speak to particular audiences. So all I was conveying is it's commonplace. We have calls every week, multiple times a week, from our engagement team with a range of officials with followings to see how they might want questions answered. Maybe they want to play a role in communicating information out publicly as a part of our effort to get the pandemic under control.
Any sense, like let's just say Olivia Rodrigo, do you have any sense of a difference that made? Are you guys able to track that in any way?
It's a good question. It's kind of a hard thing to track. We can see how many views. We can see anecdotally if people say, I got the vaccine because I saw this video. And certainly sometimes that happens. I'm not sure. I'll have to check. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on China and the TPP, you mentioned that the U.S. is looking at a range of options to forge stronger economic partnerships. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what those options are?
I think what I was trying to convey is it's not just trade, right? And there are a range of ways we can work with countries in the region and forge a range of partnerships. And so certainly the president would need labor, environmentalists to be at the table to potentially engage on TPP. We're obviously not there at this point. So I was just conveying we don't see trade as the only path forward. Go ahead.
A couple questions. On housekeeping, is the president intending to meet with Emmanuel Macron on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly?
I don't have anything yet on next week. I should have some more on it tomorrow, and then I can outline for you what is going to happen next week.
And then in terms of just the overall kind of fallout that we've seen from France, was the White House at all surprised by the response from France? How would you characterize?
I don't think I'm going to characterize from here.
And then another question in terms of housekeeping. Has the president met with any of the Afghan refugees who've come to the United States? And if not, will he be meeting with them?
Not yet, but he is certainly eager to and looks forward to. As you know, I know it feels like it's been a long several weeks, or maybe just to me, but you know, many of them have only just settled in the United States. Some of them have never been here before. Some of them have, of course. So it's not quite scheduled yet, but it's something he's certainly eager to do.
Can I ask a follow-up on that question?
Go ahead.
We're starting to get some numbers about where some of the Afghan evacuees will be resettled. Can you walk through the administration's process? I know it has to do with the Office of Refugee Resettlement, but a number of governors have raised their hands. We're learning more about the first wave. How is the administration going about determining where to place evacuees and refugees?
Sure. It's a very good question. I think our Department of Homeland Security is going to have the best level of detail for you on how that process works. Or I can also ask former Governor Markell to come out here and talk with all of you one day soon, which I'm sure you'd be interested in. So let me venture to do that and see if DHS has more of a rundown for you.
And one follow-up on the ask by the administration to Congress for more than $6 billion in funding to help with resettlement efforts. What happens if you don't obtain that money, and also some of the immigration policy fixes that have been requested?
Well, I mean, we're hopeful that given there has been strong support for helping and welcoming our Afghan partners who fought alongside, I should say, the United States for the last 20 years, from Democrats and Republicans, that we can move forward and get the funding we need. Obviously, we didn't anticipate, no one did, right, that there would be this number of Afghan refugees that we would need to fund support for 6 months, 8 months ago, hence the request as we announced at the time. But I think we're certainly hopeful, given the support for that we will get that funding.
One last, is there a timeline when you need to get an answer by Congress for the funding?
I'm not sure there's a timeline. I'm happy to check with our legislative team and the refugee resettlement team to see if they have one they're focused on.
One or two more.
Yeah, go ahead, one more.
The Deputy Director of the FBI said that there's no sign so far from Russia of any cracking down on the cyber activity. Does the President have anything new to tell the country about that? Because it was a big deal and it's gone kind of quiet. So what's happening?
I think, as the President said at the time, we didn't expect this to be a light switch that would happen overnight. There's ongoing discussions, ongoing conversations at a diplomatic level, and that's something our national security team is engaged with. But beyond that, I don't have another update from here on the progress. Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you.
Thanks. Why nobody's yelling questions? This is suspicious. They already got the Nicki Lamont. Hey, yo, Jen, what do you think about the cult? Oh, Jen. Oh, we didn't get any of that. What happened? That was weird. How come nothing? That one was weird. The last month or so, they've been yelling at him at the end. Maybe that one just took a long time. That's suspicious. Oh, that's Cardi B, not Nicki Minaj. Will 6ix9ine be invited to the White House? No, I don't think they care. Iron Net, huge block trades. No, I did poop for a little bit. No, I pooped during Biden, and then I was actually sending some emails there. I send a bunch of emails. I'm working on something here. Other than that, so I was looking at the chat every now and then. Y'all would clap them. I'd look. I was scanning the news too, if anything. Just a lot of different runners. I mean, the market got a little steam during Biden, and even that, I mean, it's chilling out here. I'm surprised every market. SPY did turn red, and Dow's about to go red. But other than that, it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. Seemed like she checked them. I think a lot of it just, I mean, I think the questions are kind of, it's cooling down a little bit, even though they're kind of clapping her a little. I think that they, it seems like, that's what I'm saying, even the questions at the end, you're not getting them. It seems like it's kind of chilled out since a lot of the Afghanistan stuff chilled. So look at now. There you go. I finally got the email. We got more Chad reporting. Let's see what we got. More Chad reports. So they say this is off of the Golden Gate Bridge in the Bay. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ships. I guess it's like a new phenomena where we're starting to see all this. Look at them. Dude, these things are huge. Is that a little sailboat? They're just waiting. Just waiting. No, the Suez Canal, that was just the... I think that's what kind of started it all in a weird way. It kind of slowed things down. The problem, a lot of people... It started at the beginning of this week. There was 55 ships off the coast or waiting to get into the port of L.A. or Long Beach. And then now recently it's up to a record, all-time record of 61. They just can't dock, so it's so packed. Again, there's been so many delays and then over congestion and all of that. It's what people are saying with the supply chains, and now even the prices to even get a ship and keep moving, it's just extremely high. But I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, you have to get the ships in there. You need people to unload them. You got to do all of that. Thought there were more. 61's a lot. I mean, again, because that's not including anything else that are already there. That's 61 ships waiting. Everything's back up the month. This stream is brought to you by Suwani Spicy Wings, baby. 61 ships times 100 containers each. And what's a container? Isn't it like 20,000 pounds or something? Containers are very, very heavy. It's a lot. So I think a lot of it has to do with the work, with the workers, as well as, again, you know, when one port, and then, again, think about what happened in China. When one port closes, it sends a lot of, you know, the ships have to go somewhere else. Is there an echo in the mic? I do not know. Do I feel contributed? Yeah, you finally got it in. I was waiting. But it seems like a lot of people, it's like you could notice it. Because I remember back in the day, like if you ever drive by like Malibu on like PCH, you'll see like oil tankers off in the distance. But like I think people are kind of, it's a phenomenon of seeing, like people are flying, people are driving, and they're just seeing ships backed up off the coast. Shit. Let me see this property. Rocket Lab, Pop, eBay. Bro, ASON has just been the wild one. eBay, Pop. Check news on that. Nine. I'm not seeing anything on that. Nothing on eBay. It's popping though. Check news on eBay. Nucor's on the high as well too. Clocks go back. Norman Sam sent mine. Oh, that's from Twitter. Not even 15,000 likes? Yeah, man. Come on. 15,000? I feel, man. 15,000. Oh, did y'all like the video? I don't think I reminded y'all today. I think it's still a pretty good show. We got 1,600 like resistance. The market's almost closed, man. That's crazy. Oh, my Sam is my Sam Costa Camry. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Good recovery. I need water. Water. You can buy Ethereum on Interactive Brokers. Started with one, but that compound. World Bank report on IMF chief is very troubling. Hey, man. Work all day. Any news that caused them? Nothing that caused the bounce. I mean, today, even then, if anything, we're just coming back to where we were at open. And the positive from today was a very surprising retail sales number. Again, China did very bad, and then we did very good. That's a little bit of the divergence there. Then the China situation, that weighed on the market, and then European stocks, I think they closed red too. So we only had America was the one with the bright spot, more or less. Oh, man. More real Chad reporting. Look at this. Yo, this is crazy. So here's a spreadsheet from some of these containers. And pretty much he's saying the count is 431 ships. So this is a Chad that's actually in the business here. So all coming to Long Beach, or that's the origin. But he's saying they're a decent-sized company, and they're told by their port contacts that Target that Target, Walmart, and Amazon have deals with the ports to get first-come access for containers. He says this is what they're waiting on this week. Delivery for my company, 430 containers. 431 containers are pending to dock, and they're forced to fly everything from China and Italy. Or I don't know, C in China? Is that CHY? I think Canada and Italy. So literally there's 431 pending containers, and that's just from one Chad's company. And so that's what they're handling, and they're saying Target, Amazon, and Walmart are the ones who get priority access. So I think that's probably what's delaying everything, low-key, if you think about it. So you literally have these deals going through where the biggest companies doing all the demand, they're just crowding everything probably. It's probably literally just Walmart, Target, and Amazon that are part of it. That is bullish for all of them. That means they're probably not going to get this. They're probably getting constrained a little bit, but not as much. The 10-minute rig coming in. Wait until Storage Wars hears about the container ship buildup. Oh, man. AMC. What the hell happened to AMC? AMC. These red to green, green to red days have been wild. The last couple days, I mean, there's been a lot. And again, it's interesting to see how the market is getting pulled by a little bit different of a story. Minting its first non-fungible token and teamed up with Asroma. Wow. MasterCard first, and they minted their first NFT. What? So Visa buys an NFT and they mint one? Expect the companies and the restructure investors of the company, dollar denominated, take a 70% haircut. What does this mean? It means so you're going to get 30 cents on the dollar. So if you invested $1 million, since they're either going to say we can't pay you back anything at all and we default, or to get out of it, they're going to say we could pay you, it's like a settlement. So they're saying that they could pay $300,000 off of every $1 million invested, essentially. Or every dollar invested, they could return back 30 cents of every dollar. 10-minute rigged. Who's holding ASON? ASON go back up, or are you just pumping it on the way down? Oh, yes, it's good. It's good. We love ASON. Etsy on the high. Uber. There you go. Does this look like the drop before COVID? After we get another pop, I would say. Because you had that little rundown right here. We kind of had, you could argue here, but it never stayed there. And then we had the little pop and then it came back up. So that's, again, if you watched yesterday's watch list, listen to what I said, that it's literally as long as if America keeps going up and the China situation keeps going down, that, like, in a nutshell, tell me that isn't COVID. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what happened during there. You remember everybody was shutting down in China. We would see all those articles and all of that, and then China shut down first, and then we kept going up. Everybody acted like it was normal here, and then things went down. So the story's already in place with growth slowing down. But if Evergrande goes one way, it's going to create an opportunity in that sense. It's more similar, maybe October 2018. But then again, we're coming off of a streak that categorizes all of 2017. And then 2018, it took until the first couple months. Market imbalance, 1.2 to the buy side. I mean, 2018. Yeah, October 2018, I could see that. But then 2017, remember, 2018 didn't happen until what happened in the beginning of 2018. You had the January, February 2018, which was wild. And then October came, 8 months later. Man, we got a lot of Chads in the shipping industry. So somebody else just sent me this now. Here's the price of a 53-foot dry van coming out of Long Beach. So think about it. You have to pay for the shipping container, but then you have to also pay for the truck to get it out of there. So that's even looking at 8,000, 53-foot, 20,000-pound van, about 8,500. I think it's one of the highest. Supply chain colt. JP Morgan has only 10 basis points of excess bail and debt. JP Morgan may need more debt, fewer assets, or regulatory relief. What the hell is this? Oh, it's a intelligence thing. Facebook selling. Yeah, they're still lagging heavy. Mm-mm. 53 van is the type of shipping container, so 20,000 pounds. So it's not. I thought it's referencing the trucks. I thought it's like the semi trailer is a dry van. Yeah, Facebook's starting to get some volume coming. There's only 5 minutes, though, left. So be cautious. It could be kind of one of these end-of-the-day moves. Even Intel got a candle there. Yeah, Beyond's ripping. Let's see. Microsoft's at all-time highs because that was the fourth largest buyback yesterday in stock market history. TLT is significant because it's on the longer end. It represents the value of the more longer dated bonds. They didn't buy $60 billion in one day, but they pretty much said that they're going to be unleashing 60 billion over whatever time frame. We did not get the Fed nomination. Isn't that funny? That was supposed to happen last week. I think even 2 weeks ago. Or was it last week or 2 weeks? And we heard nothing. And then nothing, not one person said anything about it this week. But no, the one chat said, he said that's for trucking rates. So the drive van is even, I guess you could maybe use it interchangeably for the containers, but he said it's for trucking. And then even if you Google it, it'll search Google dry vans. The dry vans. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 5 p.m., 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make our final approach in the San Diego International Airport. It is about 76 and sunny. A nice cool day out here. Was a little bit cloudy earlier, but you should be able to enjoy the views. Fortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah, yes, we are about to close. Red, you wrap it up, baby. You got like a minute and a half. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the check come for you? Chad boys, Chad boys. What you gonna do? That's a good one. Oh. Pfizer, no prove it between Brazil death. Have options if you can't. You can. You have to do like $ SPX. You should be able to buy them. How many people? The people took the sell put trade? 1 minute! We came to play today, baby. We came to play. Stop playing with me. Let's go. Wrap it up. You got about maybe 30 seconds left. We're a little behind on that schedule. You're going to have to bring it home. Tomorrow is Friday. Thursday Junior is over. The market is going to close half red. Half red. The NASDAQ is holding up. Look at this. Oh, look at it. How do you feel? How do you feel on the edge of your seat? Get ready. 10 seconds. Oh, man. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Orna. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. GG, come on. Come on. You were here all day. If you were here all day, even if you just got here, let's get a GG. Here all day, even if GG in the chat. GG ETC. Hold it down. Hold it down. You made it all day. All day with some beautiful people and 1.7 thousand likes. Horn. Wow. Let's go, baby. God bless the Chad. God bless America. Wow. You see that 1.6? Thank you. Thank you, Chad. Listen, before you go, I love all of you. I hope you had a beautiful, wonderful day, and I hope that you know that you are beautifully and wonderfully blessed and that you are closer than you think. I need to tell you that, but I also need to tell you thank you. You know, I don't need to tell you. I just want to from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being such an awesome Chad. You know who you are. So if you were in here in the day, you know what? It don't matter if you like me or not, but even if you did, take it one step further and show some love, show some respect, you know, further the mission and the goal, I got to say thank you, baby. So God bless you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, and shout out to all the people who share the stream, post it everywhere. You play it in your car, your speakers, your office, wherever it is. You let this annoying voice, you know, ring through to the world, and God bless you. So thank you, and shout out to the members, baby. All the people holding the badge. They rocking the badge. They look good with it. They look pretty. All the people holding the long term, too. We love you. But they support the channel. They don't need to. I went into a whole rant about it yesterday. But members, I appreciate you. God bless you. The rest of the Chads appreciate you. Even the non-member Chads appreciate you. They just don't know it yet. But they do. So God bless you, especially if you hold that badge and you use it and you represent us very well with positive comments, you know, contributing. You know what I'm saying? All of that. Hey, and shout out to all of the Chad news reporters. You know what I'm saying? Huh? All the Chad news reporters. We have real live Chad news from the streets. They sending us what's going on. They emailing me. They lighting up that email. They giving us some info. Some even sending houses too. But they out there with the Chad news, realchadnews.com. They're hitting it, baby. youtube.com/the stock market. So we love it, baby. God bless you. And shout out to the stream alerts, everybody on there, making sure you don't miss anything. So hopefully y'all feeling blessed and feeling good. We love you and God bless you. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We love it. We love it. Do we love it? I think we love it. So God bless you. But that is it, man. That's today. We got 7 hours in the books. How do you feel? Feels good. Feel ready for tomorrow. I feel like I'm going to wake up and drive. I feel like I'm going to just take over the rest of this day. I don't know. Is that how you feel? That's how I feel. So before I get into that, just know, first link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Free long-term alerts are temporarily closed. We will open them back up eventually. But in the meantime, you can get your stream alerts. You don't have to. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Otherwise, you come in here, free 99, baby. We got you. We don't need anything. All we need is a good attitude, okay? A good, beautiful attitude is all that's needed. And if you already got that, God bless you and shout out to you, man. Y'all part of it. Y'all part of it. Y'all building with us. That's it. Good attitudes go a long way, baby. It's all about the attitude. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. But second link, nightly Watchlist and main channel. If you miss anything, we're going to cover that here. So hopefully you get that. And God bless you. Third link for the membership badge and becoming a member. Fourth link for the merch. God bless all of you rocking the bull. We love you. Check out the new channels, Code Real Estate, Code PHILO, Code Cards, Code Music. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love it. I love it. How option pricing works. This was a big tutorial. This one was requested yesterday. We told you about it. It's right here. If you want to learn about the options, again, not this McDonald's options, not this fast food options. I mean, really, really learn it. It's right here, baby. It's right here. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Show me if you're going to learn something, baby. How to set up the long term. It's right there, too, baby. You need that one. Oh, rocking the bull on campus, baby. Bring it to the youth. Bring it to the youth. But prayer request wall, baby. That prayer request wall. You know what that is? You know what that is? We just want to root for you. I don't care what you believe. Me and my mom, every day we praying for y'all. So listen, if you just want someone wearing your jersey on their back, you know, we just rooting for you. All in spirit, man. All in spirit, rooting for the Chads, you know. And hopefully, whether you fill the prayer request out or not, we are still going to pray for you. But hopefully in your heart, you just have this ability to root for people. You know what I'm saying? I hope you could wish good upon people. I hope you could recognize the love. They don't feel me. Come on, nah. But that's it, man. Fill it out. We're going to pray for you. That's all. That's all. Pray for me, okay? Can y'all do that? You got me, Chad? You got me? Are you praying for me? Are you praying for this voice that you've never seen? Are you praying for the voice? Are you praying for me? Are you holding it down prayer-wise? You know, a lot of y'all hold it down in many ways. Y'all hold it down with membership, with positivity, with all of it. But, like, come on, just pray for me, man. That's it. Just pray for me. Yeah, pray for Mama Answers, too. Pray for the whole family. We praying for you. Amen. Woo! You love it? We love it. I love it. I have a little spray here. Hold on. It smells good. You hear that? Psst, 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 psst. Oh, it smells good in here now. Wow. Wow. Yeah, we got your backs, baby. It's a cold. It's a cult. What's the point of having a cult if you ain't got each other's backs? You know what I'm saying? That's why we here. That's why we got the long term. You got a cult filled with people who got a long term too. That's a good team. That's what you know what I'm saying? Just imagine the long run. That's all I'm telling you though. It's still started with a little, but I still reinvested. Started with one, but that shit compound. You know what I'm saying? That's all I say. You got them. They got real estate. They got long term. So let's go. One comes up, one comes down. Different timing, baby. Oh, they don't feel me. Come on. I just like to clap. There's no way else I could let it out. I'd like to either scream, but I got to clap. That's just, I can't withhold that energy. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't, I had a whole PHILO on the clapping before because I got to make noise. You know what I'm saying? I can make noise with my vibe. I can say, praise God. I can praise God. God to be the glory. God is good. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, I got to use, the sound has power. Oh, I can't stop. Woo! Woo! Hey, man. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. So listen, that's today. Today is over. You get to go tomorrow. You get the rest of the day, to be honest with you. And you could go do whatever you want. And some of you have other responsibilities. And I hope you make the most of your responsibilities. And I hope you give everything 120%. Okay? That's all we need. That's what you got to do every day. It's that attitude. Because remember how important your attitude is. Think about anything in life that you ever thought that you could not do. Did you ever really attempt it? You didn't. You didn't do it. If you genuinely believed you couldn't do it and couldn't do it well, most of us would never do it or try. So now imagine the things that you said that you could do it. Imagine if I said, hey, can you walk up a flight of stairs? You'd be like, yeah. Take that attitude with the rest of life. Take that attitude with the rest of today, okay? Okay? That's all you got to do. 120%. Just believe you can do it. That's it. You just got to believe it. The belief will take you a long way, my friend. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. I hope they feel me, man. I hope they feel me. Oh, man, I hope they feel me. Uh-huh. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. I hope they do. So listen, you're going to wake up and drive. You're going to do all that. But listen, I heard that you heard of what it's really about. You know what it is? It's about learning to surf, baby. Okay? The waves. Don't be mad about the waves. Okay? It's just you got to learn how to surf. The waves are always going to be there. Oh, come on. You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. Amen? Amen? And be like David. Be like Joe. Be like all of them, man. I don't know. I hope y'all feel me. Just listen. Tomorrow's Friday. It's a beautiful day already. It's only going to get more beautiful, okay? It's only going to get more beautiful. But tomorrow, we've made it through another week, man. You know what I'm saying? Another week. A whole nother, it just flew by. Little by little, life is going by us. So I hope you're investing in the long run. But I hope you're learning that you are learning how to deal with these days. The days move slow sometimes. But you got to learn how they all string together. And I hope y'all, I just want you to think about something today, okay? Because we talked about it. We talked about it. Okay? We talked about it. But this is what I want you to really think about, okay? Just time. Just think about time and how you've handled time. And think about the timing you have now. And are you early or not? I think you're early because the ones that seek early will find. It is written. They don't feel me, man. Woo! I'm trying not to clap. I'm trying to hold it back, man. Let me breathe. Okay, listen. Just time, okay? Just think about time. Just think about how you handle. The time is now, all of that shit. But listen, it's more or less, I just want you to think how you've handled time. How have you handled time? You know, both good and bad. Just how have you handled time? And are you ready to keep handling time? And are you ready to see I think you already know the importance of time. Are you playing time to your advantage or not? See? Because think about the times that you've learned to surf. And think about the times where you chose to drown. Oh, they don't feel me. Come on. I need a water. God is good. Amen. I hope they feel me because I'm excited about that. Time got me thinking. I don't know what happened. I feel like I feel like 2019 Josh explaining to you why you need a dividend reinvest with $500. Because remember when we would look at dividend calculators, all of that, I feel like that again. Because I'm like, time. I just realized how early we are. You know that? Because a lot of people started this year off feeling they were FOMO. They feel like they missed out. I feel like I'm early. Oh, y'all don't feel me, man. Oh, some of y'all sitting there thinking it's too late. Some of y'all looking around. You thinking it's too late. Oh, you, come on. Wrong. You are not too late, my friend. I hope you realize how early you are. And those that who are early will find it. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, man. That just hit me, man. It leave me, man. It got me. That's why I was like, wow, time. I was like, how have we managed time? I was like, we are kind of early. And I started thinking about time and how just, again, when were the times where you learned to surf versus the times you chose to drown? Because it's all timing. And what did you do with the time? But it's like, whoa, time. That's why, like, come on. I was giving you a discussion about 10 years. Y'all like, oh, yeah, amen, Josh. That's young. Man, you haven't even seen 10 years with the cult. Oh, come on. Oh, they don't feel me. You haven't even seen 10 years here. So imagine, we haven't even got to do 10 years together. Oh, come on. They don't feel me. So you think Tyler Roykey's the closest one. Oh, man. That's just on the time scale. So I hope you're ready. Oh, Rai, I think I've known Rai longer than 10 years. Actually, I've known Rai longer than 10 years. He got a head start. It's all, but think about that. The timing. The time. We got a long way to go. All of you do. You haven't seen shit. So I'm not even saying out of me. I'm not even saying my performance. I'm saying for you. You have a wait till you see what this life shows you. If you make your decisions and keep time in mind and understand how you're going to leverage that time to your advantage. Don't play with me. That's all I'm saying. Don't play with me. Woo! So let's go, baby. I'm going to leave you with that. Go finish out the day. You're going to wake up and drive, especially on a Friday. You're going to wake up and drive for the weekend. You're going to say, it's a good weekend. Woo! I'm not a chameleon. I'm waking up and drive. You know, I ain't going to adjust to the first thing I see because I'm not a chameleon like that. I'm not in neutral and go whichever way the hill rolls because I woke up that way. Nah, you're going to wake up and drive. You're going to give everything 120, if not more. Some of you like to go harder. You know what I'm saying? Do whatever you do, whatever you are tasked with, Chad, please. I need to say this with importance today. I don't care if you are a mother, a father, a child, a worker, whatever worker you are doing. It doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have been entrusted with, you need to give that your best effort and work. Okay? Okay? Whatever you have been entrusted to handle it with the best of your abilities. And do it well. And do it with a smile. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, come on. That's your task. That is your task. You realize that, right? Did no one tell you that? No one came to tell you that today? Or in the last month? Or in the last week? The last year? I don't know when. Oh, yes, I'm here to tell you that today. That's your job. That is your job. I'm not saying your occupation. I'm saying you must handle that and then watch what comes next. Oh, because how can we handle it? Oh, because if we can't handle... Oh, you see what I'm saying? Oh, whatever you have been given, whatever responsibility, whatever task, you are going to do it well with 120% minimum. You see what I'm saying? Do you feel me? Do you feel me? I hope you feel me. Because oh, come on. That has been given to you. That whatever you have has been given to you. So handle it. Handle it. If you tell me you've been given a little, great. That means you got a little to handle. Handle it. You should handle a little with a lot. Oh, come on. Come on. That is your divine task. To recognize your gift and recognize what has been bestowed upon you and take full advantage of it and take care of it. Take care of it. Oh, come on. That's divine. That's right for you. I'm telling you right now. If you heard this, you heard it. If you heard it, you heard it. That's it. Oh, man. I don't know your story. Amen. But I know my story. And I know Tyler's story. And I know a lot of different Chad stories in here. And a lot of people. I know Lending Tips' story very well. I see, Lending Tips. We were talking about his car getting repoed the other day. We were talking about him getting repoed. And I said, how many jobs did you work? He said he had to do 3 jobs. And before that, he was too lazy to do 1 job. Oh, man. I know a lot of different stories. But I don't know them as well. And only you are going to know your story. And only you know what you have to handle. That's all I'm saying. But I know my story. I know that when I first started, oh, man. I would keep my car dirty. I would keep my house dirty. I always wanted $1 million investment before I wanted $100,000 investment. Oh, y'all don't feel me. And then I wanted $1 million investment before I wanted a $10,000 Oh, y'all don't, come on. Oh, they don't. Oh, man. Where's my water? Where's my water? Oh, man. Oh, no, I'm serious. I remember my ambitious ass little 18-year-old self. I was trying to make companies. I was trying to do this, try to do real estate, all this stuff. And I remember I try to find people, and then I'll find people. I get meetings. I wanted $1 million. I didn't want 100. I didn't want 10. I was trying to handle way more. Oh, that water bottle got clapped. I'm just saying. Whatever you have, you got to handle it first before look. Oh, it's easy to look ahead. It's easy to look at everything. I'm just saying. Oh, but you got to handle what you got first. Woo! That water bottle is all the way on the other side of the room. He got clapped. Oh, man. I feel it. I feel it. You think I plan to tell you this right now? You think in between fucking Biden and Psaki, I was like, yo, what am I going to say? I think I sent 50 emails during that time period, actually. I would show you, but I can't show you who I'm emailing. Because you will see, though, one day. I will show you. It's exciting. But listen, I did not even plan to say this. None of this is planned. None of this is, I'm telling you right now, this is just, it has a lot of, I don't know why, it has a lot of meaning. It's very, very simple. You got to handle what you have. Whatever you have, somebody in it, it may not be for you right now if you're listening. If it don't apply to you, that's fine. If you don't want to hear it, that's fine. You say down, it's great. I love you still, but it's not for you. But I know somebody needs to realize that the divine task right now is taking whatever you have and handling it well. That's it. That's it. If we can do that, oh my goodness. I just know how it works. That's all I'm saying. That's all. It's not even, I don't even know what's going to happen. I just felt like that needs to be said. Whatever you have, handle it well. It's a gift. Isn't it funny? I was just praying for this. I know, where my chat? I know at least 1,000 chats been praying the same prayer I've been praying. And it's funny because it goes hand in hand. It's just very simple. Whatever you have right now is your gift. But you got to handle the little stuff well. Even the big, I don't care if it's big. I don't care what it is. It don't matter. Everybody has a different thing. But whatever you have, you got to handle it well. And guess what? If it's even a bad situation, if it's daunting, even more credit to you. Because if it seems difficult and if it doesn't seem like a lot, but you could still show up with the attitude to give 120%. Come on. Why do you think I scream at you for 7 hours a day? Huh? You think it's because people watch? No. You know why? I was screaming at you when it was 10 people, 50 people. Think about that. Oh, come on. That's it. That's why I'll give the same energy every day in and out, because I did it when it was nothing. That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do. Please. Do you feel me? Do you feel me? Chad? Huh? That's it. Because that's what you need to prove. That's what you prove right there. You say, hey, I could give 1 the same effort I would give 100. I could give 10,000 the same effort I would give 1,000,000. Oh, you see, because that means it don't matter what happens. That means I am committed. That means I'm saying I'm going to handle something well. This is my divine task. I'm going to hold it down. What else am I going to do? If I can handle a little, that means it don't, that means you are not dictated by circumstance. Oh, come on. Come on. So let's go, baby. Somebody, that's for you. That's for you right now. If you hear it's for you. And if, guess what? Somebody else, this isn't for you. I ain't talking to you. But somebody else, I'm talking to you. This one's for you. Whatever it is, handle it well. And if you handle a little bit well, oh my God, that's the divine task. So ladies and gentlemen, finish out the day with whatever you've been given. Because whatever you've been given, that is the key right there. Oh, man. Oh, man. So go. If you haven't done it, I know one of you hasn't done it. You have not read Richest Man of Babylon. You have not read The Strangest Secret in the World. And you have not read Proverbs at all. Somebody might need to go read Proverbs again. New Living Translation. Okay? That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. Okay? So go and shout out the people coming in. I just had to give him Midwest, I love you. And God bless you. And hit him with the horn. And Motley, I think we did answer that question earlier. Remind me tomorrow. I'll save it for the watch list. But hard, you two males. I gotta show you the love. I gotta show you. I was just too into telling the people who needed to hear that what you have is yours, and that is your task. Because if you can handle what you have well, even if it's small, get ready. Whew. Jeez. So go, baby. Go read the books. Do what you need to do. And don't forget, why do we show up? Why do we do what we need to do? And why do we handle what we have as if it is the most important thing? Why do we handle the little as if it's the most important? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! I love it. I love it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I will see you on the watch list, and I'm going to see you for Friday. I will see you for Friday, just like I saw you the other day, baby. Overcoming is the gift, baby. Amen. Let's go. Someone's going to wake up a warrior tomorrow. Someone's going to think about what was just said, and life is about to change. You know that? If you just really think about it and apply it in time and get ready. Get ready to handle what you got. Stop tripping about what you don't got. We ain't got time for that because that means we haven't put the effort to handling. I could go on this for days. Oh, I'm telling you. I want a warrior tomorrow. I just want one warrior born. That's it. One warrior spirit is going to get born in the next 24 hours. Okay? So, Chad, pray with me. Pray the same prayer with me today, okay? If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. So, let's go. But that's it, baby. Have a wonderful evening. Peace out. Oh, hey, Josh, wait. I want a warrior pony. Okay, love you. Bye.